105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
What's up, guys? Big Bad Morning Show on a hump day. It's Wednesday, halfway there. Well, almost. I guess we'd be halfway there around 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
The Orioles get washed out yesterday. A lot to talk about today. A couple of interesting stories as like trade rumors and different things are out there. And I think there's a couple of things that we're going to talk about today that are, it's going to split some people on one side or the other.
Really?
Yes. So we'll get to that and regarding the national anthem and the dude that slapped the other guy in the back of the head for not standing up. So we're going to talk about that later. But, you kind of had your first day here. What did you get into yesterday? Because I know you kind of, you come back and you're obviously, it's like, oh, you're excited to get back. And then all of a sudden you got to be here. Yeah. And it's like appointment setting for you.
Yeah, a really full day. I saw a lot of friends and did a lot. It was very nice. What did I do yesterday? Left here.
You said you got a text to come back to record a commercial.
I got that. Yeah. And then someone else did it. So it was a 15-second commercial. It was taking me 2 hours to commute back and forth. But there was that. No, I ended up, stopped in down a block. So my buddies down there.
At the block?
No.
Oh. Ben, have you ever been to the block? I guess he probably doesn't.
Remember my buddy George, a Secret Service agent?
Yeah.
Went out to lunch with him.
Did you go to a Greek place?
I figured it. Nice, good place in Greektown. Block. And then, where did we go? And then went out with more friends last night.
And today's obviously a huge day for you, too, with the
toy drive. I can't wait for that. A lot of people. I think Sean's coming, Trippy, Buffalo Zoe.
See, of all the events we do, this is the one that I like to go to, obviously, because, first off, it's for a great cause. But secondly, like, people show up for this, and then you get to meet some of the people. Like, I know there's a lot of people that hear a voice, and it's like you want to put the face to that voice. And then usually when they see me, I say, I'm sorry, this is the only face that I have. That's why I covered it in gray hair. No, but like, when Trippy and Rashawn and some of those guys come out, like people hear them on an everyday basis on the phone, and you want to see what people look like. What?
Can't we move the camera?
Why?
Why do I have to keep moving?
You have to keep moving? Is he moving you around or are you moving?
The camera is blocked by the mic.
No, camera's blocked by the mic. You're going to stand up the whole time? What are you doing? You going to Rob's seat? Where is, there's something happening here. You just, just moving the camera over. Ben, see if this works. If Ed just going ahead and doing some, furniture moving, redecorating, does that work? Did it work?
It looks fine.
Okay.
What do you say?
It looks fine. Comme ça.
There we go. How about we move the arm? There we go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's looking real good.
Man, looking amazing. I did notice it. Like Rob stands, I kind of slouch. And when you're at home, you're up close and like we all look different sitting the same. I think I should sit towards the front of my seat and like sit like Akeem from Coming to America. Yes. When you think of garbage, think of Akeem. Yeah, that's it. I didn't have. So for me yesterday, it was kind of a laid back nothing day.
I played a Texas Hold'em last night with the family.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Who won?
Actually, I think I did.
Humble brag.
I did.
Yeah. Reminds me of the time my uncle would get us together to play strip poker with the family.
Oh my God! And Jack, he's sitting across from me. He's a smart kid. He loves poker, and I am doing what I'm doing. I have a good hand, so I'm trying not to
let him know.
And I'm doing things. I'm picking up the chips and throwing. Yeah, he's like he's giving a play-by-play of everything I'm doing. Oh, okay. I see it. You picked up you were hesitating for a second. You put it down. He knew exactly what I was doing. Finally said, "Shut up." He just started laughing. His eyes get all wide. He's like,
it is crazy when you get with like really good poker players and then they'll narrow down what your hand is. and
He was
basically
good.
tell you.
He knew exactly what I was doing.
I mean, I'm watching it.
I won that hand, by the way. But
You had the best hand. You shouldn't have folded.
no.
Yeah, I mean, with me yesterday, like I said, I didn't really do much. I had some I have therapy every Tuesday, so I go through that, go home, and I was just kind of. It was a day of nothingness for me. Like literally nothing. I went home and I was laying in bed, and I think I dozed off for like 30 minutes. And it's been that kind of a weekend. Like when I'm still trying to catch up on sleep from the power being out, because it's that. And anybody that's been through it, some people sleep better in heat. I can't.
I can't at all.
It's broken. It's like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 10 minutes. Wake up. Oh, wow. Guess what? I slept for an hour. That's cool. What time is it? Oh, it's 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And it was like that for 2 days. And even on, when we got our power back Sunday, it's like I'm so tired that I can't fall asleep, which doesn't even make sense. Like I'm sitting there and I'm like, why am I not sleeping right now? So kind of had one of those days, and I got a endoscopy coming up at the end of the month, and then I think I'm going to go through and have what's called the Inspire surgery.
Oh, you having that?
Yeah, where they put the only other way to describe it is it's like a little pacemaker type thing underneath your collarbone, and it shocks your tongue while you sleep. Yeah. What's going on? What's happening here? No, but you don't feel
I just
that.
had a brilliant idea.
What's that?
I got to call Lions then.
What, for a tongue shocker?
Yeah, you hit the button. Blah, 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 blah.
What are we doing here?
Because my Russian landlord said, you'd be the best boy in the block. I actually said village. Yes. You're the best boy in the village.
Yeah, village. Yes,
did.
that's it.
Because I just had I love these people. The 2 Russian immigrants in Brooklyn, my first apartment, Mark and Luda Gershman. He was a Russian soldier for a while. And they treated me like their son. I was like 21, 22. And
They sent you off to war?
I had a waterbed delivered. And he saw that. He's nodding. He's going to be the best boy in the village now.
You get the motion of ocean in the bed. Nice. I was going to ask you, all the things we've been, like a day like yesterday when baseball gets rained out and it's the home team, you're coming in, you're obviously talking about a doubleheader, and people feel differently about those. But, it does kind of give you something to do all day if you're that baseball fan. But I got to be honest, I would have rather had a game last night and a game today and kind of fill my evening with that.
Yeah. Well, I just enjoy the rain.
You
know me.
You're just such a freaking weirdo, man.
Dude,
I enjoy the rain.
I have my raincoat in my bag.
You're not even a farmer. We need rain. The crops are going to die. You're over here. I like the rain. I like accidents and depression.
I was walking around my little, whatever this is, REI raincoat.
Now, since you like the rain, do you go outside without an umbrella?
I never carry an umbrella. It's a running joke because I hang out with my homicide detective buddies, and to this day they remember. I was demanding, but that day was fair. But one of my things, my pet peeve was, I saw them at a homicide scene and they're carrying umbrellas. I'm like, detectives don't carry umbrellas. Buy a raincoat. Looks ridiculous. I did, and to this day they torture me about it.
Yeah, I don't think if my wife has one, if it's a torrential downpour, I'll hold it and I'll kind of be half under it and just make sure she's dry. I don't mind that.
You just don't seem to care. You just
yeah. Well, when I went to Iceland, I didn't. You know this. I don't own a coat. I don't have coats. I have hoodies. I don't even wear jackets.
So bizarre. I know.
It's so funny that I look at your life and it's so bizarre. I know the stuff I'm doing is probably not the norm, but you like the rain, you weirdo.
Well, the rain's a lot here. We have more rain than Seattle.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you have to like it.
I love it.
There's a lot of crime here. I don't love it. I love the crime.
Hang on a second. I gave you a North Face raincoat when you went to Ireland.
Yes.
Have you ever worn it in the rain?
I did. I told you I wore it.
You did?
Yeah, in Ireland. I wore it once. I was glad I had it.
Okay.
But when I went to Iceland, I didn't. There was one day it was raining sideways, and that was miserable. And it wasn't because it was cold. It's just the type of rain.
Yeah.
And my buddy's like, well, here, put on this jacket. I can't believe you didn't bring a coat. I said, did you guys hear me complain once? I'll stand out there and just get beat to death by the rain and not give a rat's ass. Doesn't bother me. And people always laugh. The cold doesn't bother me as much as it bothers other people.
Yeah, the temperatures. The cold doesn't bother me. The heat gets to me once in a while.
I got to have some sort of Nordic blood in me or something.
I found that I told you, I took the Celeste bought DNA test for the family one Christmas. We all took them. the best part was because Gary's on like. She came off the boat from Sicily yesterday.
Baba da boop.
Yeah, it turns out I was more Italian than she was. I'm I'm completely half Italian, mostly Southern, which surprised me. And then the other side was Irish. It had a big mix. I thought it was all going to be all Irish. It had Scandinavian. So I'm assuming it's when they came and raped my relatives, centuries ago.
I was just getting ready to say, that's probably what I have, that they stormed some small village and the weak people there, I got some of their DNA.
That had to be what it was. It's like,
my village got plundered.
Those things, have you ever done one? They're fun.
What? No,
a DNA test.
No. Because I'm sure I'd find out something I didn't want to find out.
Well, Celeste had a lot of African in her.
Not that. I'm talking about somebody's not my dad.
She has I think she was from a bunch of northern African countries. Because Sicily has a lot of Africans come over. Yeah. They just did. And it's it was just fun to see that. And then I had the Scandinavian, which surprised me. They actually narrowed down the village, was it the county? I think the county in Ireland my family was from.
I think that's made up.
I don't think so, because it makes sense. All of it made sense. They didn't know me from a hole in the wall.
I think
it all came back.
I think it's like the goofballs that sell stars. You want to buy a star?
No.
How come I can't get it? Where's it at?
All you do, I think it was a saliva test. The saliva or blood, I think. I can't remember which one this was. But anyway, send it off.
Feces.
They didn't know anything about you.
Yeah.
And it came back. I was like, yeah, that's about right. Should be. I know my grandparents came from Italy.
I'd find out I was switched at birth or something.
Maybe you're rich.
No, hold on. Now, you know your luck, and you know my luck. There's no way that happens. We're not finding a bag of gold somewhere.
I always say that Steve Bisciotti and I are born on the same day in the same year. Same birthday, same year.
So you think you should be owning the Ravens
right now? I was switched
now?
at birth. I should be owning the Ravens.
Steve, you should have went to prison for crying out loud.
You should have gone. You should have my life. I should be wealthy. And DeCosta has the same birthday too, actually.
Sounds like a crappy '80s movie or something. You guys switch places.
I was switching, bro. That's when they put the babies in the little, that room. It's easy to take one.
And real quick, can you explain what the block is to Ben? Because I don't think Ben. Do you know what the block is?
Downtown, you mean?
Yeah. He knows what it is.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
What are the city who put your red light district next to between the police headquarters and City Hall?
I remember when I went down there and there was some dude that looked like Santa Claus was bouncing. And he was like, if anybody acts up, he looked like he didn't even care. I'm like, this is the guy? This is security?
Yeah, this city is.
It could be me.
I had one Memorial Day, had 12 people shot in one incident up on, I think it was North and Asquith. And I respond like 2 a.m. to the shooting. I come up from home, I go up there, and it was a horrible scene. 12 people shot. And it was a party celebrating somebody who just got out of prison. So it was one of those things, a classic Be More story. And so I go back to the office eventually, and I'm waiting for the calls because now it's going to be national news. You have a mass shooting like that. I didn't get any calls about the shooting. I got calls from the city council. You know what it was about?
Noise complaint?
No.
What?
Harassing people on the block.
Oh, my God.
Because they were getting money from the businesses. So the owners of the porn shops, the strip clubs and the sex stores, they complained to the council people they were giving bags of money to, and they called me.
Oh, that's the trickle-down effect, right?
Yeah. And I'm like, this is unbelievable. I'm sitting I'm flabbergasted. It's a mass shooting on Memorial Day.
Nope.
All you care about is they're harassing the hookers on the block. They're supposed to.
This is the world we live in. All right, guys, we're going to talk some Orioles. Want to hear from you, 410-583-1057. They were off yesterday, doubleheader today. I'll tell you what the potential pitching matchups look like for today. But, it's tough to sweep somebody in a doubleheader. I don't know why that always pops in your mind. It's like, hey, you got to make sure you get one today. You can't get swept by Boston. But we'll talk about all that and more right here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
The Red Cross has an urgent need for blood donors. Make an appointment at redcrossblood.org and help save lives. The American Red Cross has declared an emergency blood shortage. You can help make sure patients receive life-saving medical treatments. Make your appointment to donate. Use the Blood Donor app. Visit redcrossblood.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to schedule your donation.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Beat the heat this summer and stay cool. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer for their $89 AC Precision Tune-Up to make sure your AC system is in tip-top shape this summer. Call 410-367-7777 today.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Summer's too short to sit at home wondering where the fun went. At Beckley's RVs, it's officially time to turn summer on and camp on. Whether you're looking for budget-friendly travel trailers, your first RV, or even huge savings on select motorhomes, Beckley's has summer-ready inventory waiting for your next adventure. Weekend getaways, campfires, road trips, family memories. This is your sign to finally make it happen. Shop summer RV specials now at Beckley'sRVs.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join us at the Mount Washington Tavern tonight from 5 to 7 for a summer tradition benefiting the kids at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Bring a toy or gift card for our summer toy drive. Grab a drink and celebrate a great cause with special guest Ed Norris.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Light traffic in and around the area. 895 southbound, though, you're on the brakes pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris. Rob Long joins us at 9. Ken McCusick will join us at 8 o'clock. But we're talking some Orioles. Game gets washed out yesterday. Doubleheader today. As I was looking at it right now, and I always tell people when you're betting, you got to pay attention to the pitching matchups on doubleheaders because sometimes they switch things up. And it looks like the early game is going to be Dean Kramer versus Jake Bennett. And the late game will be Kyle Bradish versus undecided. Now, I don't know if...
Wasn't Bradish going to pitch yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
So he obviously is going to pitch today, but you like in your mind, you're going, well, he's the second starter, so he's going to pitch the early game.
Right. That's
he's
what I
pitching
thought.
at night.
Yeah.
And then we don't know who Boston is throwing at him. Originally, they wanted Ranger Suarez, and then they said they were going to go away from that and go to the kid that they called up. I still don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if you've heard anything recently, Ben, about who's going to be that second game starter.
Well, yesterday they said that they were pushing him back to Wednesday. So
washing it out makes sense that this could be Ranger Suarez.
Maybe he woke up on the wrong side of the bed again. Well, I don't really know.
Maybe. I mean, look, this is 2 huge games, and Kramer's been better than what most people want to give him credit for. But
he is actually.
I mean, it's just like I remember when Basayo got called up, and he and Kramer had like a little dust up coming off the mound, and everybody was like killing Kramer, and I'm like, Basayo's been here for 2 games.
I
like,
know that, yeah.
What are we doing? Like, he's been here for a cup of coffee, and all of a sudden, you don't even know what he said to him, but you're siding with the guy you think's going to be the superstar or the stud over Dean Kramer, who's been nothing. Look, we didn't get much back in that trade for Machado. Dean Kramer's been a godsend because nobody expected him to even be doing what he's doing. Yeah. And he's one of those guys that I feel like when teams, like if the Orioles let him go and he went somewhere else, somebody else would love him for 3 to 4 years, being a middle of the rotation guy to a back end of the rotation. And he's probably in the right environment, right situation. He might even be better than that.
Who was the Cuban, the guy who was Cruz?
What, here?
No, in that trade.
That was Yusniel Diaz.
Yeah, Diaz.
Yeah, he hit a couple of home runs in the Futures game, and everybody's, look at this. And he just sucked.
Nothing happened.
I remember interviewing all those guys. Like right after the trade happened, Scott and I were at Bowie, and that's when I got a chance to interview Keegan Aiken, Dean Kramer, Yusniel Diaz through an interpreter, which I know you've done that. It's always weird. You're like asking a question and you wait, and then he repeats it, and then you listen, and then he repeats it to you. Like you're going back and forth, and I don't know. It's a weird conversation.
The only time I did, there's a Cuban player in spring training. I can't remember who it was now. He was his translator.
You said something in Spanish. I thought it was Diaz.
It was Diaz.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Because what I asked him was, and no one else knew that, he started laughing. Jerry Coleman was on the show then. So I asked him in Spanish if he had any classmates that looked like him.
Yeah.
Oh. And he started laughing. And I go, Jerry was in Cuba with you. I just asked. He's about that age. Maybe he had a kid down there.
There's some poor Cuban kid getting his DNA test back. He's like, what's this? But anyway, just like having a chance to talk to these guys and you find out more and more from them. And Kramer, when I just remember interviewing him, is like, he feels like one of those Cali surfer dudes that's just laid back. Like, what's up, bro?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like so laid back. But I think in that trade, you get 5 pieces and 4 of them end up being trash. And the one that you didn't expect to be kind of great ends up being the one that helps you out the most. I think ideally when you trade a superstar like Manny Machado, you hope to get, C.J. Abrams and James Wood back.
Yeah.
And Mackenzie Gore, was he in that deal too? Just crazy, man. Like the what you got back for him. And I know people are pointing at it now, like you start moving other pieces. And I know we're going to talk about Adley quite a bit later, but his name gets brought up again that now the Orioles are listening to trade talks. You can't fault anybody for listening to anything. Like I can sit here and tell you I'm not trading Adley, and then all of a sudden you offer me way more than you ever should for something, and I go, okay. Or maybe somebody offers you something of fair value, and you're like, this could really help our team. I don't want that to happen personally, but Jeff Passan reported that they are listening.
I know. I don't want him to go. I love Adley. You know me, my favorite catchers anyway. So.
Yeah. But again, it's another situation where we have all these trades that are being talked about, and I just wonder, with all the teams that are bunched up, is it much ado about nothing? Do we not see these major trades come down? And I think it's the first team that starts waving the white flag to say, hey, we're open for business. Maybe that's who everybody attacks, but now everybody's in the playoff picture, so you're competing with everybody else.
This is a weird year.
Yeah.
It really is.
And again, schedule's coming up and who you have after the Red Sox. I mean, it's another, you're looking at the Orioles, and I was looking at like schedule and what everybody's saying about who they face and the toughness of the schedule. You get the Braves next, and this Braves team, you're going to miss Chris Sale because he's pitching today, which is great. I think you miss him Friday, Saturdays. Yeah, you'd miss him. He'd pitch on Monday again. But
they get the Tigers right next week.
Yep. So who knows how much longer Scoob going to be there, and who's going to? I mean, he's getting traded because it just doesn't make it. You're gonna ride this and hope you get into the postseason, which they're in that mix. But like, get in and then just let him walk because you're not going to pay him. You know what he wants on the open market. Mm-hmm. I mean, it seems like I'd rather the player do this, say, hey, look, there's a good chance I'm not signing with you guys, so you guys can get something on my way out. But that's how it goes. All right, we'll talk some more Orioles. Want to hear from you. 410-583-1057. Your thoughts on the doubleheader today. Are you worried about facing possibly 2 more left-handers? We get into all that right here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit Petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Getting ready to host friends and family this summer? You need a great setup, so check out Town Appliance. Whether you want the everyday reliability of Whirlpool, the iconic design of KitchenAid, or the high-end luxury of JennAir, they have exactly what you need and more. Plus, they carry outdoor grills, beverage centers, and air conditioners to beat the heat, all with flexible financing. Head to their showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, where Mayor and Mayor will take great care of you. Visit, call, or text. Go to townappliance.com today.
Grand opening savings continue at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. During our Salute to Savings event, we're bringing unbeatable offers to Bel Air all month long. Save on new Ford F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, Broncos, and more. Or choose from a massive selection of pre-owned vehicles. Plus, get more for your trade with top dollar appraisals, tons of inventory, great value, and the trusted Bob Bell experience you've heard about for years. Don't miss your chance to save. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry.
I want a chicken sub.
I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $567 million. That's right, $567 million. Play today at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning in Aberdeen, Route 40 westbound. An accident has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. The Beltway looks good. The inner loop running smoothly. No problems on the outer loop. 895, though, is very slow from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Christian Encarnacion-Strand was once considered one of the Reds' top prospects, but injury slowed his development, and Cincinnati eventually moved in a different direction. Now healthy and with a fresh opportunity in Baltimore, he's making the most of it. He opened up about the challenges he faced before getting a chance with the Orioles.
I think injuries had a role in that. And then I feel like when you get injured and you're not playing every day, and it just gets hard. But other than that, I don't know. The league does learn you, and you got to make adjustments, but it's kind of hard to make adjustments when you can't be on the field because you're injured.
The O's got rained out yesterday, so they'll play a doubleheader on Wednesday. Dean Kramer will start for the Orioles in the first game, while Kyle Bradish gets the nod in the series finale. In NFL news, the Dolphins and Jordan Brooks have agreed to a 3-year, $51.3 million extension with $35 million guaranteed. The contract elevates Brooks to the 6th highest paid inside linebacker based on both total value and average annual value. He led the NFL with 183 tackles in 2025. From the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 80. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. It's Big Bad Morning Show here on The Fan. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris with you. 410-583-1057 if you want to get in. Orioles got a doubleheader today. Kind of what we've been, jumping all over. They've scored 5+ runs in 5 of their last 7. So let me ask you this, Ed. In seeing that, are you starting to buy into the offense a little bit more, or is it still questionable to you, suspect?
No, I'm buying into it because they should have been like this since April. There's a lot of talent on this team. So I've heard.
Yeah. Well,
there's a lot of talent on the team. So, this is what I expected. So maybe they're just clicking at the right time and they're all starting to, do what they're supposed to do. Still some people underperforming, though, obviously.
Clearly. And, look, I think some of it can be explained. Like when you look at Jackson Holliday suffering that type of injury and how it saps your power and trying to get it back. You can look at Lindor and you can look at Corbin Carroll and see that those guys went through it. Corbin Carroll's not having what anyone would deem to be a bad year at all. But it doesn't look like Corbin Carroll to me. If you've watched any Diamondbacks games, the power a lot less. It doesn't look like he's he's a guy to me that can hit 30 bombs, and I think he's that 5-tool player that just fills up the stat sheet across the board. Hit him anywhere in the lineup. Yeah. If you want him to hit for power and drop him, he'll do that. If you want him to lead off,
he can do a lot of things.
He's just so good. Yeah. But like when you look at this team, I think that's something. Obviously, everybody's going to point to Gunnar, and we keep going back to it. And I saw some people. I know Ben posted some clips when we were talking about Jackson Holliday, people talking about Gunnar, and you start looking in the comments, and everybody has an idea of what's wrong with the team and how to fix it. And that's trade everyone away that's bad. Hey, we got a bad player. You guys want him? We would like your best player.
Look at it, because, it's worked, though. I think that's a good idea, because, when Gosman left, he was terrible.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Eduardo Rodriguez.
It worked out. Jake Arrieta.
Right.
It worked out.
It worked out.
We'll trade him to Kyle Stowers. Everybody loved him. Hitting 176 with the Orioles. Can't get rid of him. And then he goes to Miami and just bang, bang. Man. There is something to it because everybody has an idea of how to fix it. And most of it's opinion based and not anything factual. I saw somebody yesterday that I was like, how is Alvarez not talking to these guys about the errors? What do you think's happening? They're major leaguers. Do you think he goes over and he goes, hey, kid, been making a lot of errors. You want to field some more grounders?
When you're out, you got to get your body in front of the ball. I'm sure that's the conversation.
Well, I think it'd be best if the league just decided to stop making those runs count.
That was a good point. And I wish somebody would have brought that up this week. Yeah.
Thank you, Dave.
Dave in Salisbury. Oh, my God. I look at all this stuff and people really say it. Have they talked to the hitting coach because they're not hitting? And I know that's the guy that gets fired. And I'm not saying it's the job doesn't mean anything. Clearly, you're working on stuff. You start to notice things, but people make it seem like the hitting coach is going up there going, hey, swing at the first and fourth pitch. It's not how this works.
Don't take your eye off the ball. You have to watch it hit the bat.
If you're watching your kid and he's in Little League and you see the coach is not checking his elbow to make sure it's in the right place or his footwork or his hands aren't, all these little things. Like I literally saw there was a basketball video that went out of a guy showing kids how to play defense. And he goes, you know how they tell you to slide your feet? That's stupid. You just sprint. Well, the reason you don't sprint is so you don't cross your feet, you jackass, and trip. And it's so dumb. And then all these NBA players are like, Unc, that ain't it. Don't be teaching these kids the wrong way to play. I get it from that aspect. Like, we even had people calling in. We had people calling in when Garrett Atkins was here saying, does he know he closes his eyes? Like, can he see? Have they talked to him? What? Do you really think that's something like you're going to notice it at home? The guy squints when he hits? It did. It looked like he was swinging with his eyes closed. But that's the hitting coach. Hey, I'm just checking on film. Do you know we could blindfold you with dental floss? Why do you keep closing your eyes? By the way, you'll be able to do that to me tonight at the Dirty Heads concert.
Oh, most nights.
I took a picture with Nate at the Morgan Wallen concert, and I was, God knows how many milligrams deep I was. And then my buddy goes, hey, good thing you'll be able to hear the concert because you definitely ain't seeing it. But
when my dog ate the gummies off the counter, I said, he looks just like Jeremy. Yeah. His eyes were like, he's sitting there, this big giant pit bull, his eyes were all closed. He's like, Did
he lean forward and go, hey, tell that bitch to make me some blueberry pancakes? Oh, man. But anyway, just getting back to the Orioles, like, I don't think it's as cut and dry as people like to make it out to be with the hitting. And I do think this offense goes as Gunnar goes. Like, it's the most important part of, can other guys win you games? Could Pete Alonso run into a 3-run homer and win? Sure. But I also think when you rely on the long ball as much as it appeared that this team has done in the past, that when you get to October and late September and it's colder conditions, it's harder to hit home runs.
Yeah.
And the further you get into October, the colder it gets. I mean, imagine, if you're going to New York or whatever, if you're playing a dome team, you'd be fine. But any of these teams on the East Coast, I would be concerned about the cold weather.
Yeah. I mean, you bring it to New York, it's very likely you'd play them in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And it's cold up there. Boston, I mean, Toronto's dome, but it's like,
But I'm just saying, like, even in Chicago, I don't know what the White Sox are going to end up doing this year, but like Detroit, those places get cold, So I just think that sometimes some of this stuff gets overblown. And for me, looking at them scoring 5 runs in 5 of the last 7, it doesn't necessarily, I need to see more. It's too small of a sample size. Mm-hmm. But we've had so many games where it's like, we're just talking about Shane Baz. How many times can that guy go out and you screw up on the field and give him extra base runners or cause this guy to throw more pitches, or we've talked about other opportunities, and then all of a sudden, here comes the double down the line and a run scores.
It is odd how this happens in baseball where, errors occur, obviously. It's part of the game, and people make mistakes. But certain pitchers just run into a string of bad luck where it's always them.
Yeah.
Always. And Baz is that guy right now.
Well, we go back to Roger Clemens on the Astros, Jacob deGrom on any team.
Particularly with the Mets, though. That was just terrible.
Where they just can't, like, he would be a minus 270 favorite. Yeah. And I'm looking going, this seems like the easiest bet in the world because he's going to dominate this team. Oh, what's that? He went 6 innings and gave up 0 runs.
Yeah.
And here comes the bullpen with their gas cans and light the place on fire. Yep. It's I feel like that does happen to a lot of guys, whether defense is letting you down, your team doesn't score your runs. It just feels weird. But this is where we've been, and you're going to face, it's not like the pitching's been dominant this year in the American League. I mean, Tarek Skubal is arguably the best pitcher in the American League, but I think you could make a case that Cam Schlittler's been better. Or
Schlittler's been amazing.
I mean, there's a bunch of guys you could point to. And I was just telling you, getting players back around this time of year is huge, and the Yankees have a doubleheader today. And guess who's pitching game 2? Max Fried. So they get Max Fried back. They just got Garrett Cole back, who's working through some things. So their doubleheader today, I think it's Garrett Cole and Fried starting those games. Now they might.
Where would you rate Mizorowski in the pitchers at the current day?
I mean, he's 1 right now.
Right?
He's 1. Oh man. He's 1 because that arm is just, like, he can go in and you're not going to touch the baseball. Like, it's ridiculous. Yeah. But also, he's still very young. And when we see We see guys like this, like he's now the guy that's throwing harder than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Skeens was the guy that was throwing really hard all the time. Like you'd have guys going, and Steven Strasburg going from a 100-mile-an-hour fastball to a 94, 92-mile-an-hour changeup, and you're going, well, that's just weird to me. Like, how is that even possible? And I worry about those guys breaking down. I do. Yeah. But Mizorowski right now, mouth-breathing Miz, coming out, striking out 13 every game. That dude is just fantastic. So I'd have to put him 1, but I do think that's some recency bias, Yeah. Because, like, some people have said Shohei's actually the best pitcher in baseball.
Really?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that believe that if he just focused on pitching and not hitting, but now he's, like, taking a step back from pitching. So, there's a lot of talented guys in this league, and Mizorowski's just one. I mean, thinking about some of these young pitchers that have come up that Trey Savage with Toronto.
Yeah.
You had
never heard of him before.
He had a couple starts in the majors, and then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, Chris Bassett, you're going to the bullpen. We're putting this guy in the rotation in the playoffs. And it worked.
Yeah.
So, anyway. All right, we've got more to get to. We'll take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Taking some more calls on the Orioles here. We'll get into the rest of the division, talk a little bit about what's coming up, the teams that they have to face. We want to hear from you. Again, 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Vinny's going to continue to lay out his expectations for the Ravens rookie class with training camp quickly approaching. Tony Pente's also going to take us down on the farm for all of the latest on the O's top prospects.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. The SEC has been breaking brains over the last few days by presenting the idea of leaving the NCAA. This has been on the table for years now, and now that they're actually discussing it, it's all of a sudden supposed to be stunning. For the sake of football, the NCAA needs the SEC a heck of a lot more than the SEC needs the NCAA. They have all of the leverage the SEC does. They're flexing their power on that day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Your Baltimore weather today, sunny near 80. This afternoon, sunny mid-80s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Big savings are here during the Salute to Savings event at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great models under $30,000. Available and ready to drive home today. Credit issues? We say yes. Shop now at BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning in Aberdeen, Route 40 westbound. An accident has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. The Beltway looks good. The inner loop running smoothly. No problems on the outer loop. 895, though, is very slow from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You know, I'm so happy you came back with some Beastie Boys here because, like, my new thing is, I don't know, I watch so many videos on social media when I have downtime. Mm-hmm. Like, I know when Rob's sending me videos on Instagram, he's taking a dump. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Because that's just what always happens. Like, I'll be sitting in here and Rob's not in studio, and all of a sudden I'll get 5 messages on Instagram, and it's all stories that he's watching or videos he's watching. But the new thing that I do is I listen to these guys that break down where some of the sampled music comes from and even things that you didn't know were sampled and how outrageous it can get. I was watching them break down Mobb Deep and where they sampled. Like, there was like a 6-minute song and they took 3 seconds out of the end of it and it became part of the beat in the beginning that you hear. And it's just how this stuff is layered. Or somebody taking, like, the whole thing with the Beastie Boys in their first album was, all those beats are just repurposed Led Zeppelin songs, aren't they? They're just mixed up and twisted. Yeah. I mean, I'll pull up the story and talk about it. I'm not going to get off on a rant here, but I just think that's really cool when you're seeing how a song was made. Because, you know, we all listen and go, man, where do I know that from? And then all of a sudden you hear it. So,
I wonder how old they are now.
The Beastie Boys?
Yeah, like older than me.
One of them's dead, right? MCA is dead. Right? Yeah, I think that's Mike D's still alive. I've got to check on Adam. So anyway, let's get back to the phone calls here and talking some Orioles. Lots of stuff going on with the Birds with the doubleheader today. I was telling you guys, if you're paying attention, Max Fried back for the Yankees. We'll have to see how he looks. Obviously, this division has become kind of the focal point, I think, in the AL because Nobody expected the Red Sox to go on a 14-game run. I don't think anybody expected the Orioles to go on a 7-game run.
No.
And Tampa's still sitting up top. Yankees are getting healthy. So
we're waiting for that 4-game streak.
Yeah.
And now they had 7.
Yep. Let's start a new one. Let's sweep today. Let's go to Antonio in Rosedale. Antonio, you're on the Fan.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Morning,
good, babe. Good. How are you?
Doing good, babe.
What's on your mind?
Do you think the Orioles will trade Trevor Rogers? Have a wonderful day.
Well, I don't see that. I think they want to extend him. And from the looks of it and everything that Trevor Rogers had said, sounds like he wants to be here.
Yeah.
Like, it was like the guy that was really happy for his buddy, but he wants the same thing his buddy got. Like, you ever watch somebody that wants to, like, a woman wants to get pregnant and then her friend gets pregnant? And it's kind of like that.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for you, but why can't it be me?
Yeah.
And I kind of got those type of vibes from what Trevor Rogers was saying. Not like tongue in cheek or anything like that. Or
he
like
wants to get pregnant?
He wants to. Trevor Rogers wants to get pregnant. That's what it is. No, but I think he wants his deal, and I can't see them trading him unless they fall out of it and somebody offers him something ridiculous. But how are you falling out of it? We only have. I mean, how much longer do we have until the trade deadline?
August 3rd, I think.
Yeah, would you have to lose every game to feel like you're out of it? Because I think they're going to be buyers. So let's go back out to the phone lines. Rashawn's in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, so yesterday I wanted to ask this, but I ain't have enough time because,
Trippy took your time.
Yeah, when we got the 3-way calls, man. He did that when we was on the Dan Patrick show a few months back, too,
wow.
man.
Hello.
He's like, yeah, man. He think
dropped
he's the Beyonce of the group. Yeah, but so listen, what the situation happens like this when the Orioles feel like, all right, we ain't out of it, but do we really want to, spend another $120 million? Probably was going to take maybe. I know he's going to get more than Bradish, right, to extend Rogers. And say if a team at the trade deadline, a team that think, they're a few pieces away from winning it this year, and they willing to go all out to give up their top farm system. And they say, listen, man, we want Adley and Rogers, man, and it was one of them situations where the Orioles like, man, we can't, this is too good of a deal right here. You see something like that, maybe the Orioles maybe pulling the trigger or something like that.
Well, I mean, so let me just pose this to you because, look, Bradish signed a $90 million contract. Boz signed a $68 million contract. And if they signed, let's just throw the number you used, $120 million out there, that's 3/5 of your rotation for this, almost the same price, a little bit more than what the Blue Jays paid for Dylan Cease. So you have plenty of money to spend. It's not like this isn't, you spend $100 million. It's not $100 million this year. It's over the course of however many years.
Right.
The only difference in baseball is they got to be able to put that money in escrow in case something should happen. So that's why some of these teams can't put up that type of money that other teams are paying. Like if the Dodgers could throw $700 million at someone,
it would.
And yeah, they could, and then they can put that money in escrow, whereas maybe the Pirates can't do that with their ownership. And I'm just using that as an example. I don't know if that's necessarily
they
true.
did that already.
Right.
Dodgers.
Right. Now, let me ask you something. Is Rogers Boy's client?
No, I don't. Here, let me find out. No, I don't think there's any way he's a Boris client, but I'll check.
Like, I'm just wondering, like, what's the holdup then? If he want to stay here, and the Orioles, I think there's a little bit, it's on the Orioles. I don't think they confident. I don't know if they want to spend the money or they confident in spending money on him.
No, I think they wanted to see more, especially after he kind of fell apart at the beginning of the season. But he's with PSI Sports Management, and that's not. You're not worried about Boris and things like that with some of these other ones. When we were actually talking about all their prospects that they might want to extend, Adley seemed like the one that was going to be the easiest because he didn't have Boris as an agent,
right?
Comparatively speaking.
All right, cool. All right, man. All right, Ed, I'm going to holler at you tonight, man, so I'm definitely come through your event.
Yeah, bring some toys.
I'll see it
for the children.
Yeah, definitely bring toys, man. You know, I love the kids. Don't nobody else care,
Get out of here, man. Rashawn care. Don't nobody else care. That's the obvious next thing to do, right, is to extend Rogers?
I think so. Yeah.
So, man.
Yes, and because right now, I think Rogers is a yes. But what about other guys? Like, would you extend Westberg? What do you do with him?
I think you're waiting that thing out.
Of course you are.
Yeah, you can't. There's nothing you can do with him
what
right
do you
now.
Do Jackson Holiday.
he's still got a lot of arbitration years. Like, people forget, one of the things that somebody brought up is, like, people are taking shots at Jackson Holiday, saying this kid's a bust, he's a failure. Mm-hmm. You know he's still younger than a lot of guys in AAA.
Right.
Including guys in his draft class. He's not a bust yet. There's no way to label him that. Could it happen? Sure. But again, some bad luck going along the way, getting hit on the hammock bone to start a season when I kind of think like year 3 is really that year you kind of figure out what you have. And I mean, it kind of sucks looking at the Gunnar situation too, because he had the down year last year with power. Power's fine this year. You'd like it to be a little bit better, but he's not hitting consistently or getting on base for that matter. So, and then we talked about the errors in the field. It's one of those years where like, it's frustrating to look at Gunnar, but like these people that go, why aren't you extending this guy, that guy, this guy? Yeah. It's not like they're not talking to him. People were saying that all the time. The Orioles, they'll never extend somebody. And then they extend Basayo. Okay, well, what about this guy? And then they extend Boz. Well, what about Bradish? And then they extend Bradish. Well, what about Rogers? Like, it never ends. The goalpost gets moved. And I'm not saying that's what Rashawn was doing, but like Rogers has been great. Yeah. And I'm sure they want to get him extended. They're just trying to figure out what the right number is. Yeah.
Right?
Well,
you can do 15 things. Yeah, but what about that?
Yeah, you didn't do that one thing. Nailed it. All right, we've got hour number 2 coming up. We're going to talk about Ravens football. Don't forget Ken McCusick at 8 o'clock today, normally on a Tuesday, but he's on Wednesday with us today. World of Stupid at 7:45. But which names stand out, or which names are you looking at training camp? Who are you most interested to see? We'll talk about that next right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, the weather outside is weather. Yeah, you know that. Look, it's hot outside. It's time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Act now and receive $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems from BGE. And be sure to schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today, because before you know it, the sweltering summer heat and humidity will be here. Preventative maintenance keeps your system running at peak efficiency and ensures that your system will operate at its best when the weather changes. And for just $89, Farnan & Dermer will conduct a precision tune-up that'll have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. Need a repair? Same-day service is available. That's because Farnan & Dermer are your rapid response heating, AC, and replacement specialists. Yeah, I'll get it down at some point. Call the Comfort Guys at 410-367-7777. That's 410-367-7777, or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. If you're planning your next big home upgrade, Town Appliance is the only place you need to go. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, whether you're upgrading your kitchen with a new refrigerator, range, or dishwasher, and adding a beverage center and air conditioner to stay cool. They have it all with flexible financing. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mare, they really know their stuff, so visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Want a checking with more rewards? Introducing Rewards Checking from Security Plus Federal Credit Union. Built to reward the way you already bank, like using your own debit card and receiving direct deposits. Plus, with local branches in Owings Mills, Woodlawn, and Northwest Plaza, better banking is always nearby. If you live, work, or worship in Baltimore, you're eligible to enjoy the benefits of membership at Security Plus Federal Credit Union. Visit securityplusfcu.org/rewards checking to learn more.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. This was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Get ready for a night of razor-sharp wit and fearless laughs when Nikki Glaser brings the stunning tour to the Hall at Live on August 2nd. Known for her brutally honest humor and unapologetic perspective, Glaser delivers a comedy show that is smart, bold, and laugh-out-loud unforgettable. It's a must-see night of comedy from one of today's boldest and most talked-about voices. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of C3 Presents and the Maryland Live Casino.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
One of baseball's most anticipated series was put on hold yesterday as the Orioles and Red Sox matchup was postponed due to rain. The two teams will make it up with a day-night doubleheader today, with Game 1 scheduled for 1:35 and Game 2 set for 7:10. Baltimore sits at 49-52 and 3 games back of the Red Sox for the final wildcard spot in the American League. The Birds will look to put an end to Boston's historic 14-game winning streak. Meanwhile, in Miami, one of baseball's rarest defensive gems was on display last night.
Ground ball to third. Oh, baby. There's one. There's two. There's three. A triple play. Wow. Perfectly done.
That call courtesy of Marlins TV. It marked the first triple play in the MLB this season and just the second in Marlins franchise history. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 80. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. For 80 years, Lincoln Tech grads have made a difference in their communities. The skills you learn go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
My timing's impeccable. Welcome back. Hour number 2. If I'm coming back late, that usually means somebody walked in the bathroom and I got quiet like a church mouse.
I had a feeling that's where you were going.
Well, it happens.
Not much else to do out there.
No. Walk around the building when no one's here. You know, all those things. I know Ravens training camp was a big thing for you. You would go out all the time. Mm-hmm. Being in Florida now, you're probably not going to get to see it as much. But I'm
bummed. I thought I'd catch some of it and then start
before, yeah. Your thoughts just going in. I mean, I heard Flacco talking about, Ethan Posich, the center they just signed, and talking about how much he likes him, and the guy's a consummate professional, and he's huge, which doesn't hurt. Yeah. Anybody you're really excited to see this year?
Well, him for sure, because I'm going to ask Ken the same question. Now he has an answer.
Yeah.
So
I think like an easy answer for this for a lot of people is rookies and new faces, right? Like those are the ones you're kind of more interested in.
That's everyone. So you want to see what the receivers look like that were drafted. And I guess that would be an easy answer.
Well, that would be my answer, but you took it. But go ahead and roll with it.
I want to see how Teddy Buchanan looks coming back. Because he's somebody, and this is why I like about going to training camp. because you get to see things, and it's not always on field play, because sometimes you can see drills. Like you can get a lot from that. I remember seeing Pat Ricard when he had joint practices with the Jaguars, and he laid out Miles Jack. I mean, on his back.
I remember this.
Like more than once. It was unbelievable. You know, you got an NFL linebacker, just literally pancake, just boop, out. Like that. I'm like, well, yeah, I'll take him. And then with that Buchanan, I just liked what I saw. I was like, this guy, I think, is going to be something. And sure enough, he has been. And I did it with Paul Kruger, too. I remember I was there with Mike Preston, and they're just looking at the difference in the body, because in the beginning, they're just in T-shirts and shorts. I saw Kruger came out. I was like, that boy was in the weight room. I mean, that was clear he was in the weight room.
I remember having my Paul Kruger nightmare on Russell Street. I don't know if it really worked, but like it seemed named like Kruger.
I know. But then that was the year Kruger had the big year, the contract year, because he was really good that year. But you could see, I was like, oh, wow. And like I said, when Suggs came back, you look like he worked, in Dunkin' Donuts for the summer. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It was after he got the big contract, came back heavy. And so there's a lot to take away from training camp. I love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah, and I'll say this, like the things that you brought up too, you talking about Ken McCusick about center, and to me, the weak side linebacker spot and what Teddy Buchanan brings to the table, if he's not healthy, like those are the two biggest question marks I have with this team.
Yeah.
And so like totally understanding that. I want to see Vega, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. I definitely want to see him.
I've said this all the time. Like, I could sit here, I'm comfortable talking football with whoever. Breaking down offensive linemen, I know when they're bad.
Yeah.
And I think you kind of know when they're really good. And it's like, oh, yeah, I haven't said his name in a while. He must be doing a good job.
Yes.
And then that's the one thing when Ken McCusick puts out his grades and does everything, I'm so interested in what he has to say about the offensive line, because frankly, I don't feel comfortable judging it. Like, it's not something that I look at and go, oh, yeah, this guy's not doing this and he needs to do more of that. I think it's easy to see when it's a bad snap.
It's hard because, and actually I was with McCusick when I was talking about Buchanan. I was standing next to him at camp. And I said, who's that guy?
Yeah.
And I was like, but I feel the same way. And that's why I think this is why we all tended to focus or gravitate to the positions we're familiar with. This is why I talk about defensive backs and linebackers and running backs. I don't know if I'm going to judge what the guard play is like. I don't, never played that position. I played football for 10 years, from I was 10 to 20.
Well,
and no.
Let me throw a couple of names at you, and there's obvious reasons for all of these guys, but I'll start it off with Matabike. Yeah. That's, to me, you want to see what you have with them.
Yeah.
Because, again, even getting Matabike at 70% of what he was is probably as good as a lot of the defensive linemen. And now you're pairing him with Travis Jones, and the other guy that everyone wants to see is Trey Hendrickson. But honestly, even more than Trey Hendrickson, I want to see what Minta does with Mike Green.
Yeah. And I'm going to see what Calais Campbell's going to do. This is a very interesting season, because think of all the names you just mentioned. Like, there's a lot of new names here. Old names like Campbell. Like, he's back. But, I mean, Trey Hendrickson, I never thought we'd get him. I never thought, when I heard Max Crosby's name, I almost fell down. I was like, he's the guy I really wanted. And then that fell through, obviously. And then they get Hendrickson. Like, okay.
See, it's funny, like you brought up Paul Kruger, and then I immediately saw Andrew Voorhees, and then I started thinking about Freddie versus Jason. But is there a pinhead on the team, or a Michael Myers? Do we have one of those? It's
Pennywise.
Yeah, Pennywise. We gotta. So, what about any of the other guys? Like, are you interested in seeing Diego Pavi at all? Like,
not really.
Because again, I think once he signs here and all that, and watching preseason games, I'd be interested in watching him in that. But realistically, where do I think he fits in anywhere on this team when you have Lamar Jackson? He's not going to surpass Tyler Huntley. No. Can't imagine him making the roster, the 53-man roster, maybe a practice squad or something, but I just can't see it.
I don't see it either. So the answer is no.
Yeah.
No. I do want to see Vega, though. I forgot about that. I just want to see what how big he is, how strong he is, because those guys are fun to watch. They really are. They're just so immensely powerful. And, we haven't had that now in quite a while.
Let me ask you, now with Posich in the fold, you've got Vega, Rosengarten, John Simpson, Ronnie Stanley. How much better do you feel about this offensive line now? Yeah,
a lot better. Because I wanted a veteran center. And Posich he played for the Seahawks, he played for the Browns, right? So it's like, and I remember we talked about him like the day before he got signed. Like, this is a possibility, 2 days before. Like, yeah, I'd like to see him here because this is a guy who's got a lot of NFL experience. Center is a really important position. And I think it's tough to learn for a rookie coming in. And we don't have one anyway. But it's like,
I'm not really interested in seeing that I think Rob would say he's interested in seeing? This new punter. I'm not worried about him. He's going to be just fine. Tell me the last time the Ravens have had a bad punter.
Yeah, I also hope we don't punt a lot.
Well, that's the other part of it, too. Hope that leg is well rested.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Up next, we're going to talk some World Cup. Now that it's over, do you feel like that you're more of a soccer fan now? Are you going to pay attention more? Or was it just, hey, it was on our soil. It was kind of cool. I don't know if I'm going to follow it moving forward. I'm interested. Ed's wearing his little Italia. Is that for soccer, essentially?
It's a soccer.
It's a soccer. Yeah, okay. So I want to get your takes on it. 410-583-1057. Are you going to be watching more soccer now that the World Cup's come through the U.S.? We do that next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Vinny's going to continue to lay out his expectations for the Ravens rookie class with training camp quickly approaching. Tony Pente's also going to take us down on the farm for all of the latest on the O's top prospects.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed. what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Join us at the Mount Washington Tavern tonight from 5 to 7 for a summer tradition benefiting the kids at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Bring a toy or gift card for our summer toy drive, grab a drink, and celebrate a great cause with special guest Ed Norris.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Light traffic in and around the area. The Beltway looks good. The outer loop a bit slow at Harford Road. 895 really has been a problem all morning. 895 southbound, you're backed up solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. 95 southbound, you're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Ben, how come you didn't come back with that dumbass FIFA song that Shakira did, or whatever the hell that was? Do we not have the rights? We can't play that? It's pretty stupid. Big Bad Morning Show, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris. Lots to talk about, especially with the World Cup. The ratings came in, and I heard Denton Day, who was filling in on overnights. I mean, he works overnights anyway, but talking about the ratings and how it was comparable to like Super Bowl type ratings here. Mm-hmm. We don't get that in the U.S. So first off, I don't know how much of a soccer fan. It seems like, I feel like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ed, like seasonally when things come in, you kind of get into it. Yeah. Like if, let's say you weren't watching the NBA, but NBA playoffs come around, you're kind of paying more attention to it. If it's a golf major, maybe you haven't been, the Masters comes around and
definitely,
you're into that. So like I hate saying seasonal, but the things that pop up, and with this being every few years, whatever the setup, and I know we have other things, people are watching different soccer leagues overseas and things like that. Some people here get into that as well. I have buddies that are into F1, which
that's really popular now. And I get into it because who won last year? Norris.
Yeah.
Lando Norris won.
Yeah.
And actually, I've heard this. Do you know who the VP of marketing is for McLaren now?
Who?
Nicole Shackelford.
No.
Yes.
No. Works here?
Yes.
Wow.
She lives in Indy now. She works for McLaren.
Wow. That's insane. I mean, what a small world. Yeah. But my buddies are like geeking out over it. Like they even convinced our bar City Limits downtown to open up early on Sundays for F1 races, and everybody gets together and watches.
I watch them now too.
Yeah.
Because it just is. It's like...
I didn't want to turn this to an F1 segment, but I get there and I asked immediately, because this isn't my sport. You're driving.
Yeah.
Like it's not for me. I'm not... I can get into a race, but I said, who is the guy that everyone hates? And nobody batted an eye, Lance Stroll. Hey, what do you think I'm doing the rest of the day? Come on, Stroll! He wrecks his car, and they told me like he's like some rich kid and his dad. But he wrecks his car. I was like, that's all right, Daddy's going to buy us another one. Like start screaming. And people are looking at me like, is there really a Lance Stroll fan? Yeah. But I think with the World Cup and seeing these ratings, like, it's showing you that the U.S. is interested. I'm wondering if this is more because it was on our soil and the times fit us a little bit better that we're watching more.
I think the U.S. played better too. I mean, until they got exposed later on. But they played better. They did better, I think, than expected. And it was on U.S. soil, so you got to see all different American cities. And Mexico. I didn't know Mexico was part of North America though. That's Central America, but they had Mexico City game.
Yeah. Well,
but anyway, it was all through, Los Angeles, had Atlanta, New York, had Seattle, so you had Dallas, I think they were in. So you had all these different American cities, I think, that contributed to the popularity. And it was exciting because you had Ronaldo, you had Messi, you Mbappe, all these big names now. So it was cool. Harry Kane from England.
Harry Kane from England. What about you, Ben? I don't know your soccer fandom. I know we've touched on it the 2 days you were in studio with us. But are you a bigger soccer fan now because of it? Is it something where now you can't wait for the next one?
No, it's still the same for me. It hasn't. I'll watch the Euros, the World Cup, the Club World Cup, some of the big tournaments. And other than that,
Do you ever watch the English Premier League or anything?
I can't. I just can't get myself for it. Like it's. I don't know. It's a little different when they're. I like when they're competing for their country a little bit more than just watching.
Oh, definitely, for sure. But I tell you, it's definitely gotten my interest back. What's the first thing I said to you like an hour ago? Pep Guardiola is talking Italy. Because Italy has not made.
And then I didn't know who that was, and then you said, "Hey, he was in Ted Lasso," and he showed me the picture.
Because he actually was the coach of Man U, Manchester United. I think that's who he was played in this. He played himself in the show.
Yeah.
So Pep Guardiola now possibly going to Italy. Now I'm excited because Italy's been
che cosa? Are you so like again with soccer? Obviously, you root for Italy.
Yeah.
You root for the U.S. Yeah. So what would happen if U.S. played Italy? Who would you root for?
I'd go with the smart money and go to Italy.
I'm just sitting here thinking like when Pep, finally gets announced as the Italian head coach, right? Like if you get announced there, do you play any music for him to come out to?
Yes.
Like anything?
I want a walkout song. I want one for him too.
Oh, so Pep is here. It's so insane. And the fact that you're gabagool's not even a real thing.
It's not. Neither is mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
It's so bastardized the way the Italian Americans have done this.
One of the coolest thing from the World Cup I heard was Lamine Yamal's. I always think every time I say that I go back to was it the two girls in the TV show with the two girls that
Laverne and Shirley.
Why can't I think of their damn names? I watch it all the time. I'm going Shirley. Who's with Shirley? Shirley something. No, Lamine Yamal said afterwards, like he was so happy to win the World Cup, but before that happened, his first reaction was to look over at his idol Messi in what may be his last World Cup, and he said, I felt immense sadness before I was elated for what had happened to me. Like I saw him, and I just think I think that's cool. I think it's cool to admit that, hey, because there are times where it's like, man, it sucks that guy lost, but hey, we won. Let's go party. If that's your first reaction to it, and this is another young superstar, a guy that's. I mean, we may be talking about him the same way we talk about Messi when his career's over.
Well, I think Mbappe is the next one.
Yeah. Well, you got him in Holland, who everybody talks about, the big Nordic.
Yep.
By the way, he's funny too. Did you see the video of him? There's a mirror next to him, and he's eating, and he looks over, and he gets startled because it's himself, and he just keeps eating. He did it on purpose, clearly, but it's funny. He's got a good sense of humor. I don't know if soccer's necessarily going to grow here and become like it is in the rest of the world. I still think football is going to dominate. But I think there's room for more fans to kind of jump on board.
I think so too. And there are a lot of fans, or a substantial amount of fans, that do go to soccer bars, early on Sunday mornings or whatever, because it's the time difference. So they'll go there and drink at 9 o'clock in the morning and root for Arsenal or Man U or whatever team you choose. I think it may grow a little bit. I'm with you. I think our best athletes are still going to go to the NFL and the NBA and things like that.
That's just what's going to happen. Let's go out to the phone lines. Mike's in Baltimore. He wants to talk some soccer. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Good, man.
I'm glad it's over with. I ain't got to deal with it another 3 years, man. I ain't thinking about no soccer, man. I wish it was less successful. And remember when they tried to ram the metric system down our throats, like in about 76, where we had the United States is going to, and they backed off of that.
They did.
I wish this soccer thing would be backed off, man. I'd rather watch paint dry.
So hang on a second, Mike. You don't think having a kilometer makes more sense than a mile?
They tried to put it all over the outfield fences and all this other crap. Hey, I'm glad they backed off of that.
Well, I know. We'll make a mile 5,280 feet. How about that?
The Nate Bargatze, George Washington bit on Saturday Live. It's so funny. Yeah. And he said, we'll create a ton. And how many pounds is that? 2,000. Well, what's 1,000 pounds?
Yeah. How many kilograms do you weigh?
We have a long ton too. It's 2,040 pounds. I don't know where they come up with.
How long is a nautical mile? Nobody knows.
Somebody knows.
Anyway, Mike, appreciate the phone call, man. We got another caller to get here. It is Trippy. Hello. What's up, Trippy?
Hey, man, look, I got a bone to pick with you and Ed this morning, man.
What'd I do?
Happy Wednesday, first of all, man.
Happy Wednesday.
Y'all got to stop calling it soccer, man. It's not called soccer. It's called football.
Not here, it's not.
No, it's not.
Yes,
you know,
it is.
You know, it's what's it called in Italy?
Football.
No, calcio.
Calcio? Oh.
Calcio. C-A-L-C-I-O.
That's where you watch it, on the calcio.
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 Hey, Rob, I mean, not Rob. Hey, Ed, I know y'all be watching the chat on YouTube, right? But I'm going in there. They like, I said, what I missed? They said, damn, Trippy, you missed it. Ed stood up, man. And it still looked like he was sitting down. Is that true?
Why is he short? If he's short, then I'm short. We're all short here.
Hey, look, I always put it like this. Anybody that I'm taller than, they short to me. So Ed, Jeremy, Rob, all y'all short to me.
Are you taller than me? How tall are you?
Trippy's pretty tall.
Yeah, man. Well, I ain't that tall. My head just long. But nah, man. Hey, man, I was kind of upset about the game yesterday, right? Because I was going to take the Orioles money line. I'm like, damn, why the game not on the books? Oh, postponed, doubleheaded tomorrow. So,
yeah, Bradish is pitching
Orioles
tonight, so he's pitching the late game right now. As it's
Have you met Trippy's brother?
No.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Ed, I'm glad you just said that because I'm going to let him know about the event tomorrow. He might want to pull up.
By the way, it's tonight.
It's tonight. Yeah.
Oh, it's tonight?
Yes. If you guys go tomorrow, you can still drop off toys, I'm assuming. I don't know.
Actually. Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to have to try. Damn, I thought it was tomorrow, but I had my plans on. Oh, man.
It was tomorrow,
anyway,
yesterday.
Yeah, my bad. But look, real quick, though, right? Hey, Rob, I know you listening, right? Deliver the message for the Birds land and the rest of us, man. The Orioles better win these 2 games today, right? Because you know what tomorrow is, right? Tomorrow is Friday Eve.
Yeah, baby.
Word around town, listeners, Rob Long is back online. I don't feel like hearing Rob Long cry all day, but I'm going to talk to y'all because I don't feel like Rob getting mad at me. Y'all have a great day, man.
You too, man. Rob would have hung up on him.
His brother is nothing like him.
Really?
Yeah. They look different demeanor. Very nice guy. Both of them were very nice, but his brother was just a very nice guy. But as different as you could be from Trippy.
All right, we got a loaded topic coming up next. We could have done this in the Commission's Baltimore. I'm interested to get your thoughts on it. If you guys missed the video, a man slaps a younger kid on the back of his neck for not standing for the national anthem. And he basically says, stand or get slapped. And then he slaps the guy, and the guy stands up. And some people in the crowd had some words for him. I saw people online going, yeah, that's how it should be. I'm interested to see how people feel about this. 410-583-1057. We discuss it next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg. 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com. The people's choice.
Visit Bel Air Hyundai's Freedom to Upgrade sale and save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's. Make no payment till October on every new Hyundai. Visit BelAirHyundai.com to check out their great selection.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $567 million. That's right, $567 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 83 southbound the Harrisburg Expressway, just before Cold Bottom Road in the Sparks area. Debris in the roadway. Just be careful there. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is backed up to Eastern Avenue from the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And the Beltway Outer Loop stop and go from Harford Road to Providence. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Christian Encarnacion Strand was once considered one of the Reds' top prospects, but injuries slowed his development, and Cincinnati eventually moved in a different direction. Now healthy and with a fresh opportunity in Baltimore, he's making the most of it. He opened up about the challenges he faced before getting a chance with the Orioles.
I think injuries had a role in that. And then I feel like when you get injured and you're not playing every day, and it just gets hard. But other than that, I don't know. The league does learn you, and you got to make adjustments, but it's kind of hard to make adjustments when you can't be on the field because you're injured.
The O's got rained out yesterday, so they'll play a doubleheader on Wednesday. Dean Kramer will start for the Orioles in the first game, while Kyle Bradish gets the nod in the series finale. In NFL news, the Dolphins and Jordan Brooks have agreed to a 3-year, $51.3 million extension with $35 million guaranteed. The contract elevates Brooks to the 6th highest paid inside linebacker based on both total value and average annual value. He led the NFL with 183 tackles in 2025. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 80. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Welcome back to Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris. Ben, I want you to chime in on this too. So if you missed the video, I think it was a Cubs game. At least the guy was wearing a Cubs hat, I believe. Older man stands up. There's a guy sitting in front of him. He tells him to stand up or get slapped for the national anthem. The guy's still sitting there, and then he smacks him on the back of the neck, and the guy stands up. Huh?
Was that Shabuzi?
Yeah, it was Shabuzi. What do you think of the situation, Ed?
You don't do that. You don't hit people. I don't care if it was just a slap. He cuffed him off the back of the head, and I'm like, you have no right to do that. And look, I stand for the national anthem. I salute it while you salute it when it's in uniform, put my hand on my heart if I'm not. The problem is, to me, it's a real conflict, or there's a problem with that, because what makes the United States great, or what we think it is, if we believe in it, is that it is a free country. You have a right to protest. You don't have to do what if you don't believe in something, you don't have to do it here, supposedly. I don't know how much that really is true anymore. So if you don't want to stand for the national anthem, I think it's disrespectful, but I don't have the right to hit you.
Yeah, and my whole thing is too, and I know obviously the kneeling for the national anthem, we had that
disrespectful.
We had that whole thing going on. I don't have a problem if you want to sit there in the national anthem. The one thing I have a problem with is don't sit there and talk through the whole thing while everybody else.
That pisses me off, yeah.
I'm in the same boat as you, and maybe it's from playing Little League and how, going to, you start standing for those things. You have your hat on, you take it off, it's over your heart, whatever. Usually I'm standing there with my hands behind my back or almost like I'm pledging the allegiance or whatever.
Yeah.
Got my hand over my heart. But again, I don't have problems if people want to sit. But even if I did have an issue with it, I mean, like if you went and said something, hey man, you should be standing for this, and some guy's like, well, I don't want to. That's the end of it. Like you don't get to put your hands on other people, and I don't care for what situation. And he's lucky that he didn't do that. And it's funny how these guys always pick the right ones to do that too.
Yeah.
Like the kid just turns around and then he's scared now, so he's going to stand up. Hit the wrong guy on the back of the neck and see how that works out for you.
100%. That's what I mean. And that is one possible outcome. But you don't have the right to do that anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I get it. People are like, yeah, America, good, hit them. Like, no.
But I don't know if you
Don't
got
do that.
When I was at the country concert, I was joking about, so Gavin Adcock's on stage and he's singing, and every time he wanted the crowd to get into it, he'd just start chanting USA. And then he took an American flag, wrapped it around himself, and was wearing it as he's walking around. And again, people loved it. They ate it up. But I would assume, like, if this were another issue of somebody using the American flag for something else, wearing it, whatever, people would have a problem with it. And, you're not supposed to do anything with it, right? Like, it's just,
really?
Yeah. So it's one of those, certain things are going to upset you, certain things aren't. I believe you should stand for the national anthem, but it's almost like people's religion. Just because it's your religion doesn't mean I have to adhere to all the things that you're adhering to, you know? And I feel like the same thing with the national anthem. Just don't talk during it, because I think that's disrespectful. That's my opinion.
I do too. I mean, I don't like that at all.
Ben, what about you? You're younger.
Yeah, I stand where you're at, Jeremy. I usually stand but to that video, if a dude smacked me in the back of my head if I was sitting down, I mean, he'd been on the ground. Yeah. And then you look like the bad guy. If that younger dude puts that older man down and is holding him on the ground, he looks like the bad dude. Meanwhile, this dude interfered. Now, we didn't see everything before it. Was there conversation, whatever? But if that's really how it went, like, that dude should have been thrown out. There's no place for him to be touching a guy who he has nothing, knows nothing about, has nothing to do with.
Yeah,
it's just, I don't know what it is about sports venues with the rules, the general rules of society are like out the window, where you do things like would you do that in a grocery store? If someone was like, I cut in front of you in line, or says, like,
well, correct me if I'm wrong.
You don't know what's going to happen.
Doesn't the NFL and all these sporting events, aren't they paid to play the national anthem? Isn't this a military thing?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, I mean, so essentially it's another commercial, but nobody looks at it that way. And I don't even know how many people are privy to that information. Like,
but my point is, you don't know what's, I'll tell you, whatever. I've revealed everything about my life.
Yeah.
I was at a Jets game, and people cannot behave at sporting events for some reason.
They get drunk.
They get drunk. I'm at a Jets game when I was in my 20s, and people right behind me, you can tell it's escalating. Words are exchanging, voices are raising, and now people are physically involved. And I'm not involved. I don't know these people at all. But there's a group of people fighting with a group of people and pushing and shoving. One guy punches a lady in the face. I have nothing to do with this. I'd laid him out.
Yeah.
I just couldn't watch it. He punched this girl in the face. I'm like,
I don't know how people stand around and just watch that.
Yeah, and I had nothing to do with this. He did. I went, bang! And at that time, I was boxing. I was fresh out of boxing. I hit like a hammer then. And
so where'd you take the lady afterwards?
Chili's.
That's where the ass is on tap. Anyway, let's grab a caller here. Frank's in North Carolina. He's got an opinion on this. Frank, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm with Jeremy. It's a touchy topic, but yeah, I mean, the soldiers fight for our freedom to say I don't want to stand.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think talking over it is more disrespectful. If I look over and somebody's sitting, it's just like, all right, life goes on. But if somebody's talking over it, I'm with Jeremy. That really boils my blood. But I'm guessing it's hard to discern whether the context of the video was this guy a veteran. Some guys don't, they fought, they came back. And if somebody is sitting, it's the ultimate sign of disrespect to them, and they can go off. And I went to Carver School for Arts and Tech out in Timonium way back in the day before it was the art school, back when they used to have an auto shop program.
Mm-hmm.
We go back that far, and welding. And there was a kid in our class that didn't stand for the anthem, and the teacher threw a lunch tray at him. He stood up, and as the year went on, that was one of our favorite teachers, but it's everybody's different. You can meet a vet that says, I don't care, I fought for you to do that. You can meet a veteran that says, that's disrespect, I'm going to slap you in the head. I don't know.
Well,
ultimately it's respect, I guess.
Isn't the Colin Kaepernick story, I appreciate the phone call, Frank, that a Navy SEAL was the one that told him about doing the kneel for the national anthem. Do that. And there are people that say, hey, I fought so you guys could decide what you want to do.
Listen, I'm never going to forgive Kaepernick. And it wasn't for the kneel.
The piggy socks.
The pig socks.
Yeah.
Go after yourself.
He wore Fidel Castro shirts.
Che Guevara shirt, I think.
Was it? I thought you might be right. Maybe it was Che.
It was Che. But whatever. It's like that. Cuba's been an enemy of this country forever. They talk about this, how they had whatever. Don't get me. Please.
Ed's going to say something that he shouldn't say on air, and I'm going to have to dump it here in a second.
Yeah, I'm just about there, and I'm thinking about all right, Kaepernick. I'm so sick of that topic.
Well, we got the World of Stupid coming up next. Noah Khan seems to have a problem on his hands. We'll update you on what just happened recently after someone pooed in the second row of a Noah Khan concert.
What is up with these folks?
They don't want to miss anything. The guy's so good, you can't miss anything. And we also have two animal stories here, one of which...
Is Towson Mall involved?
No, not this one.
Did you see what happened there?
Yeah, I did see that.
Okay.
We have someone that went to the liquor store and got attacked by something you'd never think you'd get attacked by in a liquor store. And we have a bear that went up a telephone pole, and I guess he couldn't get back down, so some guy had to call 911. I'll let you listen to the phone call, and we'll pull the audio and do that coming up next in the World of Stupid.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Vinny's going to continue to lay out his expectations for the Ravens rookie class with training camp quickly approaching. Tony Pente's also going to take us down on the farm for all of the latest on the O's top prospects.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, if you have TMJ, it can be really very uncomfortable. The grinding and the clenching and all that stuff that really cause a lot of problems. It's very difficult for people that have it. Well, the Smile Design Center, Dr. Lairfield, they have solutions for you. Believe it or not, you know what Botox does. People use it for a lot of different things. It actually helps with TMJ. It can reduce the clenching and grinding, and it'll also help restore your skin back to your youth, because you can develop a lot of wrinkles from all that. And they deal with that with Botox. And besides that, it's just a great place to get your dentistry done. All of it. Your annual examination, your cleanings, things like that, whatever routine dentistry you need. And if you want something more, if you want a crown, a veneer, or maybe you need an implant because you're missing a tooth, get your self-confidence back. I had broken a tooth a couple of years ago, and you remember what I look like, Jeremy? I look like something out of, I look like I was out of hee-haw with a front tooth missing. It was fantastic. So I got it replaced with an implant. So check them out, seriously. Make a call, 410-321-1100. That's the number for Dr. Lairfield and Smile Design, and please tell them I sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
History could be on tap at Fenway Park today. The Red Sox have 14 straight wins. They still had 14 straight wins back on Monday, but yesterday's game against the Orioles was postponed to a doubleheader today. If the Sox win both, they'll have their longest win streak in organization history at 16, dating back to the days of Ted Williams. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, lionsden.com.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. On August 8th, it's the Icelandic rock stars Kaleo at the Anthem. Then don't miss an incredible triple header of shows at Merriweather Post Pavilion, starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, followed by The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, then closing it out with the legendary Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Hey, this is Lauren, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Most of us are one good deal away from finally replacing that worn-out rug, fixing up the backyard, or getting the bedroom we actually want. Good news, that deal's almost here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style. Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The Salute to Savings event is happening now at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home one of 4 incredible Kia models priced under $30,000. No matter your credit situation, we are here to help. Start shopping today at bobbellkia.com or call 410-288-2500.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 southbound, been a problem all morning long. Now you're backed up from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Outer Loop is stop and go from Bel Air Road to Providence, and then on the west side from Liberty to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, World of Stupid time. Dum-dums. Let's get to some of these stories. Let's talk about two animals real quick. We'll do the sound for the second one after this one. But could you imagine going to a liquor store and you're trying to pick out, I don't know, what type of tequila you want? It's like,
I do it all the time.
I'm looking at this. Do I want the Blanco? Do I want the Añejo? What am I going to do? Oh, and I get attacked by a leopard.
A leopard?
Yes.
Is it in India?
Yes.
Was it really?
Yes. The ferocious animal leapt into what appeared to be a stocking area in the booze shop of Totarai Singh. I probably pronounced that exactly right. And mauled the shopkeeper, Sanjay Gurjar. Look, it's not funny to hear you got mauled. The poor guy's at work.
Though. You're finding humor in the fact that a guy named Sanjay Gurjar got mauled by a leopard.
I was watching that video of Shane Gillis doing the Catch a Predator.
Yeah.
And when he was talking about, he said everybody on that show either was like me or they were Indian. He's going back and forth talking about it. And then you see something like this and you're going, how on earth? I could never, getting attacked by an animal in a liquor store here, it'd have to be a rat.
Yeah.
There's just
somebody's cat. Getting bitten by a dog would be hard. Could you imagine a leopard just jumping out of a closet at you with a freezer?
I love that the New York Post. The New York Post wrote, the male leopard, 5, swiped its razor-sharp claws at Gurjar, 25. How the hell did you know how old the damn leopard was? Did he tell you?
His license.
Yeah, it's what they saw. He wasn't old enough to drink, and he took it out on the damn store owner. He jumped onto his shoulders, started using his claws to swipe at him. He was able to shake the beast free and frantically scurried out of the store. Oh, you can't do that. Now the guy's going to take whatever he wants. Damn leopard's going to...
I can't remember what show it was. It was... I'll find it. They talked to 2 African guides. And we're talking about, they would guide them through how to safely get around. They're talking about lions. Yeah, what do you do with that? And he's like, he goes... It's where we leopard. Oh no, not those bastards. Yeah. We don't mess with them. It's like, and they're much smaller than lions.
Yeah,
but it's the smaller. They're probably 250 pounds.
Cheetahs are faster than the rest of them, but they're. If you ever saw one, they just look like big cats. Slender. I'm just saying, slender. Yeah. It's not leopards. Leopards will run from lions, but leopards crawling up the tree, carrying. It's just
carry deer up a tree and antelope, and then jaguars have the strongest bite force of all of them. They can crush a crocodile's skull.
Yeah. Well, so the Jaguars too. They what'd they go 13-4 last year?
They did.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So this other story. I'm just going to play you the audio. So a guy decided to call the cops after he saw this, and I'm going to turn the video to Ed so he can kind of see it. Go ahead.
No, I'm on Highway 56.
Are you calling about a bear?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it's on the power pole.
Yeah, it's alive.
Yes, just leave it be.
Okay.
And because I already called the Game and Fish, and they said there's nothing that they could do. They could go and shoot it, tranquilize it to get it down, but it's gonna end up, if they do that, then it's gonna fall and could hurt itself.
The power line's gonna hurt. I'd like the fact that you have Pink Floyd in the background.
Yes. He's listening to something. And by the way, I'll flip this around. I don't know if people even can see that, if that even makes sense to do it. But the issue that I see with this is what they said. I'm assuming typically you would tranquilize it and have somebody, with something soft for it to land on. But if it falls and takes one of the power lines down with it, you don't want to be underneath there. You don't want to be anywhere near it. So I don't know what they eventually did. But yeah, this bear crawled up a telephone pole with the power lines, and it looks like he's a high wire act team. He's got his feet on one of the lines, and he's holding on to the top of it. So just another crazy situation with these animals. Now, let me talk. I want to talk about a new sport that they're saying is blowing up, and I want to talk about Noah Khan. Noah Khan seems to have a problem on his hands. Last week we had somebody poop up front, and everybody could smell it, see it. They know who did it, and it was a lady, which makes it even more interesting to me.
Oh, yeah.
Because they didn't want to miss any of the songs. Well, apparently in this last concert, they had seat jumpers. Somebody noticed that there was an open area down there, so they went and took their seats. One of the girls got so drunk, and because the seats are kind of like on a incline.
Stadium seats?
Yes.
Yeah.
She peed, and it rolled all the way down to the bottom, and the people that had their purses and other items in the front row all got soaked with her urine. And once she realized it, she scurried out, that people were going, what the hell's going on? What is it about Noah? I went to one of his concerts. None of us pooped in the sand or anything. Like, what the hell is wrong with people? At Citizens Bank Park. I mean, he's on a little bit of a stadium tour. And if you remember last time, he said, if you have to poop at a show, please, dear God, just go to the bathroom.
Yes.
I poop my pants as much as the next 29-year-old, but this is ridiculous. Yeah, no, I mean, the goal, like
I can't imagine. I cannot.
And taking a dump at a concert in front of everyone. I don't like to poop with friends. I like to poop alone.
You don't even like to poop in a stall.
Yeah.
If there's someone within 30 yards of the bathroom, you
ain't gonna hear
put your
me.
feet up on the toilet.
I'm like Mission Impossible. You're not going to know I'm back there except for the door being locked. And then I might even unlock it and open it so you don't even think anything of it. Just standing above you holding on. All right, let me get to this last story really quick. This is something you brought up, and it's kind of interesting. Ed said this earlier, talking about the Italian word for football is calcio.
Calcio.
Why don't you tell us about this? Because this is a combination of rugby, soccer, and MMA. They're saying it's the sport of the future.
I can't believe saying it's the sport of the future. It's from like the 1500s or something. The name of the sport is called calcio storico, and it means historic, basically historic soccer, or ancient soccer. But it's not really like soccer. You got to watch it. There's a Netflix series of documentaries called Home Game. Mm-hmm. It's about sports unique to different countries, and that was the first episode, was calcio storico, and you have to watch this. It is the wildest thing I've ever seen.
I retweeted it so people can see it.
Oh, cool.
At JCon
because
Sports.
It's like the ball. It's more like rugby than soccer, first of all. They run with the ball. And they have it's like football almost. They have these huge guys in the front, these big Italian men. You know, they look like NFL players.
I got news for you. This looks like a bar fight that they threw a ball into.
Pretty much. Because it's like, they basically swinging, punching, kicking each other, tackling each other. But basically, that's it. They're punching and kicking. It looks like a bar fight. It looks much like a bar fight than an MMA fight.
I think you get a red card if you help an opponent up.
And some guys just laid out, and you just run over them. And then the guys with the ball, they run and they stuff the ball over a little goal.
Yeah.
But it's unique because it's only played in Florence. You have to be from Florence to play. You have to be. One of the players in the documentary talked about his wife was pregnant and they're waiting to have the baby in Florence so he can play when he's an adult.
Jesus.
Because say you're from Naples or Rome or somewhere, like my family's from Siena, you can't play.
Yeah, that guy's playing without his shirt off. I bet he hurt his nipples. Anyway.
God. Never ends.
All right.
What do you think of that sport, though?
It looks insane. You guys got to go see the video and comment on it. But it's absurd. I'm watching a guy, looks like he's about to be DDT'd. He's in a headlock. Two guys next to him are fist fighting, and everybody's just watching. The guy with the ball is waiting for somebody to get knocked over.
I need a new T-shirt. I used to wear the Calcio Historical T-shirt to work.
It's crazy.
I used to bring it up in the Italian class when they asked what your favorite sport was. And actually, it's football and boxing, hockey.
Yeah.
But I would always say, calcio storico. It's so crazy.
It looks insane. All right, we got Shovels of Wisdom at 8:15, but up next, Ken McCusick, Film Study Baltimore. We'll talk about training camp, and I'm assuming Ed's going to ask about a center, and Ken's finally going to have an answer
I
to
want
it.
to know if we have a center.
We do that next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Hey, there's a place in Baltimore. The food's cold. No, food's great. The drinks are cold, actually. I got to start doing this from memory. But seriously, the food's great. The drinks are cold. Food's particularly good this month, and I'll tell you why. Because July is a big month at the tavern. Every July, I have the Crustacean Invasion running. It's all month long, and it's a specialty menu built around crab. It's one of the, remember it's True Love, obvious crabs, but this is built around crabs and lobster, done a dozen different ways by the chef. Last July, I had a meal, I don't know how many times, rockfish with crab. It was outstanding. So just check that out. And if you plan something for the office, birthday, or night out with the crowd, whatever, Tavern does private parties and group events too. So get your people together, and the Tavern will handle the rest. Of course, happy hours Monday through Friday, 3 to 6. $10 martinis, old fashions, and Manhattans. But what I really want to tell you is to remind you, because today is Wednesday, the 22nd. I've been talking about it for a while.
It's my annual, well, it's actually I have two. This is my semi-annual toy drive. It's from Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. You bring a toy to the tavern, have a cocktail, hang out, have some food. I'm going to be up in the Sky Bar upstairs. And it's for a great cause because we do this. We collect in July and in December for children who are in the hospital. It's a really good cause. It's a lot of fun. So please come out tonight. It's 5 to 7, Mount Washington Tavern. I will see you there.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Aloha, O's fans. Summer is in full swing, and so is Hawaiian Shirt Weekend at the Yard. Catch the O's take on the Atlanta Braves Friday, July 24th and Saturday, July 25th at 7:05 p.m. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a Birdland Hawaiian shirt presented by Old Bay. Don't miss out on one of Birdland's favorite giveaways. Perfect for repping the O's at the Yard, at the beach, and everywhere in between. Get your tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
One of baseball's most anticipated series was put on hold yesterday as the Orioles and Red Sox matchup was postponed due to rain. The two teams will make it up with a day-night doubleheader today, with Game 1 scheduled for 1:35 and Game 2 set for 7:10. Baltimore sits at 49-52 and 3 games back of the Red Sox for the final wildcard spot in the American League. The Birds will look to put an end to Boston's historic 14-game winning streak. Meanwhile, in Miami, one of baseball's rarest defensive gems was on display last night.
Ground ball to third. Oh, baby. There's one. There's two. There's 3. A triple play. Wow. Perfectly done.
That call courtesy of Marlins TV. It marked the first triple play in the MLB this season and just the second in Marlins franchise history. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 80. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, hour number 3, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, and Ken McCusick joining us from FilmStudyBaltimore.com. Ken, how are you?
That's good, Jeremy. How about you?
I'm good, and I had the chance to do something really well. I'm average. Maybe I was thinking about the word extraordinary. Like it's a stupid word to me.
It is
because it's like extra medium. Like there's not a size that's extra medium. You know what I mean? Like anyway,
well,
I had
mediums. Zeno wears.
That's what I think. They're children's large. No, I had a chance to just steal Ed's question and just ask you a question about the center. But here, I'm going to pass the buck real quick.
So, Ken, I ask you every week, do we have a center?
So, the Ethan Posick acquisition is a reasonable move. I think it's a good raise the floor move. We saw some good things said by Joe Flacco. He is a guy who was in decline before the injury, and he'll be 31 in August. But he's physically a little more imposing than some of the other choices they have, particularly in terms of arm length. Let me say this. I think the Ravens' chance to get a performance between the 35th and 50th percentile went up substantially with this move. I wouldn't if you don't expect a lot from the move, I think there's a good chance the Ravens have addressed a very deep hole with a player that could be just slightly below the league average. He could be above the league average slightly too, but he's not going to surprise with an all-pro season.
But he did. Flacco played with him in Cleveland, assuming
he did, and so he liked him there. He says really dedicated to his job. That's great, and but there's not if you look at Ledford in this situation, Ledford will not raise Ethan Posick's level of play. He's not going to teach him something new about football that he didn't know before.
Right.
So it's good. He's not going to benefit from that the way some of the younger guys would, either Gwynn or.
Because Posick's in the league 10 years. He played for the Seahawks and then with the Browns. And he said he's had a lot of problems staying on the field during that time. He's averaged 10.8 starts per year and 12.7 games per year. So there's been some continuity issues for his team. But I want to take some of the people on the radio, obviously, will remember the 1983 Orioles World Championship season. And the fact the midseason acquisition they made, the big one that helped them was acquiring Todd Cruz, of all people.
Oh, no, never mind. Go ahead.
Okay, so Todd Cruz wasn't good for the Orioles. He turned in a minus 0.4 year, but within that, underneath that, he really solidified the Orioles' infield defense. They went into that year trying to start Leo Hernandez, who was supposed to be a Rookie of the Year candidate, and he sucked. He threw in minus 0.8 WAR to start the year. Then they picked up a 35-year-old Aurelio Rodriguez, who'd been a big defensive star with the Tigers early in his career. He tossed in another minus 0.9 WAR. And they had Glenn Gulliver left over from the previous season, who'd been a guy who contributed some on-base percentage down the 82 stretch drive. And those guys all put together were at about minus 1.5 WAR. And Todd Cruz came in and solidified the infield defense with only a minus 0.4 WAR. This is kind of what I look at at a macro level at the Ethan Posick signing. Is it's not going to be a guy who's at the top of the league by any stretch, but it fills a big hole potentially and could be could be a big move. I still my honest feeling is it was between left guard and center. Is now the weakest position on the team. I think it's probably still center. But if you look around any other position, I don't know where you call it otherwise. Right. But this helps. This certainly helps.
How much of a concern is changing 3/5 of your offensive line? Because we got new faces, and one of which I wanted to talk about in John Simpson, because I know you kind of broke things down. He comes with many flags, as it is. But how do you feel about the offensive line, and what does John Simpson do to solidify that?
Okay, so in terms of changing 3/5, we just got to look on the margin. We were going to change 3/5 anyway. So this is changing 0 additional fifths with the Posick signing. So,
fair enough.
So in terms of Simpson, that is the big problem. And it's something that is understated in terms of any PFF grading you've seen of him. They don't look at penalties the same way I do. And he's created a lot of stalled drives. By the way, that's a big problem for Posick too. He's had 12 stalled drives among 14 penalties the last 3 seasons. So that's been an issue with him. A fair number of holding calls built into that. But Simpson, he's a guy who is physical. Certainly will give them more of a physical presence at that left guard spot than they think they got with Voorhees. And interestingly enough, I think the two big losers on the team with the Posick signing. Number one is Voorhees, who I think is now out of a job because they have one less offensive line spot to give away, and they have an incentive to get rid of him with a a cap-saving move. So I think he's in a little bit of trouble. The other guy who's in more trouble than he was before is Rasheen Ali. If they keep 25 offensive players and they do decide to keep 10 offensive linemen, then Rasheen Ali is probably out of a job. So, a tough kind of a situation for a couple offensive guys with there being one less spot.
Now with centers addressed, I mean, I just think it fills a hole because the line calls are made by the center, and so he's got a lot of experience. So I think it helps a lot. But what about other areas of concern? Last time we were here, we talked about the cornerback issue because safety seemed to have depth, but cornerback maybe not.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the age at corner. I'm concerned about the age on the whole team. It's a very, very old football team. They now have 8 guys who are age 30 plus playing significant roles. Years 10 plus, I should say. And then they have 3 other guys who's 3 of the best players on the team, and Mark Andrews, Lamar Jackson, and Roquan Smith, who are in year 9. Yeah. So it's not like this is a young team by any stretch. Retooling this team, making the draft picks is going to take multiple years. It's not something you can fix in 1 year. And so with Humphrey and Awuzia being outside guys, they're going to have to make a big financial commitment to Nate Wiggins to keep him after 2026, because this is third year, so they'll have to commit to the 5th-year option after this season. It's Wiggins is a good starting point. Humphrey, we hope comes back. He was a AP1 2 years ago. He did have 4 picks last year, but had a very tough year in coverage. And Awuzia had a surprisingly excellent year, but he's also a Band-Aid, was a 1-year signing.
So we had all the crazy talk about Lamar and being 69th and all this other stuff and the list that they had together. And I did kind of appreciate that people were going to defend him, talking about some of the fourth quarter comebacks that didn't happen, including last year with the 250-yard plus touchdown passes and driving them down the field. Tyler Loop misses, his only field goal under 50 yards all year?
Yep.
What do you make of Tyler Loop coming into this year?
So, he seems to be very well grounded. He was at the podium, a few weeks ago during minicamp. Seems to be very well grounded in terms of who he is as a person. I think he has the kind of mental strength that seems to get over something like this. Billy Cundiff, I'm not sure that was true. After he missed his big kick in the 2011 AFC
he got Cundiff out in the middle of nowhere is what happened. Yeah. Poor guy.
He did actually.
Yeah, he just disappeared, man.
Yeah, it's like a Scott Norwood.
Yeah. But Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com, joining us.
Ken, one of the guys that's over 30 years old, you just mentioned, is Mark Andrews having his worst season last year. How do you feel about the tight end room in general? That was the strength of the team going into the last year. People always look to tight ends here and see how rich we were. How is it now?
So Andrews is going to have to make a comeback, and they're going to have to get something out of the 2 new guys. Not talking Durham Smythe, but I'm talking about Hibner and Cuevas. I think Smythe will give him something as a blocker, but I don't expect him to be much of a receiving component in the offense at all. I think that even though he was with Doyle last year, they have to find some production from somewhere. Probably Lamar will force the ball to Andrews more than he even has since earlier in his career, so go back about 3 or 4 years. The big strength of the Ravens' tight end room in 23 and 24, when they had a combined 143.5 passer rating throwing to tight ends, was reduced targets at greater efficiency. So I don't know how that's going to work out this year. We don't know what Doyle's offense will look like, but I assume with more targets going to the wide receivers might be part of that, and that might mean that that efficiency can return somewhat for Andrews. So that's what I'm hoping for.
So Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com, joining us here. Tell everybody about the website and some of the stuff that you got going on with your podcast.
Sure. So FilmStudyBaltimore.com is the website, and please go out there and take a visit. There's new shows every day now, and we got some interesting ones on economics and whatnot if you're interested in that sort of thing. I know some people are, some people aren't, but I'll take this opportunity this time of year during the dead period to turn off some listeners with that kind of material, but I find it very entertaining.
Yeah, lots of good stuff over there at FilmStudyBaltimore.com. And again, I think next week we go back to 2 segments with you because there's going to be plenty to talk about regarding the Ravens. I mean, there is right now, but we'll get to that next week. Thanks, Ken. All right, we've got shovels coming up next, and as we always do this, Ed, who's getting your shovel?
2 men who did something unbelievable in the Towson Mall.
We get into that next. We'll take your shovels, 410-583-1057, right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Vinny's going to continue to lay out his expectations for the Ravens rookie class with training camp quickly approaching. Tony Pente's also going to take us down on the farm for all of the latest on the O's top prospects.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Your home will sell guaranteed. Hire the Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty. If Lee can't find you a buyer, he'll buy it himself. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Join us at the Mount Washington Tavern tonight from 5 to 7 for a summer tradition benefiting the kids at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Bring a toy or gift card for our summer toy drive, grab a drink, and celebrate a great cause with special guest Ed Norris.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 southbound, been a problem all morning long. Now you're backed up from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Outer Loop is stop and go from Bel Air Road to Providence, and then on the west side from Liberty to Baltimore National Pike. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, guys, it's time for shovels. We're going to get into shovels of wisdom. If you want to call in 410-583-1057. We started off with Ed. Who's getting your shovel?
Two men who did something really horrible to Tessa. Two guys, Jade Evans and Vernon Crowley, apparently. They were arrested. This happened on June 30th. They were...
Is this the old guy that got beat up, or
no? This is a photo. They own a photo company, photography company.
Okay.
What they did was, they went to the garage at Towson Mall, and there was nobody there. It was an empty parking lot. But they set a ring of fire and do a photo shoot with exotic animals like snakes and other
lizards, all kinds
monkeys. You can't have a primate in Maryland; it's illegal. And then they have this ring of fire with this woman in there, and
did they fall into it? The Ring of Fire?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
But they had lemurs and spider monkeys and stuff that can also be they can cause health concerns for people, carry diseases and stuff. Lemurs can contact and spread tuberculosis, parasites, and all kinds of stuff. And they did this at the mall. And here's a little thing of the video. There's a thumbnail of it.
Oh, wow. It's like a seance or something.
Yeah, it's like some kind of, sacrifice. It's just...
so what's the fallout of this then? Did anything go wrong?
Nothing I know of. They got locked up for it.
Where is the underground market for illegal animals to purchase? We hear stories about this all the time with people having, and you hear about somebody getting on a plane and they had 13 frogs on them or something.
I know.
Or lizards or whatever, and you're going, what is this about?
Yeah.
Must be a lot on that market that you can get for these illegal animals.
I guess. But, they got arrested after an undercover police officer scheduled a photo shoot. So that's how they got them. But this is just... you would hate this because you love animals.
Yeah.
The charging documents allege the lemur and the spider monkey were not cared for properly, and the monkey's spinal cord was fully exposed through his fur.
Oh, man. See, jackasses, man.
Yeah.
I just, whatever. I'm a bleeding heart. All right, well, let me tell you about my shovel, and maybe this will give us some pleasure, I think. Mm-hmm. My shovel goes to Emmanuel Acho again. I mean, he might be...
How many times have you given him a shovel this
year? He might be the king of the shovels.
Yeah.
He is the dumbest sports analyst out there. I have no idea how he has a platform, and this is what he did, and I love this, because everybody's calling him out for the stupid things he says. He writes, "Stop being greedy. God already answered your prayers when I got fired last year. Since then, I formed the Speak Easy talk show and went to work. If y'all want to join the Speak Easy family," he tells you where you can go and YouTube. And then he points out, I got 2.6 million total subscribers, over 8.1 million views. That's great, right? Those numbers are awesome. Well, the Speakeasy X account that he's talking about in your YouTube channel, one guy said it was purchased and rebranded from the former undisputed accounts of Shannon Sharpe and Skip Bayless. This was their account. He changed the name, and now he's claiming that he has all these millions of subscribers. There's still old undisputed tweets. If you scroll down all the tweets, if you go down, you'll see stuff about Skip Bayless and of course, Shannon Sharpe. So somebody calls him out on it. He gets hit with the community notes. This is the old undisputed channel. Acho got it as a result of his buyout with Fox. So then Emmanuel Acho tries to go back online and double down. "I did not pay for the Speakeasy Talk Show YouTube channel, but it did allow me to pay 8 of my closest friends. I set the record straight once and for all." No, jackass. It was part of the deal when you left, when they fired you. That was part. I love when guys do this. You did not get 8.1 million views. The guys before you got millions of views, and then now you're trying to piggyback off of their subscribers. So don't sell it like you sold it to everyone. He does this all the time. The absolute worst sports analyst that we have. He literally said the WNBA should tell Caitlin Clark to go away.
I know.
The woman that entered in her rookie year and they moved them to bigger venues just so they could accommodate everybody that wanted to see it. Yeah, your biggest attraction, get rid of it. What? What are we doing?
It's so ridiculous.
I want to play some of the audio so you guys can hear how stupid he is, but I've already given him enough attention. The absolute, we live in a world where we have Skip Bayless, we have all these dudes on Colin Cowherd, all of these morons that go on and talk that have no idea what they're talking about and make up stuff, create, he's got the clutch gene. Well, what is that? Explain it to me. But when LeBron hits a shot, it's like, well, he missed these other ones. But shut up. I just get tired of this nonsense these guys throw out there, these hot takes. Lamar Jackson, I'd take Bo Nix over him and not have him in your top 10. He said that, and I'm still telling you Emmanuel Acho's dumber than that man.
Did you see Acho's comments on Deebo Samuel snapback?
No, what did he say?
He said...
I'm glad that other players are doing this because he's just an idiot.
He called Deebo Samuel an expensive mascot, jumping on the sideline, not making plays. And Deebo Samuel said, "Glorified mascot. Who is bro? Who gave him a voice? You played 3 years, gang, 3 different teams. Ain't coming at you, but stop trying me, bro."
Yeah. I mean, that's Emmanuel Acho. He'll be the one that drops on you. You didn't play. I got news for you. I saw your years in the NFL. You didn't play either. So, I mean, hats off to you for getting there, but you got exposed as soon as you got there. And like his brother, Sam, has turned his career into doing being a color analyst and a broadcaster. And I think Sam's pretty good at what he does. But Emmanuel, I mean, come on, man. This is like the things that people spew to get attention, to get these likes or retweets, or even people just to engage them, is ridiculous in today's day. So 410-583-1057. I'm sure, like, again, we could go over all the stupidity of people and things that they've done and said. Hell, I've said stupid things on the air. I know that. But this guy takes the cake, man. I even tweeted back at him with the Mr. Rogers putting on the clown mask. Like, dude, go away. I did this. I got this. No, you bought that. It's like Elon Musk sitting here claiming about Tesla. No, you bought that. Shut up. He's on here. Oh, God, you know what? I don't even get into this. I'm going to get down a rabbit hole we don't need to get into. But coming up later on in the program, Rob Long's going to join us at 9 o'clock. We have more Orioles talk. There's a lot of people pointing Mason Miller to the Orioles. I saw that and I got really excited. But if you're trading for Mason Miller, I think it starts with Jackson Holliday. That's the first name that, if you go look at what the Padres gave up to get him, they gave up, I think, 3 of their top 5 prospects. They depleted their farm system last year in trying to make some things happen. And here we are with them, selling pieces off again. So we're going to get into the Mason Miller stuff coming up next. And I want to hear from you guys. Do you want them to go out and acquire Mason Miller, the best closer in baseball? And if you do, what are you willing to give up? At what extent? Because you're going to have to give up a ton. And again, like, you might be able to give up less players, but I think Jackson Holliday's name comes up in that somewhere, somehow.
You don't want me to answer now, do you?
No.
You already know my answer.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it next on the other side, right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This report is sponsored by AAA Tire and Auto Service. Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save up to $30 on auto repair with their AAA Triple Play. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through July 31st. See store for details.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Signs at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
And now it's time for the Medical Minute, powered by Ortho Maryland.
Hi, I'm Mark Alexander, chiropractor at Ortho Maryland. How much time do you look down on your phone, tablet, or computer? All that screen time can contribute to what's called forward head posture, or FHP. This is where your head shifts in front of the shoulders instead of directly over top of them. When this happens, your body works harder to stay balanced, creating extra stress on muscles, joints, and ligaments, leading to pain, stiffness, headaches, and can even have an effect on breathing and digestive issues. The good news is this can be improved. Better alignment helps you to reduce pain, improve strength, and keep you moving more efficiently. Many don't realize they even have a problem until they are uncomfortable. At Ortho Maryland, we offer a comprehensive approach to evaluating and treating these issues. Visit orthomaryland.net for location and scheduling information.
To learn more, visit orthomaryland.net.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The Beltway Inner Loop slow, Green Spring Avenue. The Outer Loop, you're on the brakes from Bel Air Road all the way to York. And then on the west side from Old Court to Baltimore National Pike on and off. 895 southbound, super slow from the 895 split through the Harbor Tunnel. And 95 southbound looks pretty good through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Christian Encarnacion Strand was once considered one of the Reds' top prospects, but injury slowed his development and Cincinnati eventually moved in a different direction. Now healthy and with a fresh opportunity in Baltimore, he's making the most of it. He opened up about the challenges he faced before getting a chance with the Orioles.
I think injuries had a role in that. And then I feel like when you get injured and you're not playing every day, and it just gets hard. But other than that, I don't know. The league does learn you and you got to make adjustments, but it's kind of hard to make adjustments when you can't be on the field because you're injured.
The O's got rained out yesterday, so they'll play a doubleheader on Wednesday. Dean Kramer will start for the Orioles in the first game, while Kyle Bradish gets the nod in the series finale. In NFL news, the Dolphins and Jordan Brooks have agreed to a 3-year, $51.3 million extension with $35 million guaranteed. The contract elevates Brooks to the 6th highest paid inside linebacker based on both total value and average annual value. He led the NFL with 183 tackles in 2025. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 80. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well, look, the deadline was like today. We're a game and a half out. I know our record's backwards, but apparently this is infecting a whole bunch of other teams. So I can't explain it, and I wish we were arriving at that in a much different way. And the context around that's unusual, but we're right there. So, like I said, we're going for it. I'll let you know if that changes.
There you go. That's Mike Elias talking about going for it. And I saw Jeff Passan put out his top 100 trade candidates. Let me just read you the top 10 here. The Orioles in on some of these. Luis Arraez at number 10. He doesn't have the Orioles in on him, even though the fan base has basically said here, why don't we trade for Luis Arraez? C.J. Abrams, number 9, not in on him. Hunter Goodman, the Rockies, doesn't have, that's obviously catcher. You're not, the situation you have right now, you're not trading for another catcher. Jeremy Pena, the Astros, another shortstop. No Orioles mentioned there. Zach Neto, shortstop. No Orioles mentioned there. Shea Langoliers, catcher. Nope. Mason Miller. And they don't have the Orioles on here, but he's been linked in other, other articles that have been written in, but they have Yankees, Mariners, Phillies, Brewers, Pirates, and Rays. So there's...
For Miller?
Huh?
For Miller.
These are the teams that are supposedly interested. Yeah. And one of the things they said is that you might be able to get him for less than, what you thought if you're willing to take on Xander Bogaerts' contract.
Really?
Yeah. He got a really bad contract, and once he signed, he was not that type of player that they were hoping he was going to be. Could Xander play third and try to fix your defense here. I mean, he's batting like 8th for them now.
Yeah.
Bogarts.
So you're going to take on it. So we'll give you Mason Miller at a discount.
It's still not going to be the type of discount you think,
not.
But yeah.
But you have to take this horrible deal we made.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What they're saying, they would love to attach Bogart's contract to any trade, but that would severely limit their return. And frankly, nobody wants to take on Xander Bogart's contract.
Yeah.
So with Mason Miller, the scouting report that they wrote up said if you've watched baseball this year, you're aware of Miller's incredible performance, all those strikeouts, ERA, all the stuff. He's just dominating and have a pretty good idea what he does is working. The basic version is he throws really hard, over 100 miles an hour average on his four-seam fastball, and that arm speed makes his power sweeper even harder to hit, and that's why he gets so many Ks.
Yeah. He's fun to watch, man.
Yeah. Number 3 is Joe Ryan. Don't see the Orioles mentioned there. Byron Buxton. Now, that's one I thought maybe you'd be interested in because of the issues you've had in the outfield. I mean, this guy can't stay healthy, though, but when he is healthy, boy, oh boy, is he one of the better players in baseball. So he's at number 2, and Scooble at number 1, and they have Dodgers, Braves, Brewers, Cubs, Phillies, and Rays mentioned with Scooble. Now, I hate when they do these trade lists because a lot of times I feel like they're still treating the Orioles like they're the old Orioles. So they're going to have them linked to Reed Detmers is the first one you get to, the left-handed pitcher for the Angels. And I'd say this, like we talked about this yesterday. If you're going to make a move for a starting pitcher, to me, it has to be somebody that's better than Bradish and Rogers or on that level.
Yeah.
Detmers is fine. He's got 2 more years of control after 2026. So you're still going to have to give up something of tremendous value to get him with those 2 years. And they have him competing with like 10 other teams. So, and they have the Red Sox as sellers in here, like trading Sonny Gray, trading Wilson Contreras. Yeah. I don't know that that's going to be the case now with what they have. Maybe they look at themselves and say, hey, we got hot at the right time, but this isn't it. But if you look at that starting pitching staff, you can play with anyone.
Yeah. I mean, and they're not like slowing down right now.
No. And so, like, you start looking at, I saw the Orioles linked to Clay Holmes, a relief pitcher for the Mets. I was just saying something to Ed. So crazy what's happened with the Mets here and how they've just fallen apart. There were rumors about a Lindor-Soto beef. Somebody tried to squash it and say, you're not in the clubhouse, you don't know, but New York radio has been running with it, and maybe there is something there. But I also heard trading Francisco Lindor, which that's been brought up, is going to be extremely difficult with his contract, and I think he has some no-trade options in there as well. But surprisingly, as I'm looking at this, the only thing I've seen the Orioles linked to is starting pitching and some relief pitchers. And the one here, Kevin Gausman, who got his ass handed to him last night, but like, that's a guy that I wouldn't have a problem trading for and putting in my rotation. But what am I giving up?
But, and what do you need him right now? The rotation looks pretty good.
It looks good until somebody gets hurt or somebody's not, yeah. But I'm just surprised, like, here, Josh Hader, he's up, former Oriole.
Wasn't he here already?
Yeah, he's from here. They don't have him linked to the Orioles at all. We keep saying how much we need bullpen help, and I don't see a ton of these bullpen guys on here.
Hader was part of the Norris trade, right?
Yes.
Bud Norris?
Yeah. Ed Norris.
Yeah, him too.
Bud. But I'm surprised. I think they should be kicking the tires on some of these bullpen guys, and I'm assuming they will, but Jeff Passan didn't have them linked to a ton of them. How do you feel about this? Is there, like, the Mason Miller thing, you would love to get him, obviously.
Love to get Mason Miller. I think closers are cool, and he's the best closer in baseball. I would love to see him here, but the problem is, I have a problem with relief pitchers in general, because they seem to just all of a sudden fall off a table. So you don't know what you're getting. Maybe he won't be that guy. But still, this team, are they really a closer away from going to a World Series?
I don't know, but you got to start somewhere, right? Like, you need somebody that's going to close out the games. There's something to be said about getting into the ninth and feeling like you won if you're ahead.
Yeah, that's true.
Which we don't.
I mean, look, when Mariano Rivera came in, that was it. You were done. For the most, seriously, you're done.
That's how people feel with Mason Miller now.
Yeah. Yes, what I mean. Yes, same. So I would love to see him, depending on what you have to give up. But then again, you're not getting him for free.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give up somebody.
I don't think the Orioles would take on Bogart's contract. I think that's a pipe dream for them. Mm-hmm. Having that great of a player that you just gave up all these prospects and now you're trying to get rid of a bad contract. And there were rumors that they might trade Manny or want to trade him. That's another contract that right now with the way he's playing that I don't know you can sell to a lot of people. But we'll see. I mean, this is going to be a fun time. What about you, Ben? Would you want them to trade for Mason Miller, and where do you think it starts if they do?
Yeah, it would probably have to be a lot. Nate George, I know there's uncertainty with him. Mike Elias said he's confident he'll be fine. I think he'd have to be involved. Probably Luis De Leon, a few other guys like that, and maybe some more proven guys. Does Brandon Young have to be a part of a deal, which is probably, to be quite honest with you, as much as I hate to say it, their hottest commodity? And when you look at, coming into the year, you trade Brandon Young in a heartbeat. Right now, he's giving you a quality start every 5 days, and he's rolling. It was kind of funny you guys were talking about Mariano Rivera and Mason Miller. Like, we experienced that for such a short amount of time with Felix. Every time he came into the game. Yeah, Britton was on a different level. But Felix with the velocity and just kind of how he shut down the stadium, and everybody was so excited to watch Felix pitch. If you brought Mason Miller here, started flickering the lights, and everybody would want to see that. And again, they're not a Mason Miller away from winning a World Series, to say the least, but bringing him in and a few other pieces, like, that's maybe where they can go.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think everybody would love to have Mason Miller. When the Padres made that trade and what they gave up, I looked at it saying, oh my God, that's a lot for a guy that, it's great when I think closers are a lot like kickers. When you have a bad one, you know it, you don't think much about it. When you have a great one, it just becomes expected, like, oh, he's going to make that. Oh, he's going to close it out. But to give up as many prospects and everyday players too, like, I don't know, that's tough, man. And I was listening to someone else talking about it, saying you might even be able to get a Mason Miller, but that's what I alluded to with including Jackson Holliday in the deal. Maybe Jackson Holliday and something else. Maybe there are some people that think you could just do the swap, that they would take Jackson Holliday. That just shows you what people think his value is going to be and where he's at, even though still having a down season, all things considered. All right, we've got we got a lot coming up. Rob Long joins us at 9 o'clock. We'll take some of your calls. Do you want the Orioles to trade for Mason Miller? What would you be willing to give up? 410-583-1057. We do it next here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Vinny's going to continue to lay out his expectations for the Ravens rookie class with training camp quickly approaching. Tony Pente's also going to take us down on the farm for all of the latest on the O's top prospects.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The 2026 World Cup Final smashed North American viewing records, pulling a massive 66.4 million combined cross-border viewers from Fox and Telemundo. Compare that to the Super Bowl, which is 126 million viewers. The United States is still very far behind in the whole soccer category, but maybe we're a football country. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
If you got a problem, I don't care what it is. You need a hand, I can assure you this. I can help. I got two strong arms, I can help.
With a Constellation Home Service Plan, our certified techs fix your home equipment with no charge for labor and covered parts.
I got two strong arms, I can help.
Learn about our service plans at ConstellationHome.com.
It would sure do me good to do you good. Let me help.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. #1, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den is everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, lionsden.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway, a bit slow at Green Spring. The outer loop, you're on the brakes from Bel Air Road to York, and then on the west side from Reisterstown Road to Baltimore National Pike, on and off. 895 southbound, super slow from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Welcome back. Wrapping up the final segment of hour number 3 here on the Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris here with you. Rob Long is going to call in at 9 o'clock. He's got double duty today with the Orioles up in Boston, and then he's back for tomorrow's show. How much sleep do you think he's going to get to come back?
I don't know. I thought he was on vacation this week.
He's got to get like 3 hours sleep time.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
I don't know why he's doing it. He's flying back and no sleep because he got a double header. He's going to fly. I mean, it's a short flight from Boston, but still, you got to wait to get on the plane, get off, get here, get home, come here. It's a lot.
So I wanted to say this, like looking at Jeff Passan's trade list, obviously he had, what do you have? He had Adley on here at 15. These are the Orioles that are on the trade list. And I think the assumption of the reason these guys are on here, maybe there is a 1-for-1 swap with another team that makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because Taylor Ward's on the list. And Ben, you brought this up the other day talking about maybe there is a Taylor Ward for a relief pitcher, Taylor Ward for a third baseman, something that makes sense for both teams. But I'd like to see Ward stay here, and I'd like to see them go for it. But here are the Orioles they have on this list real quick before I get out to the phones. Trevor Rogers, Taylor Ward. They had Yanir Cano, and I think that's it.
No Adley?
Adley was up there. Adley was at 15. Yeah, okay. So, but 4 players there. But I don't think any of those guys get moved if they're, in. And it's funny, the only thing that they had the Orioles really in on was starting pitchers, and 2 of them was Jose Soriano and Reed Detmers from the Angels, to which they said they're not interested in trading, but I guess we'll see.
Escobar's going somewhere.
Yeah, it's happening. It's Yankees, Dodgers, Cubs, somebody's, unless there's somebody that surprises that's willing to, because you want to sign him to an extension. You don't want to give up a bunch of prospects to get a guy that's a rental. But some people want to talk about Mason Miller. Let's go to Jeff in Falston. Jeff, you're on the Fan.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
You guys mentioned Bogarts, but just think about this. What do you think Mason Miller and Machado coming back to Baltimore?
I mean, look,
That would definitely make.
Yeah, I'm biased here when it comes to Machado. I love that guy. I'd love to see him back in Baltimore, even with that bad contract.
He's batting 204.
Yeah,
something like that.
I was wondering who you would package for that deal.
Well, I mean, if Machado's coming back, that means you're taking on some of that money. Appreciate the phone call, Jeff. I mean, he still has a lot left on that deal. Let me see what he signed for. And again, you'd lock down third base at that point, and you'd figure out what happens to Jordan Westberg, next year when he's healthy. But here's what Machado got. He got it was 11-year, $350 million deal. When did he sign it? He signed it it goes through 2033.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Or no, I'm sorry. This is going to go further than that. It was a 10-year, $300 million deal in 2019. So, yeah, it's going to go into the 2030s at least. And I'm not sure. Like, there's probably some different things like player option, things like that in there. But you'd be taking on a lot to get a guy who's not playing up to that type of contract.
He's just not right now. It's just,
He makes $39 million from 2027 to 2033 every year.
Yeah, and when he was here, when he was at his peak, when he was early on, when he go Dodgers first, then the Padres. I mean, I've never seen a guy be in foul territory on his knees and throw a aspirin to first base.
Like I said, I didn't get to watch Brooks Robinson play on an everyday basis, and I know how great he was. I mean, obviously the accolades are there. Manny Machado's the best third baseman I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And that's in a league that has Matt Chapman and Nolan Arenado, and I'd take him, 7 days a week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, his on base percentage is not even 300.
Yeah,
he's on the real down. He's his home runs, but that's it.
You might have to look at how he's done. He had a homer yesterday or the day before. You might have to look at how he's done recently, and almost go, I don't want to look at those first 2 months. He was at like $170. Yeah. So
he's not much higher. He's only in 204.
Yeah. Let's go to Eli in Parkville. He wants to talk about Mason. What's up, Eli?
Morning, fellas.
Morning.
I would make the deal, but I would have to see what the Padres would want back. I know that the O's, they have like some good pitching depth and like AAA and AA, but if they did trade prospects, I guess that's where they would pull from, and then they would just have to rebuild that, the following draft.
All right. Well, I mean, look, they did the trade with the Padres last year when they moved Ryan O'Hearn and the likes of Ramon Laureano. They made that trade. They did what they were supposed to do. Rashawn asked me he said, what did they get back in that deal? And if you guys remember, it was 6 prospects. Tanner Smith, Brandon Butterworth, they're not rated. Victor Figueroa is the 29th prospect in the system. Tyson Neighbors, the number 12 prospect. Cobb Hightower, the 6th prospect. These were their prospects and how they were rated. Boston Bateman was San Diego's number 4 prospect. That's the 6'7", 6'8" kid, the lefty throwing downhill. He looks good. But yeah, you've got a bunch of pieces now in your farm system to go along with all the guys you've drafted. So they have options of guys they can move. And at first I was thinking they wouldn't move any of them, but when they went and got Shane Baz, they gave up quite a bit to get Baz. So they really liked something in him, and so far it's been
Looks like
good.
it's paid off.
Yeah. Let's grab Ken in Annapolis. He wants to talk Mason Miller. What's up, Ken?
Hi. I think the Orioles' biggest need at the deadline is a reliever with control, and so if that is Mason Miller, then I guess I'd be happy. I think I would prefer cheaper options. One guy I guess we saw last weekend that if Houston wants to sell, I'd be interested in Hader.
Yeah.
Even if they were to move like a local guy like Cowser for Hader, I think that'd be an interesting trade package. Houston needs bats, and that's what we have. And then Houston has relief pitching, and that's what we don't have.
Yeah. I mean, look, I appreciate the call. I think it's fair to bring up stuff like this. I did read about the Cardinals maybe being sellers because they're playing way above board. Jojo Romero and a couple other guys that are in the bullpen there. Mm-hmm. It all depends on who's selling and finding the right dance partner, because you never know what teams are going to ask for certain players, and you might look at it and scoff and go, I'm not doing that, because what Eli said, or was it Eli? I want to see what they're offering or what they're asking for.
Right behind you on ESPN is which team should try to acquire Mason Miller.
They're listening to us?
Yeah.
I think that's pre-recorded. Anyway. Hey, look, they didn't fire Buster Olney.
No,
ESPN fired like so many people. Is that just to pay Pat McAfee or what? Are they losing that much money?
Well, the tank tops are expensive, man.
Jeez. Well, there's a lot of names out there. We have to wait and see like which direction they're going to go in. And again, finding the right dance partner and seeing what a team needs. You made a move with the Padres here recently. Maybe there's, the talking points are a little easier. Maybe the Padres go, can we get some of our prospects back?
I just find it interesting. So, Machado's name is coming up. Mason Miller. Like, the Padres are not out of it. They're just trailing the Dodgers by a ton. But, are they just throwing in, raising a white flag, throwing in a towel, whatever trite expression you want to use? Like, is that it?
I mean, I guess that's maybe they're looking at themselves saying this isn't sustainable, what we're doing.
Manny's got 15 RBIs. He's got 22 home runs. His average sucks, but it's like.
And he crushes left-handed pitching, which is what you need.
And then you got. Mason Miller's got 25 saves, and he's Mason Miller. So you're going to give him up? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
So, just talking about it, remember that they were just saying St. Louis is going to be a seller, right? Or could be. Mm-hmm. They're half a game out of the wild card. San Diego, 2 games out of the wild card. The Nats, who had all these players on this list, 1.5 games out of the wild card. Like, it's Cincinnati, the Mets, the San Francisco Giants, and the Colorado Rockies all look to be sellers. Maybe Cincinnati has visions of grandeur, but they're 5.5 out of the wild card. And when you look at the American League, you'd sit here and say, I'm not going to say Toronto, even though they're 6 out yet. Mm-hmm. The Athletics, the Royals, and the Angels are the only teams that we know are definitely going to be sellers. So do with that what you will. Rob Long joins us next. We'll get to the final hour of the program. Got the Daily Line coming up, talking more Orioles, Red Sox. If you want to get in, 410-583-1057. Rob Long joins us live from Boston next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
It's summer, and there's no better time to get your health back on track. And Life Med Institute is ready to help you do exactly that. With GLP-1 weight loss programs, hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical-grade supplements, and genetic testing, LifeMed gives you a full game plan, not just a quick fix. Their on-site medical providers give you personalized care so every step forward feels confident and supported. Don't let another season go by feeling like you're on the bench. Get in the game. Don't forget that LifeMed Institute specializes in testosterone replacement therapy to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence with treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI. You can also give the gift of feeling his best. LifeMed Institute gift cards unlock access to testosterone therapy, GainsWave, IV therapy, peptides, and more treatments built for men who want to perform at their peak. Give health, give power. Gift cards are available at lifemed.com, or you can call 410-575-1200 and make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
Speeding catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. Sal Licata here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. I love the fact that my Knicks were able to win the NBA championship, first one in 53 years. And I think that them running it back for the most part, and they're not even going to miss Mitchell Robinson that much, they're going to get back to the NBA Finals. Who they'll face, who knows? If they'll win it, who knows? But I love the Knicks to win the Eastern Conference. Give me the Knicks to get back to the NBA Finals at plus 325. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer. Become a Caesars Rewards member, earn bonus tier credits on designated promotional days at the kiosk check-in. Play their monthly kiosk games and get in on all the sports action in July at their on-site sportsbook and OTB. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. Don't miss your chance to win. Get in on the action at Horseshoe Baltimore for all the excitement. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Muse brings their The Wow Signal Tour to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 28th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
One of baseball's most anticipated series was put on hold yesterday as the Orioles and Red Sox matchup was postponed due to rain. The two teams will make it up with a day-night doubleheader today, with Game 1 scheduled for 1:35 and Game 2 set for 7:10. Baltimore sits at 49-52 and 3 games back of the Red Sox for the final wildcard spot in the American League. The Birds will look to put an end to Boston's historic 14-game winning streak. Meanwhile, in Miami, one of baseball's rarest defensive gems was on display last night.
Ground ball to third. Oh, baby. There's one. There's two. There's three. Triple play. Wow. Perfectly done.
That call courtesy of Marlins TV. It marked the first triple play in the MLB this season and just the second in Marlins franchise history. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 80. This Fan Flash is sponsored by B. Green & Company. Football training camp is almost here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They have your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back to Big Bad Morning Show. Before we get to Rob, we've got some tickets to give away. Giving away Muse tickets, Saw them in D.C. They're awesome. They put on this crazy-ass light show. Just like a lot of fun. So we're going to do caller number 5, 410-583-1057. It's for July 28th at Meriwether Post Pavilion. So give us a call now. Again, 410-583-1057, caller number 5. Let's go to caller number 1 here. It's Rob Long. He's in Boston. Hey, man, you got a day off yesterday, which means you have to work twice as hard today.
Semi-day off, clubhouse and all that stuff went on. So, 2 games today, split doubleheader. The skies aren't looking good, but the weather report seems like they're going to squeak this one in.
Yeah, as far as, what we saw on the field, we talked about Monday. A lot of the stuff today, because they didn't play last night, it seems like more and more trade rumors get talked about. We mentioned the fact that they might have some interest in Mason Miller. What are your thoughts on that?
I love it. I don't know what it's going to take to get Mason Miller because it looks like they're definitely sellers out there right now. But I would love that move, the back end of the bullpen, because we said it again. Tyler Wells has had back end of the bullpen experience. Rico Garcia, all these guys getting this experience only makes them better for when you push them back in their regular roles because they know what high intense, high pressure situations are. But you need someone. You don't need a poser for a closer. You need a real closer.
Yep.
One of the other names we were talking about before you came on this morning, Rob, was Manny coming back. How would you feel about getting Machado back?
Jeremy and I talked about this a week ago or so. I know he's not put up the best offensive numbers of his career, but we know what that glove is, and he's putting up better. For me, is the other option better than what you have? And in every capacity, man, he is. Is this his best career, offensive career numbers? No, but it's better than what we have. Yeah. Defensively, that's not even a question. Let's not even ask that question. We look foolish to even ask about the defense.
His recent numbers are good.
But you also know, these guys are human beings. We bring them back to Baltimore, back in the playoff hunt. Maybe a new focus. Who knows what's going on out there in San Diego? Manny can still hit. Yeah. I would love Manny Machado here. I would love that as an option.
Manny's last 30 games hitting 271, 987 OPS, and 10 bombs. So he's turned it around now. I don't think he's necessarily the guy who was hitting $170, but we'll see if he ends up being this guy. The power's still there, and as Rob pointed out, the defense, it's just he's owed $39 million every year all the way until 2033. Which might give some people pause. Now, talking to Rob Long, who's up in Boston, the Orioles got a doubleheader today.
Can I add something to that, Jeremy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I add something to that? I think when you have a guy like Manny Machado and San Diego's looking to trade him, you'll get a deal where they'll probably eat some of that. I don't think in a situation like that with Manny's age and what's left on the contract, I think San Diego knows no one's going to take 100% of that contract. If Manny gets traded, watch how much San Diego assumes that contract.
Yeah, one of the rumors that Jeff Passan had up as we talked to Rob Long here on the Big Bad Morning Show, that if in the Mason Miller deal, they're trying to get teams to take Xander Bogaerts' contract, which is just atrocious. And even in the article, Jeff Passan's like, yeah, good luck with somebody taking on that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, as much as I want Mason Miller, I want nothing to do with Bogaerts.
Yeah. So
how do you feel right now? They should have won that game the other night. They should have broken that streak. They've had a seven-game run. We never even saw a 4-game streak this season. Do you believe that their offense is coming alive now? We're seeing what we should have seen in April, or was just a hot streak?
No, I think you're seeing what you should have seen in April. One thing you've always heard about baseball, these guys are going to be what's on the back of the baseball card when it's all said and done. Now, you like it to be consistent throughout, but when the barometer is batting 275 or better, that's a model of inconsistency. When we look at that's 300 with runners in scoring position, that's great for baseball. That means 70% of the time he's getting out with runners in scoring position. So I think those are things we have to remember. All these guys are too good to stay cold the entire season. They're just too good for that. You see now all of a sudden Gunner's going the opposite way. He's playing Pepper with the Green Monster. And I love that because maybe with that Green Monster out there is enticing him enough to want to go to the opposite side, which means now you'll incorporate that in your game when you leave Boston. That's what you need to do. And what's going to happen is once they stop pitching him outside, realizing that he's going to go the other way, then the ball's going to start coming inside, and that's when he'll start getting some lift on and getting some home runs. But I think these guys are too good offensively to stay in that rut that they were in. Also, there's another element to this, too. I don't believe in anybody in the American League the rest of the league is keeping the Orioles in it. Think about this. At one point, right the week before the All-Star break, they were 4.5 out. And at the All-Star break, they were 2. You don't climb 2.5 games in a week. You do in the American League.
Yeah, it's odd because we just went over that Jeff Passan article about all the trades, and you're right. Like, you look at some of these teams. I was looking at the Cardinals and even the Padres that he had listed, and one's a half a game out, the other one's 2 games out of the wild card. And like, going over the list, there only appears to be 6 teams that are really totally out of it right now. So finding that trade partner could be difficult. The one thing I found interesting, though, is of the top 100 players they had listed for trade, the Orioles were only listed with starting pitching, which I don't even think that makes any sense right now. If you added a starting pitcher, it better be somebody at the front end that can help you in the postseason and obviously help you get there. Yeah, I mean, that'd be fine, but like, what, depending on what you give up. But I was surprised they weren't linked with any outfielders or third basemen.
Well, it's funny because 2 Boston guys here asked me, is it true that we're linked to Tarek Skubal? And I've heard nothing about that. Now, you're telling me this article has us linked to starting pitching. Are they doing that because they hear the rumors? I've heard nothing about that. 2 Boston reporters, the one from EEI, one's reporter, asked me, was there any truth to us being linked to Tarek Skubal? I haven't heard that. I checked with some of the Orioles guys. They haven't heard that either. So I find that interesting, too. I wonder what you would give up for Skubal. I think if you get a Skubal, you're going to have something like Jackson Holiday involved in that. I don't know. And again, I'm not putting that rumor out. I just find it to be ridiculous that they have us listed as pitching when you need another infield. You need a third baseman or second baseman. If you can move Jackson to third base and get a better second baseman, that's fine. Keep Jackson at second base and get yourself a great third baseman. But you need either or, and you need an outfielder. Because I think Dylan Beavers is going to be the guy. But it goes back to the conversation a couple of years ago, Jeremy, that you and Ed had about Kobe Mayo, where they needed a right-handed back. And said, well, bring up Kobe Mayo. And the young guys can't do it in these situations, man. They just can't. And I like Dylan Beavers, but if you're really trying to do something, that is not the time to develop him. You know what I mean? Give him some at-bats, but bring in somebody who knows how to do it, who's been there, done that before. Develop Dylan Beavers when you can, but not only do I feel like teams are in it to go to the playoffs, I said it before, once you get in, there's not an American League team right now that I think is dominant over anybody. Every time you want to say the Rays are pulling away, they lose 5 in a row. You thought the Yankees were great, they lost Aaron Judge. I just don't think there's any dominant team right now in the American League. I think literally there's one of 6 or 7 teams that can represent the American League in the World Series.
Given all this conversation we're having, say hypothetically, they got Skubal or Miller. You have to give up something, obviously, that's of value here, maybe quite a bit. And honestly, are the Orioles one pitcher away from going to the World Series?
And I don't think pitching is going to help them go to the World Series. I would love to have Tarek Skubal, but I think offense is what you need to address. I think. Infield defense is what you need to address. I think those are the things that hold the Orioles back. I think the pitching right now is better than good enough. I think to fortify your strongest position and ignore the weaknesses don't make sense to me. Now, if you have 2 moves in you want to fortify the pitching and improve the weaknesses, that's fine. But if you're telling me, well, the Orioles will go down and get a starting pitcher, that doesn't really get me excited because they're okay in that position. If right now, the Baltimore Orioles rotation, right now the Baltimore Orioles bullpen is good enough. Could they get better? Yes, but they're good enough. Right now, the defense is not good enough. Right now, our offense in the outfield is not good enough. Those things aren't good enough to be serious contenders in the American League.
I still think that, I'd love to see an upgrade in the bullpen, whether it's back end or trying to eliminate some of those innings. But, one of the odd things or things I saw today, Max Fried comes back for the Yankees, and I just now noticed the Orioles got the Braves coming up here soon, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is on a rehab assignment, so he comes back just in time to face the Orioles. Rob, here's hoping
Let me ask you this, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Let me ask you real quick. You said about the bullpen. I'm with you. I would love to add a piece, but if they don't, is the bullpen so weak that they can't get to the postseason?
No, but I don't have trust in the 9th inning at that point. I
don't either, but what I'm saying, I don't think the outfield offense is good enough to get to the postseason.
Well, that's fair. I mean, Tyler O'Neill just started hitting, so we go get Machado, who just started hitting. Tyler O'Neill just Hitting, we're golden, man.
Yeah.
Rob, here's the extra innings in game 2 for you. So we'll see you bright and early tomorrow, right?
Ooh,
you better sleep on that flight.
I can't say on radio right now, but you know me well enough to know what I'm thinking.
Hey, man, we'll see you in the morning, all right?
All right, take it easy.
That's Rob Long. Doubleheader today. Those are long days. You got to really like baseball to be there for 2 games. And, those end up being really long days. We'll take some phone calls next. Daily Line's coming up at 9:30, 410-583-1057. Same things we've been talking about. We're going to get into the Orioles. The offenses look better. I just saw Tyler O'Neill's numbers over the last 30 days, too, and what he's been doing. That may be a bit of a shocker. But what would you like to see the Orioles do at the trade deadline? 410-583-1057.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Vinny's going to continue to lay out his expectations for the Ravens rookie class with training camp quickly approaching. Tony Pente's also going to take us down on the farm for all of the latest on the O's top prospects.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Join us at the Mount Washington Tavern tonight from 5 to 7 for a summer tradition benefiting the kids at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Bring a toy or gift card for our summer toy drive. Grab a drink and celebrate a great cause with special guest Ed Norris.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor. The weather is warming up and baseball season is here. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with ceremony coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
410-583-1057. It's a Big Bad Morning Show. Talking some Orioles. I'm going to grab some callers here in a second. Somebody sent me, Ed Norris, Jeremy Conn here with you. Rob will be back tomorrow. We just talked to him. He's got the doubleheader going on. Somebody sent me the link to the thing we talked about earlier with the Cubs fan that smacked the other guy.
Yeah.
And they TMZ caught up with him, sat down with him, and kind of, they went over what happened. And the guy said everyone's missing something. So to kind of let you in on the details of what happened earlier, it was a guy sitting for the national anthem. Guy behind him smacks him in the back of the head, tells him either stand up or get slapped. So he got slapped, and then he stood up. The Cubs fan, whose last name is Chavez, the older guy, said he was a Vietnam vet. He had buddies that died there, so it's somebody alluded to earlier.
Yeah.
And that he had told the guy his stories and why it means so much for him to stand, and he kept sitting. So he slapped him. And he goes, but they're missing the main point of this, is that we made up afterwards, and he actually bought me a beer. It still doesn't give you the right to put your damn hands on
100% it doesn't. It doesn't stop.
So you're missing the main point. You slapped somebody because you disagreed with what they were doing. It's still not right, man. Any way you slice it. But we were talking Orioles trade deadline, what you'd like to see them do. Darius has been waiting in Towson. Darius, what's up, man? Darius?
Oh, sorry. Hey, good morning, folks. How y'all doing?
Good.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I wanted to chime in about what I expect the Orioles, or what hopefully they can do during the trade deadline. And I heard you guys talking about the Mason Miller thing, and I'm going to say this. I think Mason Miller is spectacular, but this is my problem. Mason Miller don't play defense. When he get the ball
yes,
in the ninth
inning,
inning,
actually.
I mean,
game is over when he get the ball in the ninth inning. It's over. But the problem with the Orioles is right now they have other areas that need to be seriously looked at other than acquiring Mason Miller. Only way I will kindly take Mason Miller, maybe we get Manny in the package deal, but I don't know if I'm willing to give up on my young superstars yet to grab Mason Miller. Prime example, who would have thought that Felix Bautista still been on the shelf for the past 2 years, how he was looking in 2022. It's just with pitchers, like, no matter how good of a run they're going, you just don't know if they're going to be able to keep it up with freak injury.
Where's your third baseman been for the last 2 years?
Look, I agree with that, but look, I'm gonna say this for my third baseman, Ed or Jeremy, whoever asked that.
That was me. It was Ed.
Hey Ed, if we're going to look for a third baseman, I've been saying this for a long time. We know the Giants are not going to playoffs. What do we got to get? What do we got to give up to get Matt Chapman? It's simple. What do we got to give to get Matt Chapman? And for the outfield, Jeremy, I've been saying this for a long time. I would love to go get Jordell. We know the Angels is tanking. Angels and John should be our girlfriends right now for the trade deadline.
Hold on, who was the guy you said? The second one?
Jordell for the Angels in the right field.
Oh, Joe Adell. All right, I got you. It sounded like I was thinking you were saying Jordell, and I'm looking at last names. No, it had nothing to do with you. I was just mishearing you.
Those, and this to everybody that's listening, I think Mason Miller is spectacular, but just right now where we're at, if we acquire Mason Miller just by himself right now, does that make this Orioles team a serious contender? I would say no. I'm being honest. We need defense. Now, we bring Manny with Mason. That might help us, but we have other areas that we need to approach other than grabbing somebody like Mason Miller.
But I'll say this, and Darius, appreciate the phone call. If they did make a move for Mason Miller, that doesn't mean that's the only move they're making. They could make a move for Mason Miller and Matt Chapman. I still think they need a back end of the bullpen guy. I'd like to see them start eliminating some of the back innings. Like when we had... I always go back to having Bob, Britton, O'Day, and Brock. Those guys, you knew when they came in the 7th, 8th, 9th, you weren't giving up anything. Good luck. It was Marco from Tripolia. Good luck. I will find you and I will kill you. It's just like, when we're sitting here talking about different acquisitions the Orioles need to make, I love the fact that everybody's passionate and thinking about it from a standpoint of how much better does this move make our team?
Well, basically, he said what I said, that Mason Miller doesn't make us. That doesn't get you over the top. There's a lot of other, weaknesses. The only thing I disagree is when you say he doesn't play defense. Baseball is the only sport where the defense holds the ball. They possess the ball when you play defense.
Well, he might be technically right, but he doesn't have to play defense because he strikes everyone out.
That's true. And that's the field.
I'm not even going to bring my glove out here because I'm just going to strike everyone out. But again, it's going to cost a ton. And some people might not deem it a ton if you throw in Jackson Holiday, but I'll keep going back to it. For all the people that are labeling this kid a bust, he's younger than most of the guys in AAA. He ran through this farm system. So I'm still giving him time. I don't want to give up on him. But I think I trust the front office more than most people do out there. I think they've done an excellent job around the trade deadline of making moves. And if you look at some of the acquisitions we've made, trading for Shane Baz, sign him to extension.
Pete
Alonso, getting Bradish signed to an extension, getting Basayo signed to an extension. This is all new ownership, and the front office is getting done. The trades that they've made, when they needed to be sellers, they got good prospects back. When they were trying to make some things happen to get players to boost them for the playoffs, yeah, I think some people have been less than thrilled with that. But under new ownership, we've had 2 years now, where we get to look at it. And without new ownership, we don't get Corbin Burns. The Angeloses aren't making those trades. They're not adding on salary. So I've never got that why people take shots at Rubenstein, period. But again, with some of the moves that could be made, I was just surprised that Jeff Passan didn't have them linked to any outfielders, any third baseman.
Yeah.
Like, it just seems weird to me. And again,
I mean, one thing I think that is a strength now is starting pitching.
Yeah.
So why? Why would you point to that? There's so many other issues. We don't have a third baseman right now.
Yeah.
Period. I mean, you got guys playing it sometimes, but yeah.
Like, what about calling Toronto and finding out what's going on with Dalton Varsho, who plays a Gold Glove center field. By the way, he came up as a catcher too. He played catcher and outfield, and it's just like weird to see he's a Gold Glove outfielder. Yeah. He had him behind the plate.
It's just when we say third base, it's like when people say, "Oh, my son's a baseball player." No, your son plays baseball.
Yeah,
he's not a baseball player. It's like,
did you see his arm in the backyard? Oh man! So and the other relief pitchers, by the way, that they had on this list. Mason Miller, Aroldis Chapman, Josh Hader, Garrett Whitlock, and Pete Fairbanks. Starting pitchers that they thought were the best: Skubal, Ryan Detmers, Casey Mize, and Sonny Gray. And I think the assumption here, by having 100 players that could be available, I'd be willing to bet you half of these guys aren't even available or won't be traded.
Yes.
Because the team's never had a vision of trading them. So, all right, we've got the Daily Line coming up next. We'll get to the encore and what we learned. I'll tell you where to place your bets. Yesterday was kind of I went 2-3 in my top 5, 2-2 in my props. It was a losing day. I had some nice calls, though, but it just didn't come through on a few other ones. But there's 3 WNBA games and a bunch of baseball games today. We'll go over all that and the prop plays up next here on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Most of us are one good deal away from finally replacing that worn-out rug, fixing up the backyard, or getting the bedroom we actually want. Good news, that deal's almost here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Instant Kohl's Cash is powerful. You spend $25 and earn $10 Kohl's Cash to use instantly on nearly everything store-wide. So now you're grabbing new shoes and nodding at your receipt like you negotiated the deal. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members earn 3 times rewards. Get instant Kohl's Cash this weekend at Kohl's. Offer valid July 23rd through 26th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Aloha, O's fans! Summer is in full swing, and so is Hawaiian Shirt Weekend at the Yard. And for the first time ever, we have one for kids, too. Watch the O's take on the Atlanta Braves on Sunday, July 26th at 1:35 p.m. 5,000 fans 12 and under will score a Kids Birdland Hawaiian shirt presented by Old Bay. Don't miss out on one of Birdland's favorite giveaways. Get your tickets today at Orioles.com/tickets.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Christian Encarnacion Strand was once considered one of the Reds' top prospects, but injury slowed his development, and Cincinnati eventually moved in a different direction. Now healthy and with a fresh opportunity in Baltimore, he's making the most of it. He opened up about the challenges he faced before getting a chance with the Orioles.
I think injuries had a role in that, and then I feel like when you get injured and you're not playing every day, and it just gets hard. But other than that, I don't know. The league does learn you, and you got to make adjustments, but it's kind of hard to make adjustments when you can't be on the field because you're injured.
The O's got rained out yesterday, so they'll play a doubleheader on Wednesday. Dean Kramer will start for the Orioles in the first game, while Kyle Bradish gets the nod in the series finale. In NFL news, the Dolphins and Jordan Brooks have agreed to a 3-year, $51.3 million extension with $35 million guaranteed. The contract elevates Brooks to the 6th highest paid inside linebacker based on both total value and average annual value. He led the NFL with 183 tackles in 2025. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 80. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money!
Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com on 105.7 The Fan.
All right, so let's talk about yesterday and today and what went right, what went wrong. So with yesterday, there were a couple of plays where things got washed out. A little frustrating there, but I had the Dodgers Phillies and they started late. I liked the over. It was a 2-1 game. They ended up switching pitchers, and as I said, Robleski ended up starting. I still didn't care. The weather was so good there. Nobody hit. Had the Blue Jays and Kevin Gausman played like absolute trash and got annihilated yesterday. Cardinals and Angels never quite got there. Padres, Braves overhit. Mariners, Reds underhit. Had the Orioles washed out. Rockies, Nats over. That hit. But mainly it was just like you kissed your sister, maybe a little, maybe your ugly sister. I don't know. That's what it felt like because I lost a little bit. But yeah, not the day that I wanted yesterday. But there is a lot to look at today. WNBA's back. I've already looked ahead at Thursday. Thursday, there's only 5 baseball games or 6. It's one of those days that sucks.
You travel there for a lot of people.
Yeah. But usually you'd have more than just a handful of games. And I don't know, there just wasn't a lot of great matchups, great games. I don't know what you want to call it. But with today, here's what I'll start with the WNBA. The Liberty have been on a road trip. They had one game washed out, and they've been losing here to teams that you'd expect them to beat coming into this season, but they haven't looked like the Liberty from last year. They're at home now. They come back after this long road trip. They're favored by 8.5. I like the Liberty at home. I like Phoenix and LA to go over 178.5. I think that will be one of the faster games we have today. And I like Minnesota-Seattle. I mean, I love Minnesota-Seattle to go under 178.5. Minnesota's getting healthy. I think Collier's back. I don't know if that means anything to anybody else but me right now. But no, I think this will be a slower, more of a plodding game, and it goes under that total of 178.5. That will be a top play for me today. In baseball, weather supports the Yankees over, Red Sox over. Both of those games are doubleheaders. Do with that what you will. Rockies over is supported. Braves over and Cubs under. And it's kind of been like, I feel like we've been on these games most of the week. Like the hitting weather's been good in these stadiums this week. So that's why you've been hearing them pop up quite a bit. With the Yankees, I love game one to go over. It's probably my favorite play today. And I think people are going to, let me pull this up. I think people are going to shy away from it because Garrett Cole's pitching. I'm not worried. We've got 11-mile-an-hour winds blowing out. 10 to 11-mile-an-hour winds blowing out. It's 80-some degrees. I'll take my chance. A little bit of rain in the forecast. I think the humidity picks up. Garrett Cole has not looked like Garrett Cole. He did look good in his last start. And Mitch Keller hits way too many bats. And with the jet streams and everything else at Yankee Stadium, I'm definitely hitting the over on the first game. It looks good in the second game. I just liked it more in the first. Detroit and Chicago, I am going to roll with the under there. It's another game where, like, again, if you watched yesterday, Framber Valdez came in. Did he even get an out eventually? I saw the first 6 batters reach base, and the bases were loaded, and it was 3-0. So, like, you know, he just could not get out of his own way yesterday. So, again, we'll see what Detroit looks like today. It's Keter Montero, who's actually pitched fairly well against Colin Ray. Winds blowing in at Wrigley at about 10 miles an hour. Ray's a ground ball pitcher. Montero, I don't know if you want to call him neutral, but I do think the 10-mile-an-hour winds blowing in could help out quite a bit.
For the pitching?
For the pitching, of course, yeah. So I like the under there. Same thing, good hitting weather with the Padres. I like the over in Atlanta. Martin Perez versus Michael King. I like the Orioles in game 2. We talked about this yesterday. It got washed out. I'm going right back to it with Kyle Bradish on the bump as a plus money underdog. I'll take it any chance I get. I do like the Blue Jays, even after Kevin Gausman embarrassed me yesterday. They're basically a pick 'em against the Tampa Bay Rays. And I do like Washington and Colorado to go over 11.5. It's just great hitting conditions and 2 pitchers that I'm not the least bit afraid of today. And what was it, Cade Cavalli? And that's an early game, too. The one thing you have to worry about sometimes with Coors early games, that's Hughes versus Cavalli, is the shadows coming into play and how difficult they can be at times. But I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about either one of these pitchers. And it's funny. It's great hitting weather in Colorado, and the wind's blowing in. So, again, do with that what you will. My favorite prop plays today, Ben Rice, game 1, over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. These are all over 1.5. Juan Soto, Fernando Tatis, and Freddie Freeman going up against Aaron Nola. Like the spot for him. So to recap my top 5, my favorite play, again, game 1, Yankees and Pirates going over 9.5. I like the Orioles in game 2. I like the Padres over, the Cubs under, and I really like that Minnesota-Seattle under. Those are my favorite plays. So there you go.
There you have it.
That's it. Here we go. Anyway, if you want to get in, 410-583-1057. I want to get back to the Ravens real quick.
Yeah.
I know we pick them every year to kind of like, I don't want to say every year. We expect them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think there have been quite a few years that a bunch of us have picked them to get to the Super Bowl, myself included.
I did.
Past 2 years I have.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here looking at it and I'm going, call me what you want. I really like them again this year.
I do too, but I don't know why. Because they've lost a significant amount of players. They're an older team now. It's a new coaching staff, so it may be great. It's like, I think Ben said it's all, it's exciting because it's new, everything's new. Yeah, it may suck. It may be terrible. You don't know what you're getting.
It could be, but
I think Mint is going to be great, but you don't know.
I think we've had the best roster in football the past couple of years.
And we haven't won.
Yeah. But that's why. Look, I'm way more excited about new coaching than a lot of people. I'm not. There's no secret. I'm not the biggest Harbaugh fan, and I'm really excited about what Minter and Declan Doyle is going to bring to this offense. And watching what Ben Johnson's done for some of these other quarterbacks. I've said this before. If Steph Curry was on any other team, he'd still be great. He'd be amazing. He'd be the best shooter of all time in the NBA. But you put him in the system that Steve Kerr runs and see how well that fits him, putting him in the best position to succeed on a nightly basis. Right. He's going to show out the way that he has. I think the same way with Lamar. You get him in one of these systems that you like to run that's a little bit more up-tempo. You spread it out more. I think he's going to pick teams apart. The only thing that can cause this season to go awry for me is injuries. I like the roster. I like the way it's constituted. I think when we talked about weakness, it was center and weak side linebacker for the most part. Yeah. I think they're strong in a lot of areas. They did lose quite a bit. So if you don't think they're going to make that run, but the more and more I look at it, it makes me excited, which is why I don't want to be disappointed to start the year again.
And look, make no mistake about it. I'm excited too. Yeah. I'm optimistic. I think they're going to be really good.
But you have guarded optimism.
Because they were 8-9 last year. Yeah. And now you have a new coach, a new system, new everything. And they may be great. And by all accounts, they are. The Chargers hated losing him.
I like it. I'm excited to see what happens. But again, like even these young wide receivers, we brought it up earlier. Like, who do you want to see? Does one of them show out? Is Lane better than Surratt? They're two different types of receivers. Which one fits the offense you're trying to run better? So, and the other guy that I think is really going to show out this year is Zay Flowers in this system. I think they're going
That'd be great, because I think he's what we think of him, a true number one, and just needs to be utilized better.
I was watching. I know they have all these different podcasts and different games these guys play. Like they'll flash pictures and you got to yell who it is or where they went to college on some of these They had one the other day. How many wide receivers can you name better than Zay Flowers? I don't remember which podcast this was, but those guys were goobers. Not all of them, but the one guy was like, I can name 20 wide receivers better than Zay Flowers. And he started naming them, and he said Luther Burden. And I was like, you know what? Your list is trash right now. You don't get to do that. Luther Burden may eventually be better than him, but because he had one good... Stop, man. Stop with this nonsense. These people fall in love with their own guys. They're like, I don't... Go look at Zay's numbers and tell me he's not a number one wide receiver.
Well, just this idiocy with Bo Nix and Caleb Williams, they'll take them ahead of Lamar Jackson. I mean, come on, man. You lose all credibility when you say that.
It's just so stupid why people bring this type of stuff up consistently and then sit there with a straight face and tell you that 20 wide receivers better than Zay in the league? Stop, man. Stop. And again, this isn't me telling you that number ones on other teams aren't better than Zay. I mean, there's clearly a bunch of guys you could list that. But when you get to a guy like I think his game is very similar to Amon-Ra St. Brown. And if he's going to get more targets in the red zone, they'll find ways to use him down there because we never did.
So who would you rather have, St. Brown or Zay?
I'd rather have St. Brown.
Yeah, me too.
It's not, that's the thing about St. Brown, though, he gets hurt quite a bit. That guy's a different animal, man.
He's toughish.
Yeah. Let you know in German, too.
Yes.
All right, we got to wrap it up. We've got our encore, What We Learned. We'll get to all that. Got some jokes for you. We'll do that next right here on 105.7 The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Vinny's going to continue to lay out his expectations for the Ravens rookie class with training camp quickly approaching. Tony Pente's also going to take us down on the farm for all of the latest on the O's top prospects.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The entire NBA offseason remains at a standstill as LeBron James continues to keep the basketball world waiting. Despite growing pressure from front offices and a public plea from the commissioner, LeBron James is still taking his time. His agent, Rich Paul, doubled down, says we will not be rushed, and who knows if today's the day. Where does he go? I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, You can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow! I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Most of us are one good deal away from finally replacing that worn-out rug, fixing up the backyard, or getting the bedroom we actually want. Good news, that deal's almost here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every form.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Hey man, look, I got a bone to pick with you and Ed this morning, man.
What'd I do?
Happy Wednesday, first of all, man.
Happy Wednesday.
Y'all gotta stop calling it soccer, man. It's not called soccer, it's called football.
Not here, it's not.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You know, it's what's it called in Italy?
Football.
No, calcio.
Calcio?
Calcio. C-A-L-C-I-O.
That's where you watch it, on the calcio.
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 Hey, Rob, I mean, not Rob. Hey, Ed, I know y'all be watching the chat on YouTube, right? But I'm going in there. They like, I said, what I missed? They said, damn, Trippy, you missed it. Ed stood up, man. And it still looked like he was sitting down. Is that true?
What? Ain't he short? If he's short, then I'm short. We're all short here.
Hey, look, I always put it like this. Anybody that I'm taller than, they short than me. So Ed, Jeremy, Rob, all y'all short to me.
Are you taller than me? How tall are you?
Trippy's pretty tall.
Yeah, man. Well, I ain't that tall. My head just long. But no.
There you go. That's the encore, Trippy. Ben, how tall are you? You like 6 foot?
6'1" about.
6'1". Oh, I didn't mean to cheat you. And see, I was 5'10" and a half for the longest time until I finally just said, all right, I'm 5'10".
I always talk it up.
Yeah.
I would say I'm 5'11" if I were you. 5'10" and a half, I'd raise it up.
You don't have to talk it up, man. I told him before, I measure from my butthole, so it's...
I just don't care anymore.
No.
Not about anything.
Still not where I want it to be, man. It was a fun day. It's weird. One of those shows after like a baseball game, like the Orioles get postponed. What are you watching now?
Harbaugh on TV.
Yeah.
Carl Banks.
It's so funny. Harbaugh was asked about Cam Scadabo's backflip, and he was just like, I just like him to land it. There ain't no way that's what you said to him behind the scenes. Louis Riddick just said as much on ESPN. He goes, I'm sure he didn't say next time you do it, land the backflip when you talk to him. There's just no, not happening. But, it is what it is. There were a couple other things. So I got the Dirty Heads concert tonight. Hopefully I'll see some people out there.
Yeah, I'm going to the Snotty Nose concert.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. You know what I'm hoping?
They're opening for them, actually.
Actually, I can't wait to see Rome tonight open. I'll be there bright and early. But like you were saying, I was looking it up online. I want to see the Dirty Heads more than I want to see 311.
Me too.
They can't get over the name. But they apparently alternate who the closer is or who the headliner is because they're co-headliners.
Dirty Heads on HFS.
Yeah, see, there you go.
And you can do all that smelly feet on HFS.
I was going to say something else. You know what? Let's get to what we learned.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
What did you learn, Ed?
Well, I learned, I was going to do this today, and I didn't cover because I wanted to cover the towels and stuff. But I do want to say this. We discussed it yesterday. I think Tom Brady he is ruining his iconic image.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand what he's doing. And if you haven't seen it, he's getting to this stupid, fake wrestling thing with Jake Paul.
Yeah, he's playing tummy sticks with him or whatever.
I mean, it's so beneath his station in life. Like, I have nothing again. Look, I was Kurt Angle's manager at a local show at MCW. I think it's fun. I mean, I like wrestling. It was fun. I would love meeting Kurt Angle. He was a wonderful guy. But I mean, Tom Brady's Tom Brady. And
I've been to the Angle Inn a time or two.
Have you?
No, just go ahead. Just trying to keep up.
But Brady's just like, hey, what are you doing, man? And other people, I saw something on Barstool about this as well. Like, it's just like, certainly don't need the money. You're one of the most famous athletes in the world, probably. Like, what are you doing? Why?
I mean, look, I understand. Like, I'll give you an example. Max Crosby just put out a rap album.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks. It's just terrible. But he had that prerogative to do it. It's something you did in your free time, right? Yeah. But it doesn't mean people are going to like that music. They love you as a football player. Yeah. Watching Tom Brady do some of this other nonsense, like I was telling you, I'm not a Tom Brady guy at all.
Right.
And the more and more his personality came out, I'm like, oh, you know what? He's not as stiff as I thought he was. But when it comes down to this, it's like, why even get involved with the Paul brothers? You don't need any more money. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't earn more money if that's what you want. Mm-hmm. You're the highest earning guy at Fox right now.
It's incredible.
So it doesn't make any sense to me. Was there another thing? Or was that the one thing that was bothering you?
Well, that was, I mean, also Fanatics jersey prices are bothering me.
Oh, throw that out. That's great.
I mean, I looked. I just happened to come up in my feed and like there's Bryce Harper, new jerseys, the new ones coming out, like the new Bryce Harper jersey, new Philly jersey. It's $420. $420.
What's the material made out of?
What do you say when your kid wants one for his birthday? It was bad enough when they like $170. That was ridiculous.
What is that? Velvet? I mean, Velvet Buka? Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. $420 for a jersey.
Come on, man.
Like, even back in the day, I remember when jerseys were $40 and the authentic ones were like $100 to $120.
Yes.
And then now, if you're getting an authentic one, depending on where you're getting it, everybody's using overseas. And then you get your jerseys back, and instead of purple, you got violet.
I did see that. I saw some Ravens jersey look like Giants blue.
Exactly.
Somebody had one on. I was
because
like,
you end up.
I saw a Bears jersey where the numerals were wrong. Instead of the way the Bears have the different numerals. It was like, no, that's not what they look like.
And it's a fugazi.
It's a fugazi.
Fugazi. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, time to get to some jokes here. We got my music. Do you have music? All right, here we go. I finally completed rehab for my word choice problem. It was my hardest fought battle with addiction. Addiction. I was at the post office when I see a blonde woman shouting into an envelope. I asked her, "What are you doing?" She replied, "Sending a voicemail."
The orange juice. It says concentrate.
This morning, I asked my wife to help me put some fence posts in the ground for our new fence. I positioned the post, and I said, "When I nod my head, you hit it." I don't remember much after that. A king and a queen walk into a bar. Bartender goes, "Sorry, but you're not 21. Blackjack joke. I like this one a lot. I stayed up all night wondering where the sun went. Then it dawned on me. Hey, solar system jokes. How about Venus Williams, Freddie Mercury, and Bruno Mars walked into a bar? They didn't plan it that way. Plan it! Yes. And what do you call a dwarf mother? That would be a minimum. Oh, you playing the music again? Hey, we're back. More jokes. Why did the math book look sad? Because it had too many problems. Hey! Anyway, that's enough. That's enough out of you. No more music. All right. Vinny and Haynie's coming up next. Stay tuned for that. The whole crew's back together again tomorrow. Stay tuned right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. If you're planning your next big home upgrade, Town Appliance is the only place you need to go. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, whether you're upgrading your kitchen with a new refrigerator, range, or dishwasher, and adding a beverage center and air conditioner to stay cool. They have it all with flexible financing. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mayor, they really know their stuff, so visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. And our Salute to Savings event is underway all month long. Incredible offers, top dollar trade values, and service you can trust. We are reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $567 million. That's right, $567 million. Play today at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
One of baseball's most anticipated series was put on hold yesterday as the Orioles and Red Sox matchup was postponed due to rain. The two teams will make it up with a day-night doubleheader today, with Game 1 scheduled for 1:35 and Game 2 set for 7:10. Baltimore sits at 49-52 and 3 games back of the Red Sox for the final wildcard spot in the American League. The Birds will look to put an end to Boston's historic 14-game winning streak. Meanwhile, in Miami, one of baseball's rarest defensive gems was on display last night.
Ground ball to third. Oh, baby. There's one. There's two. There's three. Triple play. Wow. Perfectly done.
That call courtesy of Marlins TV. It marked the first triple play in the MLB this season and just the second in Marlins franchise history. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 80. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
I'll tell you, I've been really impressed with LaJohntay Wester. He's looked fast. He's caught the ball well. He's been a problem inside now, playing behind Zay in a lot of packages. But when I've seen him, he looks very explosive, kind of a problem for people. The other guy that, there's a few other guys, but another guy that I've been really impressed with now, he just started with us, but Jalen Hawkins, and I think safety is going to be one of our strongest position groups. This guy's played a lot of football. He looks very smart. He's physical. He's got ball skills. And then the third guy I would probably say is Carson Vincent. I think he's had a really good offseason. He's a really talented athlete. He's a big guy with a great frame, coming out of a small school. Drafted him a couple of years ago at tackle. And he's made great strides. I'm excited to see him with the pads on. Excited to see how he does in the preseason games.
Eric DeCosta last
Thursday, yep.
Here on this very radio station, very show. Talking to Vinny and Cordell Woodland, talking about players that have impressed him so far through the offseason, which is rookie minicamp, OTAs, mandatory minicamp, and a week from today, 7 days. At this time, as a matter of fact, right?
Yeah. Let me see. Wednesday's practice, Bob, is 11 a.m.
All right, so everyone will be kind of sitting there waiting and getting your parking spots and everything that's going to go on with it. But a week from today, the Ravens, first one on the Jesse Minter training camp 2026, getting ready to, as we've said many times, redeem themselves as a team, as an organization, and maybe individual players from a disappointing 2025 season. We all know what happened. We've talked about it a million times, and I'm sure we'll bring it up a million more. But since the Orioles got rained out last night, doubleheader today against Red Sox, which we'll get into, we'll start with Eric DeCosta talking about those guys, and let's work back to front. Carson Vincent, drafted last year, big human being, massive person, Alabama A&M. You said it last year, Vinny, when you saw him, project guy. Workable project, though. I mean, did you see any hint of skills from him? Might not translate this year, I don't know. But is this a guy that at some point during his Ravens tenure could help the team in some capacity?
He can, Bob, athletic. Like when I was at training camp, at the beginning last year, or might have been at OTAs and mini. I remember talking to Munkin, Todd, and he said, and he's the one who told me, project, Now, when you look at the kid, he's got the length, he's got the size, he's got the athleticism. So he has left tackle traits, and Eric said that. And, if he becomes a player, Bob, it's the hardest thing other than a quarterback, probably to go find. And they're expensive when you do find them. To get a guy who was, 7th round pick to be a guy, we'll see. I still have my doubts. And the doubts, here's the doubts that I have. Is he nasty? And can he anchor? Those are the things that my concern. And you know what, we're not going to know, like Eric said. Can't wait to see him with the pads on. And that's a fact. Because, Bob, like when he punches, in pass pro, when you punch, you got to have a jolt, because you got to kind of stop that, the defensive end or the pass rusher, that's coming. You got to have some power in your punch. And his kind of is a soft punch, or it's not a punch. So, is he going to be ready this year? We'll see. Now, the 19th and 20th of August, we're going to find out. Why? Because they'll be practicing live against Minnesota, and he's going to be going against starting defensive players.
For the record, he was a 5th-round pick. He was actually drafted ahead of Wester, who we're going to talk about, and Aeneas Peoples, among others. So, 5th-round pick for a project. Is that a hefty price tag to pay? Or, I would assume that the Ravens and Eric DeCosta and his scouting staff, they saw enough in him to say, a 5th-round pick, let's take a flyer on this guy.
Yeah, and then when you're in the draft room and then you're in the 5th round, what else is left? That might have been a situation where, and from what I had heard, Bob, was the O-line coach really liked him. So, that's Warhop. So that's a big part of it, because if the O-line coach likes him, what's he going to do? You're going to work him. That's my pet project, and I'm going to work with him a lot. Now, if he's got the work ethic where he wants to lift and get stronger and get good at it, he's got a chance. He's got a chance. Now, like I said, he's got the movement and stuff, but if he lined up against Hendrickson, Bob, out there right now, like 10 out of 10, he'd lose 10 out of 10.
So if all things go according to plan for the Ravens and their projected 5 starters stay healthy for the most part, Carson Vincent's role this year will be like a second redshirt season. Like a college, he's a 6-year college player.
Yeah.
When he finally gets on the field.
What would be interesting, Bob, to see what they would do if Ronnie was going to be out for an extended period of time. That would be the key. Is Rosengard moving over to the left side, or what are they going to do? Because what you would like is for him to play the preseason games and not have to play at all. That Ronnie stays healthy the whole year. That would be, and then he could do some mop-up duty or whatever. That would be ideal. And Todd told me last year during training camp he said, the linemen that we draft, they're kind of all the same. It takes them a couple years to get ready. They play for a year, then they go get paid somewhere else. That's kind of what we've seen. Powers, Bredesen, all those guys have kind of been that. So hopefully, because, Bob, how nice would that be? Like Ronnie played this year, and then Vincent is able to take over. He's 6'7" and he's got arm. He's got everything that you want. He looks the part, but can he play the part?
Also mentioned Eric DeCosta did. Jalen Hawkins, who the Ravens signed as a free agent this offseason out of New England, 4th-round pick back in 2020 out of California. He's been in the league for a while, Atlanta Chargers for a minute, but he was in the Super Bowl last year and a contributing part of a New England defense that got high marks in a lot of areas. He comes in with Kyle Hamilton, rated by ESPN, by the way, as the number 1 safety in the NFL. Malachi Stark's 1st-round pick last year. Still ascending player, we think. But Hawkins brings what to the equation? And the fact that Eric even mentioned him by name, what does that mean here?
Well, we mentioned him a few times when I would come back from camp, Bob, because why do you mention him? Why do you made plays? That's the thing about it. He's got ball skills. He finds the football. He's around the football. And, like when you're just out there, I didn't know him from Adam when you're out there, but then you know what? You're like looking down and who's 21? Damn, who's 21? That's Hawkins. That same kind of thing. You just walk out there and you take notice. And you know what? If you asked me, other than Vincent, the 2 guys that Eric mentioned, same 2 guys that I would have mentioned that you took notice of out there. Because why? They stood out. They definitely stood out. And Hawkins, he's going to be a player for them. He's going to be an upgrade from what they had last year, because I think he's got phenomenal ball skills, and I think he's a little quicker and a little faster and probably a little younger. With him and Malachi, and then with Kyle, Swiss Army knife guy up. Yeah. I think they're, and like Eric said, I think they're really good shape at safety.
He replaces Alohi Gilman, basically, and better tackler, yes. I'm guessing, but 4 picks last year and a forced fumble for the AFC champs, Jalen Hawkins, and LeJante Wester. That was the first guy that Eric DeCosta brought up, who was a 6th-round draft pick last year out of Colorado, primarily a returner, had no catches or targets in 2026. How could that role possibly expand here, or 2025 in 2026?
That's another one. When they drafted him, I was talking to Todd Monken, and I said, Todd, you'll be able to kind of do some cool things with him. He said, well, let me ask you this. He says, because the cool things you're talking about are the same things that we're asking Zay to do, so who would you rather have do it? So, that was kind of the mindset going in. Now, with Wester, Bob, I'll tell you what, he looked really good. He stood out because they like to run a lot of those crossing routes or deep crossing routes, and with his speed and quickness, he beats people across the ball. Now, he was going, most of the times, Chandler Rivers, the kid they drafted out of Duke, that's who he was going against most. He wore him out. He wore his ass out every day that they would go up against each other. But, because he could create separation, and he was catching the football, and he was making plays after he caught the football. So, if you got a guy, even though he plays the same position, you find some spots and some position, because all we've heard, about the coaching staff is they're going to take guys and let them do what they do well so they can have success. And with Wester, if you put him on a corner and his quickness and stuff, it's going to be hard to cover him, especially he'd be a slot guy, more times than not. And if he can get the ball, we've seen him with the ball in his hands with punt returns, what he can do. So if he can get, a target or two a game, I think get the ball to your playmakers. That's all I say. But let me just say this. I hope that because this is underwear, and let's hope that the same thing occurs when the pads come on, that he's doing the same kind of things.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Woman Crush Wednesday. Anything you want to hear? Favorite female artist or band, send a request to the Plaza Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Your concerns, questions, what are your most anticipated roster battles, for instance, as a Ravens fan, a week away from start of training camp? Give us a call, and we'll talk about that with you. Orioles got postponed last night. Okay, take it on the Boston Red Sox. A day-night doubleheader, 1:30. Game one, we'll get into the lineup. We have Boston's. We know the starting pitchers. Then tonight, 7:10, will be game two. Orioles are up. They could sweep the doubleheader, be great. They'd be one game out of the wild card. They win the opener. Lose the nightcap. I guess we'll take it, even if they lose and win. I mean, a sweep would be the ideal scenario, and you've got Kramer and Bradish going tonight. We guess Ranger Suarez will start the nightcap for Boston, even though they haven't officially announced that he will. But big news with the Orioles yesterday was Jeff Passan and Kylie McDaniel, friend of the show, that they're top 100, trade guys. But they also, if you read the fine print, posted chances they get traded. And Adley was 30%, which means there's a 70% chance he won't get traded. There were guys higher on the list who were 10% chance of getting traded. So, Passan, I guess the comment that resonated was the Orioles are definitely listening to trade offers because you can't turn anything down. But goes back to what Mike Elias said a couple of weeks ago. We'd love to have him here. We'd love to keep him an Oriole forever. I wish there was more things in my control, which, you can try to read between the lines there. Right now, Adley's on the IL, and he's controllable through next year, which certainly boosts his value. But we talked about it before. Almost unfathomable 4 years ago, we'd be talking about Adley Rutschman as a guy that wouldn't be playing for the Orioles in 2027 because he was the foundation piece. I still don't think they're going to trade him, but all things are on the table, and they should be. And crazier things have happened in the world of sports for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Bob, who knows? Yeah, I mean, because you'll listen to anything, but you got to be blown away. It's got to be a wow, or that's when you go to the owner and like, I don't know how we turn this down kind of thing,
Sure.
Otherwise, no, he's not. The thing that I would want to know is from and we'll never know who benefits from him is that his agent, that's telling those guys, or they're talking to other executives. Who do you think, the Orioles may trade kind of thing?
Right. And I would assume right now they're in buying mode.
Absolutely.
Like pretty much everyone else. So the last thing they're going to do is get rid of their only all-star if they feel as though they have a chance to possibly make the postseason. Samuel Basallo was not in last night's starting lineup before the rain out. We'll see if he's going to be playing at some point today. He did tell the media that his shoulder is feeling better. So I guess that's enough for them to not place him on the IL. So we got a lot to get to. You want to get in, you can. You trade Adley, you're the GM of the Orioles. How do we get to this point with that? And are we a week away from training camp for the Ravens? What are your biggest concerns facing a team that, yet again, even though they're coming off a losing season, fired their coach, are still one of the favorites to win the AFC?
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Join us at the Mount Washington Tavern tonight from 5 to 7 for a summer tradition benefiting the kids at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Bring a toy or gift card for our summer toy drive, grab a drink, and celebrate a great cause with special guest Ed Norris.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 100 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found Tax Relief Advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday here on 105.7 The Fan. It's Vinny and Haynie. Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Orioles got rained out last night, or postponed, as they say nowadays, against the Red Sox. Got a day-night doubleheader. 1:10 first pitch. We have Boston's lineup. We'll give it to you. Of course, we know Dean Kramer's going to go in game number 1 for the Orioles. It'll be Kyle Bradish. He of the hefty new contract will go game 2. Orioles and Boston get a break after that epic opener of the series on Monday night, where it was almost a relief, to be honest with you. after Monday. And I know we're in the dog days of August and we're kind of in the final 60-plus games of the season. I was like, I didn't want to come in here all stressed out. That'll be tomorrow. And we'll be watching the opener of the game, 1:30, I believe, is the first pitch. We'll be watching the first inning, basically. We're on the air today. But it was like, all right, let's just take a deep breath, reset. Because Boston, they want to play and just roll, man.
That was my thought. And I don't know how much you're buying into it, but maybe an off day benefits the Orioles here. I think it works two ways. One, you get Boston off their hot streak. They're itching to play, as you said. But two, if that gives you the extra day that you need to get Basayo back in the lineup, then maybe he can start game 1, DH game 2, vice versa, something like that. That would be huge for the Orioles. So trying to look for any little advantage you can. Conversely, though, sweeping a doubleheader is difficult, even more difficult for the Orioles. They've done it just once in the last 10 years.
Well, they're due. How's that sound? And Trump would have been the catcher last night. Jackson Holliday would have started at second base against the young lefty. That was going to be the opener, but it's Jake Bennett today, taking on Dean Kramer. As soon as we get the Orioles lineup, we will share it with you. We do have Boston's, as I said. We'll get to that. But are you trading Adley Rutschman? Apparently, the Orioles are listening to offers as they should. Nothing should be off the table. You're not just giving him away for the sake of trading him. Something's going to have to blow you away, Vinny, as you mentioned. Because the Orioles still feel as though, I guess, 3 games out of the wild card, they can compete, even though they're not going to have him for another 10-plus days. And Basayo's status is still, in question. They haven't IL'd him, which means, I guess, that they expect him to play sooner rather than later. And for the Ravens, a week from today, they start training camp. Your biggest concerns with Baltimore rookie coach, first-time play caller on offense. Go back to the last 2 years, they had that on defense and mixed results for
Bob,
sure.
But before, let me go back to Rutschman real quick. What would you take? What would it take for you and Norm to trade Rutschman?
Well, a deal that you win on paper.
Oh, no doubt.
As you feel. Because Adley, you've already paid Basayo. Okay, so he's already locked in for the next, 8 years. So you feel as though you're good there. You've drafted catchers at the yin the last couple of years in the draft. But Rutschman was your foundation guy that everyone kind of gravitates to in the clubhouse. They might not have this crazy guy on the field, Contreras, for instance, out there. Alonso kind of duplicates that. But remember when Adley first came up, how he met the pitcher walking off the mound, which other catchers seem to have duplicated since then. I mean, he was just the word of encouragement guy. When he plays and he's playing well, they're a better team. The record proves that. So I would have to be blown away, Nolan, to trade Adley Rutschman. Now, you said they could do things without him. And keep in mind, they're still under 500. They're not in first place. They're sniffing the wild card. His offense, quite frankly, is not what we expected it would be, certainly as it was in, 23 in the first half of 24. But his defensive metrics are off the charts. He's well exceeding. I mean, the Orioles lead the majors in throwing out base runners by catchers here.
Yeah, the blown away part, I don't know if I would agree with that. And it's the timing thing, right? You're not that far away from being in a situation where you're only going to get peanuts in return for Adley Rutschman because he's coming up on the end of his contract. So unless the team is firmly in a wild card spot at the trade deadline coming up, which looks more likely than it did a couple weeks back, I'll give them that. I'm not in a situation where I feel like I have to be blown away. I'm taking the chance to sell him now because I know the value is only going to go down next year. The only way the value maintains some consistency next year is if his stats are even better than what they are this year. The defense maintains some consistency, and he's healthy, which now all of a sudden, 3 IL trips this year, 5 in the last 2 years, for a guy who was the model of consistency and health for his entire baseball tenure. That raises a little bit of a red flag to me. At the very least, I don't want to get caught in a situation where I can't move him. You know what I mean? That would be my worst fear.
But blown away, I'm asking high. And I'm definitely not selling low. I mean,
that's
you're talking about peanuts. I guess we're referring to Manny Machado.
Exactly. Yes.
Well, I'll spin it another way. Dean Kramer's helped the Orioles win a hell of a lot more games than Manny Machado helped the Dodgers win. And Dean Kramer, by the way, pitched in the opening game of this series. Dean Kramer pitched in playoff games for the Orioles. Manny Machado helped the Dodgers get to the World Series. I get that. But they trade him a year earlier, maybe Walker Buehler, Alex Verdugo, who were kind of their top prospects at that time, would have been more realistic gets than Yusniel Diaz and some other dudes whose names we've forgotten 9 years later.
As far as what kind of return, right, without giving you specific names because you don't know prospect names around the country, positions I'm looking at, if I can get myself an MLB center fielder, someone who's going to be an MLB center fielder within the next year, I have to jump on that. I don't know what opportunity I'm going to have in free agency to get one. There isn't one in-house. And at this point, I can't put stock in Enrique Bradfield Jr. Not waving him goodbye. He's still going to have his opportunity to come up the ranks, but it hasn't happened as quickly as it should have for a first-round pick. And there's not going to be any amount of games he can play the rest of this year that's going to allow me to feel comfortable making him the starter going into 26.
So you're saying Colton Cowser's not...
Well, he's a starting outfielder. I would like him to go back to left.
So you don't want him as your everyday... Who knows what Eric Booth Jr. will turn out to be. I would like a right-handed power bat that could play a corner. Well, center field certainly would be a perfect spot, but could either play third base or play left or right field. Basically what you thought Tyler O'Neill was going to be.
And a closer.
They're going to be tough to come by. But you can convert... Mason Miller was a starting pitcher who couldn't throw strikes, who became a closer for the A's, and now next to Skubal might be the most attractive trade chip in the offseason. Look at Tanner Scott with the Dodgers, who stabilized himself. The Orioles drafted him. He couldn't throw strikes. Even when he started games, he only pitched an inning. They just wanted him to gain some control. He did. He's made a ton of dough. You could transition guys into closers, but I prefer a bat of the right-handed persuasion that's controllable, or at least has an upside that, what do they say, can't miss, which Adley apparently was supposed to be too, by the way.
Yeah, if you're trading one singular position player, which we're speculating the Adley trade would be just him alone for a collection of guys. That's the assumed thing here. I don't think you would be able to give up one position player and get back a haul that includes multiple pitchers, probably even one. Tony Pentis said this a few weeks back, right? If you're looking to acquire pitching, you got to give up pitching too. I mean, teams are catching on to this, that between injuries and just a lack of overall depth at the pitching position, you can't let one walk without getting at least a lottery ticket coming back in the door, right? So to let it walk for nothing, unless it's a really, really dire need, just can't, it doesn't happen.
And keep in mind, catcher market, Goodman from Colorado could be available. And apparently Langoliers and the A's aren't really connecting on a long-term deal. So it's not like Adley would even be the only catcher that contending teams will be looking for. But anyway, Jeff Passett, 30% chance to get traded, which means it's a 70% chance he won't. He is on the IL. He is controllable for another year. And the Ravens, a week away from trading camp. Biggest concerns, we'll come back, take Warren, take Antonio, and take you here on The Fan.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Christian Encarnacion Strand was once considered one of the Reds' top prospects, but injuries slowed his development, and Cincinnati eventually moved in a different direction. Now healthy and with a fresh opportunity in Baltimore, he's making the most of it. He opened up about the challenges he faced before getting a chance with the Orioles.
I think injuries had a role in that. And then I feel like when you get injured and you're not playing every day, and it just gets hard. But other than that, I don't know. The league does learn you, and you got to make adjustments, but it's kind of hard to make adjustments when you can't be on the field because you're injured.
The O's got rained out yesterday, so they'll play a doubleheader on Wednesday. Dean Kramer will start for the Orioles in the first game, while Kyle Bradish gets the nod in the series finale. In NFL news, the Dolphins and Jordan Brooks have agreed to a 3-year, $51.3 million extension with $35 million guaranteed. The contract elevates Brooks to the 6th highest paid inside linebacker based on both total value and average annual value. He led the NFL with 183 tackles in 2025. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 80. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Siding. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Woman Crush Wednesday. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send your request. Pause for text, sign up 410-583-1057. Miles Simmons, ProFootballTalk.com. He'll be joining us 11 o'clock. Preview training camps with him. Get his thoughts on the AFC, which very deep and powerful division. Defending champ New England. Nobody saw that coming a year ago.
Nope.
Denver in the AFC Championship game, who was a playoff team the year before, but nobody saw them winning 15 games. As Baltimore, Cincinnati, and Kansas City didn't even make the playoffs. Joe Burrow got hurt again. So we get his thoughts on the American Football Conference. And Seattle's the defending Super Bowl champs, and they're not even favored to win their own division because the Rams are now the fancy team. And who knows what San Francisco is going to bring to the equation. So stick around for that. Orioles taking on the Red Sox doubleheader. Game 1 coming up at 1:35. Dean Kramer against Jake Bennett. Left-hander crafty, successful so far this year. Give you Boston's lineup because still waiting on the Orioles. But let's get out to the phones. We asked you, would you trade Adley for the right deal? I mean, you're just not giving him away for peanuts. But what are you worried about with the Ravens a week away from training camp as they get ready to, make amends, shall we say, for a very disappointing, maybe one of the more disappointing seasons in Ravens history based on expectations.
No question.
Certainly in the last 25 years.
Oh, I think the biggest disappointment, Bob, was other than maybe one or two guys, everybody regressed. And that's the biggest disappointment is like, if you'd have said, everybody on your team other than Zay Flowers and Derrick Henry.
Henry was solid.
Yeah.
Really solid. Kyle Hamilton was doing it up.
All right, those three. Other than those three guys, everybody else is going to play worse than they played the year before. No way. And it was a fact. And it was kind of ugly.
And and your hand-picked successor to Justin Tucker, they basically babied him all season long. Still couldn't figure out the kickoff role, which cost them. And then the one opportunity he had to make a game-winning kick, he missed it. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Warren in Owings Mills. Warren, thanks for holding. What's up?
Sure. Good morning, gentlemen. I have a Ravens question for Vinny, but first, real quick, yes, I would trade Adley, and I'm kind of between you and Nolan, Bob. I certainly wouldn't give him away. I don't know we're getting a blockbuster deal, but I want to get to the Ravens, and this is for Vinny. Since the Ravens, and you've been impressed with Wester.
Yes.
And he was kind of a bust last year. At least he got gunshot returning punts. But I trust your judgment, Vinny. And let me ask you this. Remember during some of the peak years of the Patriots, they had a bunch of little slot receivers. Wes Welker and Edelman were often on the field, slots on either side on slots. And didn't they have a third guy that was like in that 5'8", 5'9" range?
They seemed like they had them every year. The two you mentioned, I recall.
And with
wasn't Woodhead part of that equation?
Yeah. Now, they had a little more meat on their bones than Wester, but could you see, especially since we have questions at tight end, the Ravens trotting out both Zay in one slot and Wester, assuming Wester, shows in the preseason and really has progressed, could you see us doing that, especially also since Declan Doyle comes from that system in Chicago that liked a bunch of tight ends on the field? But I'll hang up and listen to your answer. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you,
I mean, I could see it, but not a ton, just because of size. You got two midgets. You know, I mean, Zay plays a little bigger, but Zay doesn't play huge. You know, he doesn't win contested catches and do that kind of stuff. You know, and he's not good in the red zone. So I think there'll be a place for Wester as long as he continues to do it. And I think he will. I liked him as a punt returner, and I think he'll be fine as a punt returner. I think he can make plays. And with the ball in his hands, I think he's very good. So they need bigger guys. They have bigger issues than that. I mean, Wester doing great. That's awesome.
But right now on the wide receiver depth chart, he's
like 6.
Yeah. But there you go. But if he becomes a dude, pleasant surprise. But the fact that the GM even mentioned him by name as one of the standouts should encourage people, I guess.
Well, let me just say this. Wester, he will be active on game day because of his punt returns. You know, so how many are they going to have active? If they only have 5, then all of a sudden, you know, you probably are going to get some snaps at receiver too.
Let's get out to the phones. Go to Antonio in Rosedale. Antonio, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
How you doing, Bob?
I'm living the dream, Antonio. If I was any better, I'd be you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. How you doing, Vinny?
Wonderful.
Will the Orioles give up current players or prospects in trades before the deadline? And you guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Antonio. Great to hear from you. I think the next, what's today? The 22nd, 3rd's the trade deadline. They get swept today. Atlanta comes in, takes 2 out of 3. Then they're on the ropes, and Mills Lane and Arthur McCanny are starting to look at him closely, whether or not they want to wave things off. Then maybe the Taylor Wards and the Trevor Rogers, maybe the Canoes, the Kittredges of the world could be gone. But if they win, even if they lose one of today's games, right? You lose 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
But you win your series against Atlanta. And what else we got? Then you have Detroit on the road, who are basically in the same boat the Orioles are, a little further behind in the wild card. And then Philadelphia here. Yeah, boy. If they're in it, they're buying. They'll trade prospects, you have to. If they're 5 games out of the wild card, say goodbye to a lot of dudes that are on the current roster. And maybe if he's trying to retool like they did last year with Laureano and O'Hearn, try to replenish Elias, that is, the farm system, then we could see some others go.
Even if they're buying, Bob, can you see them trading Ward?
If they had a right-handed hitting outfielder who could get on base at a 380 clip, 100%.
Yeah.
And would be it. Austin Hayes, 2023, was on this team. Well, Taylor Ward wouldn't be. You know what I mean? But Austin Hayes, 2023, is now Austin Hayes on the injured list with the 2026 White Sox. But if they had, say, Vance Honeycutt would have lived up to that first-round draft status of 24 instead of being at low A and now hurt, then this might be more of a realistic proposition. But I think Ward goes only if they're out of it. Because his power, not going to hit 35 bombs, but he's starting to hit with a little more thump here as of late. But defensively, I mean, there's a problem. If you're on the phones, we'll get you when we come back. It's Vinny Haynie, Woman Crush Wednesday. Nolan's on the other side of the glass. Miles Simmons, ProFootballTalk.com, 11 o'clock, whip around 11:15. Then Tony Penty, speaking of prospects, we'll talk. Where's the next great right-handed hitting outfielder in the Orioles system? Do they even have one of those guys?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on Game 1 of the Orioles doubleheader against the Red Sox and then preview Game 2. Also, we're 1 week away from training camp. What constitutes a successful season for the Ravens? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. If LeBron James really cares about winning at his next NBA stop, he'll sign with the Philadelphia 76ers or the Cleveland Cavaliers, not the Miami Heat. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Bam Adebayo are really good players, but the Heat, not championship worthy. He needs to go to Philly or Cleveland. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
C-A-L-L-A-M-azing. Go to callamazing.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning on hosting more cookouts or spending your nights outside with family and friends or looking for your next home upgrade, you're going to need to check out Town Appliance. They carry top brands like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Get your home summer ready with new outdoor grills, beverage centers, and outdoor refrigeration and powerful air conditioners, all with flexible financing. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Now, Mayor, they really know their stuff. So visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance.
Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Here I come. You can't hide.
Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send a request. Plaza Port tax line at 410-583-1057. Nolan McGraw is waiting for you there. Miles Simmons, Pro Football Talk, joins us top of the hour. Get his training camp previews for the AFC, which is loaded. Who's the surprise team coming out of nowhere to maybe make a run towards the postseason, even the Super Bowl? Or do the traditional powers get themselves back to where they have been in years going by? Could this be the year that the Pittsburgh Steelers finally bottom out with a new head coach there? Tony Petit talks about the top prospects down on the farm for the Orioles after the draft. For instance, Kylie McDaniel has the first-round draft pick, Eric Booth, as their number one prospect already. Let's go to Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, what's up?
What's going on, gentlemen?
How you doing?
All right. As far as the Adley deal, I would trade Adley, but the biggest thing with Adley trading him is if he goes to New York and becomes a Hall of Famer, Baltimore would be sick. So that's the deal on that end. So, but on the football, I mean, maybe it's semantics, but I keep hearing Vinny saying regress. So do we really think that Lamar was hurt or regressed? Which means regressing, I looked at the definition, is all the progress that you have, it's a decline. You think he's declined from where he was, or was the guy just hurt? Because I keep tired of he regressed like he's lost something, and we lost something. The guy was hurt. Can we give him an opportunity to get back on the field and not use such strong words? Because a lot of people who know who are educated and understand, they hear the words and it says regressed. It's like we lost something and you can't recover it. Regressed. All I want to do is the guy got hurt. That's all. Regress. Maybe Vinny can explain what he means when he says regress. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jonathan. By the way, educated is not what we are at this point in time. But Vinny, explain, as Jonathan wants you to, what you mean by regression. And I don't necessarily remember you singling out Lamar.
No. Well, yeah, I didn't. I kind of, other than those three, I thought they had good years. You know, the Zay Flowers and the Hamiltons. And, well, when you look at Lamar, okay, we could. The reason being is because if he's healthy, he's probably up for the MVP. Now, the year before. All right, like the same things that I'm saying, Bob. I mean, why did and I thought this was total BS. Why did other people think that he was worthy of the 69th of the top 100 players type of thing? So people thought that he took a step back. And was it because of injury? Probably so, because he got hurt so early. He pulled his hammy, and then he didn't run after that. So he became a one-dimensional quarterback. So I guess did injury have a factor on it? Absolutely, it did with him because he couldn't do some of the things that he would normally do. I mean, he rushed for 300 yards, which is Bob, on a good year, that could be 4 or 5 games. Where he gets 300 yards.
But statistically,
he was down.
Derrick Henry did not have the year statistically that he did in 2024, where he was, one of the best offensive players in the league, but he finished second in the NFL in rushing. Lamar's quarterback rating was over 100, but he had set the bar so high the year before. So I don't want to speak for you. But statistically, pretty much all the skill guys took a step back except for Zay. And offensive line, performance-wise, who played as well last year as they did the year before when they lost to the Bills?
To me, not a one of them. So
I think that's what you were
right. And same with tight ends. Was it because Likely was hurt? Yeah. But then when he came back, he wasn't the same. Now is he doing great with the Giants? Yes. And with Mark Andrews, statistically, well, the eye test took a step back.
He averaged 8 yards of reception.
Yeah.
He went from 11 TDs to 5. So we got you, Nolan, you got what Vinny was saying here. He didn't say Lamar's regressed as a player. Just statistically, everyone kind of dipped.
I think Jonathan gave you the answer right out the gate on the phone. Is this semantics or what? Yes, this is semantics, right? If we're going dictionary definition of regression, as Jonathan said, no, his skills aren't in decline. It was a product of injury, right? I mean, it's also, in the case of Derrick Henry, a product of posting numbers that are, quite frankly, not achievable in back-to-back years, or they're so high that it's not fair to expect him to clear that bar again.
And the other thing with Lamar and with Derrick Henry, who are they relying on to do their job, more than anything, is the O-line.
We'll come back. Miles Simmons will be joining us, ProFootballTalk.com. Preview the AFC as training camps start next week. Stick around for that. Whip around line 15. Talk about what happened in the world of sports last night. Well, not a lot, quite frankly. No. But LeBron James just keeps finding himself in the news for whatever reason. Stick around. And then Tony Penty will go down on the farm. Draft is done. How has his Orioles top prospect page changed since that happened?
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Your home is filled with memories with your family, but if your kids are older and they've left the Baltimore area, maybe you want to move closer to them, so you got to work with Lee Tessier if you're thinking about selling your home. Now, Lee guarantees results. And if he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to beforehand, he's going to buy the home himself. Now, it helped Tom and Sue know that they would be in good hands with Lee. They've been living in their home for more than 30 years, but wanted to live closer to their grandchildren. They weren't sure where to start with the home selling process. They called the Lee Tessier team, and they were amazed at how easy the process was. There were multiple showings right away. Their home sold fast and for top dollar. It's all thanks to, guess who? That's right, Lee Tessier. So call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. My good buddy Lee Tessier. Give him a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That's 410-638-9555 or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, I'll just start packing.
Get in on all the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer. Play more, win big all summer long. Caesars Reward members earn bonus tier credits on designated promotional days at the kiosk check-in. Horseshoe Casino, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Most of us are one good deal away from finally replacing that worn-out rug, fixing up the backyard, or getting the bedroom we actually want. Good news, that deal's almost here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every...
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends. August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles will play a doubleheader against the Red Sox today after last night's matchup was rained out. Dean Kramer was originally scheduled to pitch in the series finale, but will now be bumped up for today's 1:35 start. Then the newly paid Kyle Bradish will get his turn in the 7:10 nightcap. Boston is not only searching for a series win after taking Game 1 earlier this week, but they're also searching for history. One more victory would tie the longest win streak for the franchise, and a sweep would break the long-standing mark set by the 1946 Sox. And as the World Cup comes to a close, Fox has announced that this year's event drew record-setting viewership across the United States, with 38.9 million tuning in for the Spain versus Argentina final. According to Nielsen Media Research, that's the most watched English-language soccer telecast in U.S. history. Overall, Fox says they averaged 7.7 million viewers across the 104 total games. That's up from 3.5 million in 2022 and 2.7 million in 2018. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan & Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan & Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details, call 410-367-7777. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with temps reaching the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Meet you downstairs.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. It is Woman Crush Wednesday. Anything you want to hear from your favorite female artist or band, send your request. Live Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Nolan McGraw is waiting for you. Orioles and Red Sox, as you heard during Nolan's update. Doubleheader starts at 1:30. I have Boston's lineup, still waiting on the Orioles. We do know Dean Kramer will start the opener, and Kyle Bradish gets the nightcap, but we'll get into all of that in due time. But training camp a week from today for the Baltimore Ravens, and joining us now to preview the AFC, which is loaded, at least on paper, had two surprise teams, if you will, in the AFC Championship game. Could we possibly see a duplicate of that? From ProFootballTalk.com, let's welcome back to the show Miles Simmons. Miles, hope you had a great summer. Thanks for joining us again here on 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, no problem, guys. Always happy to do it.
Now, as we look at last year's end to the season, it was Denver, it was New England. Denver going in without their starting quarterback. Patriots get to the Super Bowl. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now we come into training camps here. You got the Ravens, new coach, but appearing to be at optimum health, especially at QB. Same in Cincinnati. Pittsburgh brought back Aaron Rodgers. How did we see, first we'll talk about the AFC North. How do you see the power structure there? And is it going to be maybe more surprise stuff in the AFC, or do we get back to some level of normalcy where the Ravens, the Chiefs, and other Buffalo start making runs at championship games here?
Yeah, I'll take the second question first. I do think we're going to get back to that more sort of normalcy, the stuff that we've been used to seeing over the last several years, where the top three quarterbacks, in my opinion, really the National Football League right now, where you've got Josh Allen, you've got Patrick Mahomes, you've got Lamar Jackson. I'm not necessarily saying in that order, but those would be my top three, right? But I think those guys are going to be able to elevate their teams to the level that we're used to seeing them at. And it's interesting that two of those three teams have new head coaches. And then the third with Mahomes, you're coming off the ACL. But I just still think that given what we know about Baltimore, about Buffalo, especially Lamar and Josh, and then with Patrick Mahomes coming off the injury and how poorly, I should say, they played last year. I feel like those three teams are going to be back in the mix for that top spot in the AFC again. But I mean, the AFC North is so interesting because we've now got unknowns at head coach in three of the four teams, and the fourth team is Zach Taylor and the Cincinnati Bengals. And the known quantity that we have with them is, hey, they're going to have an explosive offense. Right? We know that. Joe Burrow is very, very good at what he does when he's healthy. Jamar Chase, one of the best wide receivers in the National Football League. And T. Higgins, also, the best number two receiver probably that there is right now. So they're going to have that explosive offense. But I don't know what to expect from them on defense. That's nice that they got Dexter Lawrence. He certainly should help them. But I don't know that puts them into the top half of the league that they will need to be in order to actually make a good run. And that's something that, can they even get out of the AFC North when you have all the rest of the teams competing? And by all the rest of the teams, Pittsburgh and Baltimore will leave Cleveland to the side.
Now, Miles, can the teams that have the easiest schedule, like New England did last year, it's Cleveland, it's New Orleans, it's Cincinnati. In your mind, can any one of those three teams become the Patriots of last year?
No, but I think that if any one team does, it might be the Saints, just in terms of going from, where they were to winning their division. The Saints, I think, probably have the best shot of doing it because they're in the NFC South. And you know what? I got to say, I was impressed by the way Tyler Shough played at the National Football League as a quarterback. When you go back and look at some of the stuff he was doing in college, especially at Louisville, it really wasn't that impressive. I remember watching those draft highlights, and some of those things look like lollipops over the middle, and you're like, that's the highlight? How is this going to translate to the NFL level? And he got in there and he really played pretty well, especially for a rookie quarterback, coming in as as a not first round high draft pick, right? Somebody that we think that, oh yeah, he's going to come in and he should have success early. So I was pretty impressed with the job that Kellen Moore did with him. I think New Orleans has done some good things in terms of improving themselves, getting Travis Etienne over from the Jaguars in free agency. They just re-upped Kamara, who didn't have the most productive season, but he's still a guy who has a nose for the end zone. Not necessarily saying much of his production last year, but just given the course of his career, we know who he can be. So I like the way the Saints are set up going into this year, especially in the NFC South.
Now, Miles, at the other end of the spectrum is the Bears have the toughest schedule. How do you think that affects them? Are they one of the teams that are going to not make the playoffs this year?
I don't know that they'll not make the playoffs. I think that some of the lucky, stuff from Caleb Williams that we saw, particularly toward the end of last year in those games against the Packers, obviously the game in the playoffs and the snow against the Rams, right, where he launches that thing on fourth down and they end up scoring and sending it to OT like that. I don't know that you'll be able to replicate some of that. Detroit, I think, will be better in that division. Minnesota, we'll see with their quarterback situation, but Green Bay is also going to continue to be competitive, and they'll get that boost when Micah Parsons comes back from the ACL injury as well. So that is just one of the toughest divisions in football, and so that, to me, is almost more why I see Chicago probably regressing than anything else. Just you have to go and play all of those teams so many times that it's really, really hard to get through that unscathed.
Now, Miles, there's a ton of new young head coaches, young coordinators. Who do you see making the jump? Who do you think is going to come out of that and everybody's going to be talking about, or with coordinator is going to be the hot dude, for next year's job cycle?
Yeah, the coordinator one is really interesting because there's so much turnover that's happened over the last year. David Blau is a guy that intrigues me. Drew Petzing with the Detroit Lions, I think, is going to be a guy that, could be really impressive. But look, I think there are also guys that are stepping in as head coaches like a Joe Brady. I think he has an advantage just having been in that building for as long as he's been there and being around Josh Allen and knowing Josh Allen. There's not going to be how do we have to interact as quarterback and play caller thing, right? How do we fix this playbook so we know what it is that you like? I mean, that is a huge advantage from the Joe Brady standpoint. Now, that being said, does that mean that they're all of a sudden going to be a different team than they were in the postseason? Does that mean that Josh Allen is going to turn the ball over 4 times, including one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen for the end of the half at Denver, right, in the postseason? No, not necessarily, but I just think that when you're starting off, with a guy that has already been in that building and has already called plays and already knows exactly what the quarterback likes, that gives you an inherent advantage over some of these other folks, like maybe even a Justin Minter and like a Declan Doyle, right, who's coming in and he's going to try and do all these things with Lamar Jackson. It makes it more difficult when you have to go and get game experience and game reps in order to really learn those things.
Miles, how do you see the NFC West shaking out? And then the other part of that, you think Aaron Donald is playing for the Rams?
Okay, so I covered Aaron Donald day-to-day for the first 5 years of his career when I was covering the Rams. And that is a guy who's not going to come back unless he believes he can be himself on the field. And so, yes, he's worked out at the Rams facility. I kind of think he's going to do it. I'm not necessarily reporting that. That's just me basing that on my instinct and having been around him for as long as I was. But certainly when you have the chance to play with another walk-in Hall of Famer like Myles Garrett, like that, it changes the calculus of like, what do I think I need to do in order to get back on field? This is still a guy that like benches 150-pound dumbbells with each arm, right? Like it's not going to take him as much as it would anybody else, I think, to get back into game shape. It's just, does he really feel that fire and that hunger? And, if he does, then, yeah, I think that the Rams then become the real favorites in the NFC West. And they already might be. I don't know what the betting odds are. But, when you go out and you improve your team and you improve the weak spots of your defense by getting a Myles Garrett, yeah, you're welcome, Lamar Jackson, and then also getting a Trent McDuffie from Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, those are 2 top 5 players at their position in the National Football League. And then, by the way, you get a Jalen Watson also at cornerback. Like that, the Rams have done a lot to improve. But, the Seahawks are the reigning champs, and they're the reigning champs for a reason. Mike McDonald did such a great job with them and with that defense last year. They're going to a new offensive coordinator. That could, spark that little adjustment period, but we'll see on that. And you can never take San Francisco out of anything, right? The only thing I really think about the NFC West this year is that the Cardinals are going to finish in 4th place. And I know that people in the Cardinals have said, oh, well, they've got to play us. And it's like, yeah, they do. And Jacoby Brissett is still upset about his contract. You got, guys like, I think, Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck also at quarterback, and a first-year head coach in Mike LaFleur. Like that, that's not really a great recipe for success. Can it happen? Of course. We've seen it happen before in the National Football League. But, that's the one where I'm like, okay, Cardinals probably going to come in 4th place. And it might not even be because they're all that bad. It's just because everybody else is just that much better.
I give Jim Hart a call. I think he's still looking for work there. He's Miles Simmons, ProFootballTalk.com, and you talk about Aaron Donald doing those curls like it's something. Or Nolan McGraw does it during our commercial breaks. Miles Simmons, ProFootballTalk.com. Miles, great to catch up with you. Training camp start next week, so we look forward to talking to you for the next, 8 months here on 105.7 The Fan.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Thanks, Miles.
You got it. We'll come back. It's the Whip Around, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. And then Tony Penty, OriolsHangout.com. How has the Orioles prospect list changed since the draft a couple of weeks back? And where is a right-handed hitting outfielder down on the farm that is realistically a guy with a chance to maybe help the team in some capacity eventually, maybe?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on Game 1 of the Orioles doubleheader against the Red Sox and then preview Game 2. Also, we're 1 week away from training camp. What constitutes a successful season for the Ravens? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Summer, it's in full swing. And if your home or backyard isn't quite ready for the heat, it's not too late to upgrade those appliances you've been meaning to replace. Now, whether you're perfecting your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the dog days of summer hit, you got to check out Town Appliances' 4th of July shopping event, and it's still going on. So what better? If you need something, you're going to get it at a good price. So good time to go. Town Appliance. I was there 2 days ago. I was over there. Now, from premium grills and outdoor refrigerators, I checked them all. The grills are spectacular. I mean, if you need an outdoor grill, those things are beautiful. They got all different sizes, and you know what else they got for them too? The pizza ovens and stuff for outdoors. Really nice. We did make a pizza, and they got the outdoor refrigerators to ACs, luxury kitchen appliances. They have everything you need to make the most of the season. Their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Took me from the office here, took me 14 minutes to get there, and I can tell you firsthand, Mirror, they were awesome. They made buying my GE fridge incredibly easy, and I promise they'll take great care of you. Yeah, we had a great time when we were there. Me and Brennan, who worked the sales here, we went out there. It was great. Great experience. Now with flexible financing, free nationwide delivery on most orders and their price match guarantee, it's a perfect time to save. Tell them that Vinny sent you and stop by the Owings Mills showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Join us at the Mount Washington Tavern tonight from 5 to 7 for a summer tradition benefiting the kids at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Bring a toy or gift card for our summer toy drive, grab a drink, and celebrate a great cause with special guest Ed Norris.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time for the Whip Around here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles and Red Sox postponed last night at Fenway. They got a day-night doubleheader coming up, 1:35. Still waiting on the Orioles lineup. Dean Kramer is on the hill, 1-2 with a 4.15 for Baltimore. Jake Bennett, 5-3, 235 lefty for the Red Sox. Yeah, doesn't throw 98 miles an hour, but 92, 93 can sit there. Very effective, very accurate. Works the zone a little bit. So he's going to be tough for the Birds to deal with. Yoshida's the DH leading off. Rafael at center field. Abreu's in right. Contreras, our new favorite player, Nolan, cleaning up at first base. Durbin, who hit the game-winning homer the other night, he's at third. Gonzalez at second. Durant's in left. Wong's behind the dish. And Cheng, who made the great catch to end the game on Monday, he is at shortstop. That is your lineup for the Boston Red Sox.
Bob, why would they switch Bradish and Kramer?
I don't know, Vinny. Pirates and Yankees coming up at 1:05, though. So we got that rolling up today. So we'll have some day baseball for you, which we'll talk about during the final hour of the program. World of sports outside of baseball, quite frankly, not really a lot going on as we wait for training camp to start. You got your media days in college football. I know the SEC is looking to bounce from the NCAA, which might be a realistic thing, as the NCAA's cloud has been diminished greatly over the last few seasons, but the NBA never ends. It's like the NFL. They just keep throwing news out there to get people talking. And the Miami Heat inadvertently posted on their YouTube page that the LeBron James introductory press conference would be July 27th, which they quickly deleted. Implication was, or their reasoning was, well, we wanted to get it ready just in case.
Right.
That sort of thing. I'm looking at this as, and it appears as though it's the Heat, Sixers, and Cleveland as his destinations. But is this an honest faux pas by Miami? Or is this you don't have to be Columbo to figure out what's going on? Because Pat Riley was stumping for him when they were introducing Greek Freak last week. And, he's got his history there. Won 2 NBA championships with Miami. Philly would be a nice linkage. I don't see where the shot share would come for him because they have a lot of guys that already dominate the ball anyway. And then Cleveland would be the feel-good story because he goes back there for the third and final time. And, boy, how would that change his legacy? Because there are a lot of haters out there. Jerry Coleman, who we're going to talk to tomorrow, by the way, doesn't even think he's a top 10 player, which is ridiculous, of course. He's not Michael Jordan, in my opinion. Michael Jordan's the greatest player in the history of the league.
Agreed.
But if he could go back to Cleveland and help them win a title on his way out the door, he's already the most revered athlete in the history of that city. With all due respect to Jim Brown or Bob Feller or Otto Graham, and I'm sure I'm forgetting a ton of other people. But, when you think of LeBron James, I still think of Cleveland first, not some dude trying to gravy train a legacy in L.A. where he just along for the ride. But if he could go back to Cleveland and, help them get to the finals and maybe win it, man, that takes him to a whole new level for me, respect-wise. Because he cried when they won the championship when he was with Cleveland before he went to the Lakers. When he won that title, he cried. So it was in his feelings. He's from Akron. If he could go back there and do it, so be it. But, whatever. This could be a precursor, though, to him going to Miami. Is, I guess, the long-winded way of saying it. All right. And the World Cup, as Nolan posted during his update. Ratings off the charts. 60 million people watching the World Cup on the Fox networks, which includes, Telemundo and others. World Cup peaked at 51 mil. 39 million for Argentina and Spain, the finals. 7.7 on average million people watching World Cup games, which is up from 3.5 in 2022. And you had North America. You had the U.S., Canada, and Mexico all involved in the games. So you have all these media platforms, which the streaming and traditional Fox and everything that goes along with it. So people were all in on World Cup fever, and the ratings proved that. I mean, we watched. And as we said the other day, Nolan, it'll be another 3 years and 11 months before I watch soccer again.
Yeah, no, unless they do it in the Olympics, which I don't even have any idea. Now, Bob, the thing that helped the ratings and stuff was those 3 countries that you mentioned, they all made it to the 16. So that was big because that got it going. At least like us who never watch. All of a sudden we're watching everything.
And the star players played like stars.
No doubt. And there was some stars.
For the most part.
The Final Four was star power.
So the World Cup, glorious. Nolan, you can be honest here. We don't lie.
Well, I mean, my personal interest aside, I do have to give them credit here. And there is one aspect of this that I think some other professional sports could take a lesson from, and that's the TV side of things. Where else do you see, quite frankly, a month-long event like this confined to one network, right? It was easy. Hey, where's the World Cup game today? Fox. Easy. Fox. Everything was on Fox. Where NCAA tournament, I get it. You've got games going on at the same time. But it's spread all over the place. NFL, even when there's only one standalone game at times, it's spread all over the place. Very easy on the viewer, which I think led to helping some of the viewership numbers there.
And baseball playoffs, they're bouncing all over network from network to network. So where you can tune in to watch it, it makes it easier.
Well,
to get your viewing audience there.
Something they'll learn too, Bob, is like for Super Bowl and stuff, you're playing all these games internationally and stuff. Maybe a 3:00 kickoff for the Super Bowl is beneficial for ratings and stuff too. Because then, what is it, 8:00, in Europe and stuff, and you get the best of both crowds instead of having kickoff at 6 or 7, then it's 12, 1 o'clock in the morning.
I'm still cool with the 6, but I'll take the 3.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong.
And especially, Bob, if we got the holiday the next day, I'd prefer the 3.
Unless the Ravens are in it. They'll be here the next day anyway.
Oh, that's true.
You know what I mean?
Well, I'll do that.
They were old enough to remember when the Super Bowl started at 1 and the Bing Crosby Open was coming up after the Super Bowl. That's how things have changed. There's the whip around real quick this day in Orioles history. Today's the 22nd of July, 2016. Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Orioles beat the then Cleveland Indians 5-1. Mark Trumbo hit a 3-run jack. Manny Machado hit 2 home runs last night for the Padres. He goes yard as the Orioles handle their business. Off Trevor Bauer, too. Trevor Bauer was the victim of those long balls. Dylan Bundy got the win. Zach Britton's 31st save. 5-1 Orioles 10 years ago today. And then 3 years ago down at the Trop, Orioles score 5 runs in the 4th and hold off the Rays 6-5. James McCann, Jorge Mateo both had 2 ribbies during that uprising. Cionel Perez got the win, and Felix Bautista, his 27th save, as he had a great year, got hurt pretty much like a month later. But the Orioles 3 years ago today beat the Rays as they overtake them for first place in the American League East. When we come back, Tony Penty talks about what's going on down on the farm for the Birds of Baltimore. New draft class is in. How's that change the rankings for him and others? Stick around. We'll talk more with Nolan McGraw. Before we get to news from the nest, start breaking down some of these rookies as they report to training camp on Friday.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10. 105.7 The Fan.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $567 million. That's right, $567 million. Play today at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles have been searching for answers at third base all season, but things only became more complicated when Blaze Alexander suffered a broken hand right before the All-Star break. Their most recent attempt to find an answer was calling up Christian Encarnacion Strand, who they acquired back in the spring through a trade with Cincinnati. Things never quite took off for him in 3 seasons with the Reds, and last summer he was significantly limited by injuries to the point where he only played in 100 games between the minors and MLB. He recently spoke about moving on from that setback and finding a new home.
Yeah, I feel like getting healthy again at the end of last season, it wasn't the place I wanted to be in AAA and wasn't playing the best, but getting those at-bats and getting those reps were huge, and this year I've been able to get all the at-bats and get the reps, so we're just rolling along.
While he's only appeared in 2 games with the O's so far, he's making the most of the opportunity with 3 hits and 8 plate appearances, including a homer on Monday night at Fenway Park. And as the wait for LeBron James to make up his mind continues, everyone is looking for any little clue or hint as to where he might be heading. Last night, Miami added more fuel to that speculation fire by posting a live stream link to their YouTube page titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference. It was quickly deleted, and a team spokesperson told ESPN that it was a mistake made while preparing for the possibility of James signing. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with temps reaching the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Woman Crush Wednesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, Olivia Newton-John. Recognize that voice. One of the hottest women ever. Walked the face of the planet. Singing a songbird in a new dimension. So if you want to hear a song, favorite female artist or band, send a request to Nolan. Applause for text line, Orioles lineup. Got that one for you real quick. Warden left, Alonso at first, Gunnar at short, O'Neill and right, Mayo's your DH, Tavares at center, Encarnacion and Strands at third, Jackson Holiday. A lot of people say the wrong Jackson is at second base, and Sam Huff behind the dish in support of Dean Kramer. 1:35 first pitch, but joining us now, talk about what's going down on the farm and get his thoughts on the Major League Orioles, 3 out of the wild card from OriolesHangout.com. Window Nation guest hotline, Tony Pentee. Tony, good morning. How you feeling?
Morning, guys. How's it going?
It's going all right. What do you think of this lineup, and what do you think of these Orioles of creeping themselves within 3 of the wild card with a chance to maybe cut it to 1, depending on today's results, or be down 5? It could go either way, of course.
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing, right? There's a whole bunch of teams that are going to be bunched up, and they're going to be bunched up for a while. And I think that's what makes that gives the odds a little longer for the Orioles, because there's so many teams they're really battling with, including the Red Sox, with to try to get that last wild card spot. So yeah, I'm not sure. Obviously when you see this team play, the pitching seems like it's coming around, especially on the starting pitching side. You start feeling good about the guys that are out there. That bullpen is still shaky, and that's the best word I can use. There's not a lot of guys that you see coming out that you just feel really, really good about them being on the mound, and that's going to be a problem. So if that's something that Mike Elias is going to have to, if he decides they're going to go for it, that's going to have to be one of the things he really focuses on, getting impact relievers in here, especially with Ryan Helsley out at least until September, and I'm not sure you can really count on him even then.
All right, let's get to the draft that was a couple of weeks back. Orioles take Eric Booth Jr. with the 7th overall pick, and he ascends, according to Kylie McDaniel, ESPN.com, Tony, to the top of the Orioles prospect list. How has your list changed in regards to the top prospects? Got Ty Head at number 10, by the way, also drafted second rounder in his top 10. How's it changed for you based on the draft status and the expectations and how they fit into the organization?
Yeah, I think for sure Eric Booth is going to go to the top of my list. Now that he's signed, and once he gets playing, we'll throw him on the power rankings. But he's definitely going to be the guy that's going to be number 1. He'll easily fit there because of the upside. You're talking about a guy as a 1-7 pick overall, got full slot value, a little bit more than slot value, but he's a guy that it makes sense to be up there. Ty Head, I do think he's probably a top 10 guy. I know there were some people who for some reason were a little disappointed in his selection. Don't believe he has the really high ceiling, but I'm like, as for a second round pick, I think he's got a really good set of tools to use. And the best thing about this guy, in my opinion, is that he's got fantastic defensive abilities, but he has a good hit tool to go with it. So it's kind of like when they went with Vance Honeycutt a couple years ago. They went with a defensive. He was outstanding defensively, but the hit tool was a giant question, and clearly it continues to be so. But this guy comes with a really good hit tool on top of the fact that he's a fantastic center fielder. So, yes, is he a guy that's probably going to hit you 30, 35, 40 home runs? No, he's probably not that guy. But if he's a guy that's going to get on base and hit you 18 to 22 home runs a year, I think that's going to be a really solid outfielder for the team. So I think he definitely falls in my top 10. All
right, we were talking earlier about the Orioles in the lack of right-hand. You mentioned Vance Honeycutt, right-handed hitting outfielders with, soon to be in Baltimore potential. Do they have that guy? I mean, even the dudes they drafted. I mean, do they have a guy in the system? You would figure 2 years after Honeycutt was chosen, he'd be at least knocking on the door. That's not happening. Is there a right-handed hitting outfielder, Tony, in this organization, or is that still the white whale for the Birds of Baltimore here?
Well, there's nobody close. That's for sure, right? When you're looking at it, I mean, there's nobody knocking on the door in AAA. I mean, you have Judd Fabian down there, but I think it's pretty pretty clear now that his hit tool is not going to work probably at the major league level. Way too much miss, especially on pitches in the zone. So he's just probably not going to be a guy. Maybe he could be an up-down guy, fill in for a little bit. He's a good defensive outfielder, so he has that going for him. But he's definitely not a guy you're looking at saying he's going to come up here and he's going to be a guy. When you look at the right-handed hitting outfielders really in the system, which is funny because they drafted so many for so long, when you look at my top 30 currently, I mean, you see Nate George at number 5, and he's out with an illness, and we're not sure when he's coming back. They've been a little questionable on, not saying a whole lot about that, but, it sounds like it's a long thing. He probably isn't going to be back this year. So we don't know what we have when he comes back. Hopefully it's something that he can recover from. But when you look, you go all the way down the system, and you got to get down to maybe Reed Trimble, and he's always injured. He's coming back. He's rehabbing currently on his way back. He's got a little bit of ability, but I think he's more of an up-down guy. Maybe he's a 4th, 5th outfielder kind of guy too. There's some talent there. He just can't stay healthy. There's just not a lot when you look down in the system. There's not a lot of those guys that you look at. You're just waiting on them. You really got to go really low in the system, and then, of course, they have really extreme cases of volatility on whether they are going to be prospects or not, ultimately.
Tone, if they are buying, is there anybody on the big club that's off limits, number one? And then number 2, from the minors, anybody that would be off limits in the minor leagues to be part of a package?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think Basayo is definitely the guy that's on the major league roster that you obviously have to assume he's going to be off limits. That's not somebody you're going to move. They extended him. He's that guy. In the minor leagues, I think probably the only one that I would say would be off limits for me would probably be Joseph Giroux, the left-handed pitcher down in Chesapeake. Just because I really truly think this guy is going to be a mid-rotation starter, and I don't think you want to give up a retainable, low-cost guy who could be in the rotation as soon as next year. So it's not like we're talking years away. So it would not surprise me if he doesn't get moved up to AAA at some point this year, get a taste of that, and then he could be battling for a rotation spot maybe as early as next spring. So I think he's the guy that I would say would be off limits if it was me. Everybody else, I think they're available for the right deal. Obviously, Ike Irish and Wahiba Aloy and some of these guys are not guys you want to give away. There's some good talent down there, but yeah, I do think these are guys that can be moved in the right deal.
What's the saying? Open for business. If we're doing anything there, Tony, what's happening at OriolesHangout.com here on this Woman Crush Wednesday?
Well, we're always talking Orioles prospects and the Major League team as well. We have a game thread that you can get in if you just want to vent during a game. It's a great place to get in there and chat with hundreds of other Oriole fans. And you can find that on our message board at OriolesHangup.com.
And as we all know, sports fans very rational in their analysis of their favorite teams. Tony, we appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your week. We'll talk to you next Wednesday there.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
There's Tony Penty. We'll come back, reset for you, take a phone call. Nolan McGraw, we'll check in with him. Then coming up top of the hour, news from the Nest. Going to start breaking down this rookie class a little bit more. We're talking receivers this week. We talked about Surratt yesterday, and there's potential there, Jacoby Lane. And then the tight ends coming up later in the show as well, because outside of Mark Andrews, you talk about unproven. I think the wide receiver room's like the 89-49ers compared to the tight ends.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on Game 1 of the Orioles doubleheader against the Red Sox and then preview Game 2. Also, we're 1 week away from training camp. What constitutes a successful season for the Ravens? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Today is Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, but I would like to call today the day that football officially returns, because today we have 2 training camps open in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers and the Arizona Cardinals, both with rookies and veterans reporting today ahead of the Hall of Fame game 2 weeks from tomorrow. That's right, football is back. I'm Nick Costa.
105.7 105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I thought, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for just $9. Plus, receive 2 times O-Rewards points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I thought, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest coming up top of the hour. I'm going to talk about this Ravens rookie class, receiver-wise, of 2026. Rookies report on Friday. Stick around for that. Get Nolan in here in a minute, but right now let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
All right.
I was talking about that. I guess I can't pronounce the guy's name, man. Came from Reds. I don't want to butcher his name.
Christian Encarnacion Strand.
Okay, yeah, that's his name. So I didn't know he was a former prospect. I guess highly touted prospect for the Reds, right?
He was a 2 year in a row opening day starter for them in Cincinnati.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I guess injuries. He got plagued by injuries, right?
And getting out a lot.
Yeah. Well, I know it's just a short, a short show, man. But the 2 games he, played with us so far, man, he been raking it up, man. He got a home run with couple RBIs, couple hits, right? So maybe he might. This might be a blessing in disguise with this guy. It's definitely since he's gonna be in the lineup every day. It seems like, right?
How about this? Let's do orange Kool-Aid stuff. How about he's the Ryan O'Hearn? Remember they got him off the scrap heap in Kansas City, and he came to Baltimore. Right. Remember, he didn't even make the team coming out of spring training in 23. They called him up, and we all know how things went for him. Got big payday in Pittsburgh, and he's helping the Pirates, having a really good year. How about he's the right-handed version of Ryan O'Hearn? How about we go with that?
I'll take that, definitely. And another thing, too, anybody ever bring up the thing that, I know Tyler O'Neill been raking it up, too. Any team might get desperate on the trade deadline and say, hey, man, we'll take Tyler O'Neill off your hands, too, man. Maybe he turned it around, too. We could fleece a team with Tyler O'Neill.
Yeah, you'd have to pay most of his salary for any fleecing, and I don't even know if he'd have any trade value at this point in time.
Yeah, probably not. But it was something else. Oh, yeah, speaking of Ryan O'Hearn, right, last year when we traded him, Ramon Laureano, and it was somebody else to the Padres, right? It was just them two.
I think it was just those guys.
Okay, what happened to those prospects, that we got back? Like, what are these guys doing? What these guys been doing so far down there? I mean, when are they ready to get called up yet? Because we gave up. I was definitely mad about Laureano giving him up, though. But y'all got any word on these guys?
Well, Nolan will do some research on that, producing things. I think that Boston Bateman's
they're within the organization.
Yeah,
they haven't been flipped for anything. Boston Bateman was the most attractive piece coming back. Starting pitcher, tall guy.
Top 10 prospect. He's one of their top 10 prospects. There you go. And Laureano's out for the year with the Padres, and Ryan O'Hearn plays for the Pirates. So we win. How's that sound?
Yeah, we definitely won that. And hopefully we can fleece them for Mason Miller. But I know that's going to take a lot, man. But
we'll have to trade back those prospects and then some.
Take Manny.
All right. 5 after. We'll see.
All right, man.
All right. 5 after, that means Rashawn always shows up 5 minutes after everybody leaves at Pickles, but he promises to buy people beers. Nolan, real quick, got time to say hey?
Yeah, I thought on the trade stuff there, Tyler O'Neill, it would have been laughable, right? Just a couple weeks ago to suggest that another team would take him. The more I think about it, though, and he's not great. This is not me doing a 180 on Tyler O'Neill. He's in the midst of a very, very short-lived right now hot streak. You hope it continues. But with the lack of right-handed bats on the trade market, that's what everyone's saying. There's just simply, there's not a surplus of these guys. There's not even an average amount. It's really weak. It's the weakest position available. That could drive up some interest in him. The teams that are so desperate for a right-handed bat, once those first attractive ones go, and Taylor Ward's probably towards the top of that list in terms of attractive right-handed bats, it thins out pretty quick. So a team that really, really needs one, they're not giving up a lot here. And as Bob said, all right, the Orioles are going to have to eat some of that money. But if you can get any sort of return for a guy who we were having conversations just saying, hey, eat the money and cut him. No return whatsoever. If you give me a bag of balls, if you give me a lottery ticket, a 17-year-old international prospect who we have no idea who they are. I mean, why not something? Anybody. I think maybe it's important to remind ourselves that anyone is movable at the Major League Baseball deadline, even if they're not having a great season. I mean, let's look at a couple years ago with the Orioles when they took Eloy Jimenez off the White Sox hands. Was anybody in here excited about that when it happened? No, because Eloy Jimenez turned into a joke. His career had completely cratered by that point. Anyone is movable. Maybe we're not stuck with Tyler O'Neill after all.
Well, it goes back to the Orioles are going to have to pay a lot of that salary. And he's due, 17 mil next year, something along those lines.
And that should be fine with Mike Elias, too.
But, hey, look, to your point, if I was running the Orioles, I would have whacked him a month ago.
Yeah.
He would have been DFA'd a long time ago. But to his credit, he has kind of come alive just a little bit, enough that teams would be at least inquiring about his services. I don't know. Unless Elias says we'll pay 90% of his salary, I think that's a non-starter.
You're combining what we would presume if he got moved a month, we'll say month of July, of good baseball. So your most recent tape is good. Combine that with the name recognition, right? Some accolades under his belt, even though we mock them now, knowing that they don't really mean a whole ton, the Gold Glove stuff. But, other teams out there see that. And to me, it all boils down to that desperation, right? If a team's desperate, they'll jump for it.
In the month of July, in 24 at-bats, he has 8 hits, 1 double, 4 homers. So his slugging percentage is through the roof. And he's made some pretty standout defensive plays, too.
Has.
And which has even, impressed a lot of people, too, Vinny and Nolan and listeners. The hustle.
And the speed.
Yeah, he's not jaking it. No. He's hauling ass, getting up that line to the benefit of the Orioles in a couple of instances. We'll come back. News from the Nats. Get back to the rookie class of 2026, in particular wide receivers and tight ends, because Eric DeCosta did go there in the draft. Buy or sell coming up at 12:15. Talk about that midweek money and the sports subjects of this day. And Steve Molesky, our colleague on 105.7 The Fan, get his thoughts on the Orioles as we're now into the closing few days of July, heading into the trade deadline. If he's running the team, he's doing what?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Hey guys, remember when you actually had energy? When summer weather meant let's go and not let me find the couch? When you were the one making plans instead of canceling them? If the warm weather has you run down, you need a fresh start, and low testosterone might be the culprit. LifeMed Institute specializes in TRT that gets you back in the game with more energy, sharper focus, and feeling like the old guy that you used to know. You need to get back to your best self, so don't miss a thing this summer. Call LifeMed Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit LifeMedInstitute.com for your free TRT consultation. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Instant Kohl's Cash is powerful. You spend $25 and earn $10 Kohl's Cash to use instantly on nearly everything store-wide. So now you're grabbing new shoes and nodding at your receipt like you negotiated the deal. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members earn 3 times rewards. Get instant Kohl's Cash this weekend at Kohl's. Offer valid July 23rd through 26th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
T-Mobile unveiled Super Broadband, a revolutionary business internet solution that brings together the largest nationwide 5G advanced network and Starlink. Mo Kataba, T-Mobile EVP and Chief Business Marketing Officer, explains.
Super Broadband isn't a new product. It is an entirely new category of broadband. It's about giving businesses the confidence that their connectivity can keep up, hold up, and help them operate wherever business happens, with ultimate redundancy, unmatched coverage, and unprecedented simplicity.
Super Broadband delivers virtually unbreakable connectivity in remote and rural areas that are often underserved by legacy ISPs and is the first nationwide broadband solution to reach every zip code in the U.S. In fact, Super Broadband extends coverage to effectively every business location in America. Learn more about Super Broadband at www.t-mobile.com/business. Sponsored by T-Mobile.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Rain washed away any chances of the Orioles and Red Sox battling it out last night, so the two teams will now meet in a split doubleheader today. Dean Kramer versus Jake Bennett is the prospective pitching matchup for Game 1 with a 1:35 start time. Baltimore intends to send Kyle Bradish out for Game 2 at 7:10, while Boston remains undecided. It's the third doubleheader of the season for the O's, but if they want to recover from Monday night's loss and take the series, they'll have to do something that's been very foreign to them in recent franchise history. They've swept a doubleheader just once since 2016. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, the Players Association has countered the owners' proposal for changes to the draft system with a set of rules of their own. The owners originally wanted to trim the draft down from 20 to 12 rounds, while also blocking high school players from being eligible and slashing amateur signing bonuses by more than $150 million. As you would imagine, none of that sat well with the players, and they've now proposed a system that would not only keep high school players eligible, but also allow college sophomores to enter the mix regardless of age. The MLBPA also wants to maintain a system where signing bonus pools grow year over year. Their proposal would also reward designated small market teams with an additional $1 million in bonus pool money if they made the playoffs a year prior. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with temps reaching the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Your station for the best Ravens coverage. It's news from the Nest with Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan.
Being able to do it on Saturdays and going to do it on Sundays pretty soon, it's one of those things that you kind of used to it. And with social media, they see it as like highlight moment. I've been catching the ball one-handed throughout my life since I was knee-high. So I think being able to have bigger hands, be able to trust myself to go up and make a one-handed catch, and that's one of the main things. I'm never trying to make a one-handed catch. I think it turns into one of those things where I trust myself enough to go up with one hand and box somebody out and be able to make a play.
That's Jacoby Lane, third-round draft pick this year, Baltimore Ravens, out of USC. On the Lounge podcast, Vinny talking about the highlight stuff he does with those one-handed catches, which has certainly earned him some notice for sure. Obviously, the Ravens were one of the teams that took notice of that special trait.
Yeah, because he talked about his hand size. He's got 10 1/4, which is good hand size. The thing that what he did at the combine where he blew people, he had a 40-inch vertical jump and a 10.9 broad jump, which are off the charts. Now, when you look at he's 6'4" in 3/8, 200 pounds, ran 4.47, which, his numbers, height, weight, speed, phenomenal. Now, the thing that he doesn't have, like Bob, he's a junior, true junior, and in 23 he was a reserve. He just played in 6 games. He had 7 catches. And in 24, he only had 8 starts. And in 25, he started, he was honorable mention all Big Ten. He had 49 catches. So he's going to take a little time just because he doesn't have a lot of play time. Now, the strengths I had for him was height, length. He'll catch in traffic, good line awareness, which is knows where he's at on the sidelines and stuff. Good body control for size, good concentration. He'll take a hit, catching his hands, excellent hands. And that's what he was talking about. He'll go up and get the ball at its highest point. Good in the red zone, good body control for size. He can track a deep ball, has build-up speed. Smart, can find holes in zones, can adjust to the ball, big target, wins in traffic, 16 touchdowns over the last 2 years in the red zone. Smart in zone, can find holes, knows how to use frame to get open. Weakness, lean frame, which he is, not a strong runner, needs more strength, will need strength versus press coverage, needs to develop route tree, doesn't separate long strider, will need work blocking. TDs went from 12 to 4 in 25 with more targets. He had 11 drops over the last 2 years. Now, in summary, I said Jacoby, big, long receiver that can win in the red zone with length, play above the rim. He'll need to get stronger to handle press in the NFL. We'll need work on the route trees. He does show vertical speed. We'll have to develop more of a route tree, but he does have body control. And the thing that is, if you have body control, then you're able to sink your hips and get it in and out of cuts, which will develop. So, like watching Jacoby out there, and then kind of reading his report, he needs to get stronger. He needs more of a route tree. Same thing we said about Surratt. And that's the same thing about, a lot of college receivers is they just play that run and gun, and they're all running those slants and stuff. I think where Jacoby has got a chance to help early would be in the red zone. Otherwise, and even watching him out there, his route tree, his long strides, he's got to learn how to get his feet, not because when you're a long strider, it's hard to sink your hips, and get underneath. Like you're running a hook route, a 10-yard hook or 12, 15 back to 12, to slow down, you can't stand up and go chop, 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 because the DB, he's going to plant. As soon as you raise up, he's coming. So he's got a little bit more to learn than Surratt. But does he have, he's got great height. He's got, athletic. He's got all the things that can develop into a guy. So I'll be anxious to see how he comes along during camp, because I thought he kind of struggled at OTAs and mini camp.
Did you see drops? You said he had, 11 in 2 years?
Yes, I did, Bob. I did. I saw twice he's running crossing routes. A little bit behind him, he dropped them both, 2 different days. But I did notice that about him. So, like, if you had to play today Surratt would probably be more, and Bob, he's a kid was he fifth year or fourth year? He played a lot of football.
He's 23 years old.
Yeah, where Jacoby Lane has not had a lot of starts.
So as we're projecting, sitting here on July 22nd, a week from the start of camp, we're projecting him as a guy that's going to be inactive on Sundays, or can he help you in teams in some capacity?
With his lean body frame, it's going to be tough,
right.
And I don't know how. We'll see when the pads come on. Is he a physical guy? I don't know. But where the thing that would be able to get him to dress, I would think early, Bob, would be, number one, like you said, he's got to be able to do something on teams. And with build-up speed, if you're a gunner, can you get off the jam? That's the thing as a gunner, because his build-up speed, he'll be able to get down the field. But can he break down and tackle? What he's got to do is shine in the red zone. He's got to be on the field because he's so damn good in the red zone. And he's 6'4", can jump out of the gym, so Lamar can throw it high as hell, and nobody's going to get it but him. That's what he's got to do. And then he's got to develop, his route tree and stuff as we go here.
And we'll get to the tight ends coming up at the top of the hour, NFL lunch style. But outside of Andrews, who really is a Ravens red zone threat right now, with likely now parading around in New York with the Giants.
Yeah.
Do they have a red zone guy outside of the tight end?
That's why you went and got Surratt and Lane. That's why you went and got those guys, because, they can win contested catches, and that's kind of their thing. But, Bob, let's just look at this. If Lane is not ready, and Surratt is kind of a third down type guy or whatever, and then Tez is, we got a lot of guys that haven't done it yet.
Sure.
That's the problem Wester hasn't caught any balls either, Bob. It's just like the tight ends. How many guys have they got that haven't caught 10 footballs in the National Football League?
We'll talk more about the tight ends top of the hour. Knowing we have time for a call, let's go to Joe in Woodbury. Joe, what's up?
Oh, man, I'm just loving listening to my boy Vinny with his fantastic observations of everything. And just to let you know, man, I'm in Cooker Park, New York at a Christian retreat relaxing. But anyway, we talked about the demise, or what would be the one thing that would hurt our Orioles the most. And from what I heard, because I couldn't see it, was the errors. Somebody told me that at least 4 of the errors, they did have 4, contributed to 4 runs. Now, is that a fact?
Well, 2 unearned runs went to Boz. Boz himself contributed to the cause because he had a throwing error.
Yeah.
Right.
But they still overcame the errors and actually led the game after that. But still, you can't, that's walking that car will end a tightrope. And sooner or later, that gust of wind's going to blow you off of that thing.
Right. So I'm figuring hopefully the day off. To me, when you play like that, shouldn't it make you mad enough at yourself to want to go eventually we can't keep doing this? Because errors to me are like turnovers in basketball, turnovers in football, but errors cost. Like you say, you can overcome them just like turnovers, but they contribute to you losing the game. Because, man, we would have had that 8 in a row, and I heard Boston celebrated like they won the World Series. So hopefully we can get this first game of this doubleheader, which I'm going to sit in my room and listen to, and just hopefully they can get that. Then it's like 50-50 on that second game. The second game this evening. So that's all I called to say, y'all. I'm going to go back and listen to y'all. But I was just listening to what Vinny was saying about the one receiver that's real tall. I can see him now trying to stop his momentum from that build-up speed and all that. But I think the Ravens, right, I'm just looking. I know how them long, lanky people run and all that. But then and it had me thinking, should we go get another receiver? But then my mind went to, come on, Bateman, we really need you this year, because the year he was good. So maybe he can come back. And that's all I got to say, fellas.
All right, Joe. Have fun at the Christian retreat. By the way, the year he was good. He's going into, his sixth season?
Yeah.
The year he was good. And by the way, with the Orioles, they lead the majors in unearned runs, which is bad.
Bob, and the guys that got the errors, Gunner, Jackson, Ward. Are you shocked? No.
And the thing is that Jeremiah made a bunch of brilliant plays, and the routine plays the one that kind of opened the floodgates. We'll come back. Let's talk some money. Hopefully the floodgates are real and roll there with buy or sell sports subjects of the day. And we'll talk Orioles. Steve Molaski, a little more than a week away from the trade deadline. Orioles 3 out of the wild card. Give you those Orioles lineups, too.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on Game 1 of the Orioles doubleheader against the Red Sox and then preview Game 2. Also, we're 1 week away from training camp. What constitutes a successful season for the Ravens? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's the Freedom to Upgrade sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director. Get you a great sales experience and save with 0%. 60-month financing on 26 Santa Fe's and Tucson's gas and hybrid. Now you go test drive that 26 Elantra hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon. Gas is going up, folks. It was $4.19 today. So that 50 miles per gallon, that would be very nice. And make no payments till October 2026 on every new Hyundai. So we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade and get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Just free oil changes, free car washes, engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I bought 18 cars over the years from Jones Junction. Been in every department. Sales, service, parts, collision, all of them. Every time I rate them all, 10 out of 10. Upgrade your ride now. Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Join us at the Mount Washington Tavern tonight from 5 to 7 for a summer tradition benefiting the kids at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Bring a toy or gift card for our summer toy drive. Grab a drink and celebrate a great cause with special guest Ed Norris.
Hey, it's Rob along with Vinny Steele, your home sold guaranteed realty. What's your best advice for sellers this summer that want to get the most money without the typical hassle?
Inventory is increasing, so buyers have more choices. That's why smart sellers are asking for more than empty promises. Our sellers get an upfront written guarantee that if I can't sell your home, I'll step in and buy it at a price and time frame you agree to.
That's certainty. Call or text Vinny right now at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801 or VinnySteele.com.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Most of us are one good deal away from finally replacing that worn-out rug, fixing up the backyard, or getting the bedroom we actually want. Good news, that deal's almost here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at Wayfair.com. Wayfair, every style, every...
Last year, we had 295 trials where we've been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the
podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you buying
straight cash, homie,
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Buy or sell time here on this Woman Crush Wednesday. It's Vinny and Haynie, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Orioles and Red Sox coming up. A little more than an hour. Give you the lineups for both teams. Got washed out last night. Birds lose the opener. Frustrating loss. Loss nonetheless. Boston's won 14 in a row. They're on fire. We'll get into all of that good stuff. And then some. Ravens a week from today. Start training camp 2026. First one with Jesse Minter, rookies report, coming up on Friday, and a lot of other things happening. But right now, where's the midweek money? Buy or sell?
All right, kind of mixed, Bob. The Dow's up 182. The S&P's up 14. NASDAQ is down 4. DraftKings down 89 cents. Under Armour's down 4 cents, 717.
Our sports topics will start in Major League Baseball, where the expected Cy Young candidates heading into the year look nothing like the favorites to win the award today. The NL race has thinned all the way out to the point where it's just one name as a hefty favorite. The Brewers' Jacob Misiorowski, minus 280 are the odds for him. Christopher Sanchez, meanwhile, who's had a phenomenal season for the Phillies, next closest odds in the NL, they belong to him at plus 650, which is a little head-scratching, but maybe shows you just how fast things can change. Sanchez entered July with an ERA of 2, gave up 9 runs in 1 outing, and that's enough to tip the scales drastically, as you can see. Meanwhile, in the American League, a very tight race between 2 prominent names in the AL East. Cam Schlittler at plus 125 is your favorite. Right on his heels, Dylan Cease, plus 145. Buy or sell, Bob. Cease and Schlittler will remain neck and neck all the way through the end of the season.
Man. I'll soft buy it because Cease kind of got roughed up a little bit by the Rays, and Schlittler's been struggling a little bit here as of late for the Yankees, but who really challenges them right now?
Yeah, Drew Rasmussen, the third best odds, but that's like the huge jump from 2 to 3.
Yeah, and he got the win last night, which we'll get to in the American League East report. Yeah, you'll keep them at the top. You know, Max Fried was kind of in the conversation, but he missed 2 months. He's coming back today for New York. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and buy that. But you notice that Misiorowski right now is kind of on a pitch count because he only pitched 4 innings the other day. He was still throwing 105 miles an hour. But, you know, he's built up a lot of equity there in the NL. But to answer your question, matter of fact, I'll full buy. They'll be the 2.
Let's go over to the NFL, where Jadeveon Clowney, one of many prominent free agents still available heading into training camp. No doubt he's going to land somewhere, just a matter of when. Remember last year, he didn't sign with Dallas until the middle of September, still posted 8.5 sacks in 13 games. Ravens fans certainly remember very well when he joined in mid-August of 2023 and went on to have a career year at the time. So safe to say this guy's going to be ready with or without a full training camp. Baltimore, probably not an ideal suitor anymore, but maybe Green Bay could bring him in, help until Parsons get back. How about a Mike McDonald reunion in Seattle? They could always use a little extra pass rush help. There's options for the 33-year-old, but buy or sell, Vinny, wherever Clowney lands, he'll be a lock for at least 8 sacks again.
Oof, I'm going to sell it. He's getting older. You know, and his sack production basically has been the last couple years. Starting with the Ravens, because everybody thought that, you know, even when the Ravens got him, we said, be good for the run. You know, if he gets some sacks, that would help. You know, and then we're cheering for him to get his double-digit one at the end. So I think he's got to be in a perfect situation for it to happen.
Go back to baseball here. For years, we've been talking about potential trades for the Orioles, and almost exclusively, all of those conversations have revolved around starting pitching. How can the Orioles get starting pitching? Because they weren't going to pay for it. That's the only way you could get a premier name into the rotation. Well, fast forward to this year's deadline. Starting pitching is the least of Baltimore's concerns, certainly in the immediate, but I would say even now in somewhat of the long term because of these recent extensions for Boz and Bradish. Meanwhile, there's position player holes at third base and in center field that have existed for the O's, or haven't existed, in the Mike Elias era up until this point. So, all right, some names to maybe keep an eye on at this year's deadline. Isaac Paredes at third base. Outfield names will be on the move. Byron Buxton. I'm reading here the A's are trying to thin out their surplus. They've got 5 major league outfielders. They'd like to add some pitching. So all this to say, Bob, buy or sell, the Orioles will actually go full bizarro world and trade a pitching prospect for a major league bat.
As long as it's not Jerwa or JT Quinn, I would listen to some sort of conversation. I mean, but who you flipping? I mean, Bateman, who we just mentioned, who they got from San Diego. Does Kate Povich have anything? Trey Gibson, who could be next year's Brandon Young. Remember, Brandon Young struggled last year for the Orioles. Gibson got his taste of Major League. The problem is, where's Jordan Westburg fit in when he comes back from Tommy John surgery? Have we forgotten that this guy's an all-star level player? Or have the injuries kind of out of sight, out of minded us to his potential as a ball player? So we're selling Bradfield as the everyday center fielder, right? Full-time?
He's not that yet. And I thought he should have been that by now.
No doubt.
He should have at least already made his major league debut by now.
And it was 2 years in a row. It was Bradfield and Vance Honeycutt. Neither appears close to getting to Baltimore. We're selling Cowser as an everyday center fielder. I mean, that bat's probably preventing him from doing what he could usually do defensively. Yeah, I'm all in on the center fielder type. Byron Buxton in a perfect world would be great.
Yes.
But there's another guy gets hurt a lot.
Makes a ton of Westburg in the outfield.
Yeah, he gets a ton of dough. And he's got a full no-trade clause, too.
Let's do, actually, no, we're out of time here. But before we get to Steve Molesky, we got time for this. 2 more tickets here, giveaway time on Vinny and Haynie. 2 tickets to see Nikki Glazer August 2nd at the Hall at Live, courtesy of C3 Presents and Maryland Live Casino. Must be 21 plus to win and attend. Today's winner is going to be caller number 7, 410-583-1057. Giving away a pair of these every day this week.
When we come back, as Nolan said, Steve Molesky, talk Orioles with him. NFL lunch coming up 1 o'clock. Talk about the rookie tight ends drafted by Eric DeCosta back there at the end of April. Where do they fit in to the equation? It's not like there's a ton of tight ends running around there looking for work, so might have to go with what you got. American League East report. We actually have a game coming up at 105, Yankees and Pirates, because they got rained out last night too. Oriole lineup. And then Daniel Oyefusi from ESPN.com. Ethan Posick. Ravens signed him late last week. Get his scouting report on Ethan and where he fits into this Ravens offensive line, and obviously find out what's going on in Cleveland.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Get your home ready for summer at Town Appliance. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with premium brands and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com today.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, O's fans, kick off your weekend with Party at the Yard, presented by Coors Light. Every Friday home game. Hit the Coors Light roof deck and Legends Park for happy hour featuring $5 12-ounce Coors Lights when gates open until 1 hour after first pitch. Enjoy live music, photo ops, and entertainment all night long. And welcome a special guest splasher who will keep the good vibes going in the bird bath. Party with the O's on Fridays. Visit Orioles.com/party at the yard.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Summer's here. Hey, it's that means longer days, cookouts, beach trips, and plenty of opportunities to keep the game at the top of its game. Whether you're looking to surprise somebody special or add a little bit of excitement to your summer lineup, Lions Den has you covered. From essentials to couples favorites, Lions Den has everything you need to make this season a winner. So turn up the heat at Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, multiple locations around Baltimore. But check them out at lionsden.com or walk into a store.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles will play a doubleheader against the Red Sox today after last night's matchup was rained out. Dean Kramer was originally scheduled to pitch in the series finale, but will now be bumped up for today's 1:35 start. Then the newly paid Kyle Bradish will get his turn in the 7:10 nightcap. Boston is not only searching for a series win after taking Game 1 earlier this week, but they're also searching for history. One more victory would tie the longest win streak for the franchise, and a sweep would break the long-standing mark set by the 1946 Sox. And as the World Cup comes to a close, Fox has announced that this year's event drew record-setting viewership across the United States, with 38.9 million tuning in for the Spain versus Argentina final. According to Nielsen Media Research, that's the most watched English-language soccer telecast in U.S. history. Overall, Fox says they averaged 7.7 million viewers across the 104 total games. That's up from 3.5 million in 2022 and 2.7 million in 2018. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Petro Home Services. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with temps reaching the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles Red Sox, game one of a day-night doubleheader coming up at 1:35. Dean Kramer's on the hill for the Birds. Ward's in left. Alonso's at first. Gunner's at short. O'Neill's in right. Mayo's your DH. Tavares at center. Encarnacion Strands at third. Jackson Holliday's at second. And Sam Huff is behind the plate. We'll keep you up to date on that score for the half hour that will be on the air as it goes on at Fenway Park. But joining us now to talk about the Orioles, fresh off a 7-game winning streak, came to a tough end the other night, trying to regain things. He's our colleague here on 105.7 The Fan. He's the one and only Steve Molesky. Steve, what's up?
Good afternoon, guys. How's it going?
It's going all right. And Steve, we'll talk about the Adley Rutschman, and he's on the IL in the immediate, which affects the Orioles because they're without their all-star catcher. And with Basayo dealing with a shoulder, not in today's starting lineup, who knows when we'll see him take some cuts. But some chatter here last couple of days about him possibly being traded. At least the Orioles, according to Jeff Passan, would listen to trade offers. 4 years ago, he was the savior of the franchise. And when he goes well, the Orioles usually follow suit. But did we ever think we would get to a stage before he finishes out his rookie deal that Adley Rutschman will be an ex-Oriole?
Yeah, when you have a big-time player who's going to warrant a huge contract, and you're not the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Mets, there's always a chance that player could leave. So it happened to Machado, and maybe it'll happen to Gunnar or Adley. So, Bob, for me, there's a huge difference between the Orioles are looking to trade Adley Rutschman, which they're not doing, and the Orioles will listen on Rutschman, which they may well be doing, and which would simply be, and I think Vinny would concur, having been a general manager in professional sports, that's due diligence. Why would you hang up the phone? Who knows what the guy will say on the other end? There are several big-time teams right now looking for catchers. If they want to throw the kitchen sink at you and you have two top talented catchers, you'd be foolish not to listen. Doesn't mean this is going to end in a trade, but I think they're doing smart business by listening and seeing what could happen. It also might be telling us they don't think they can sign the guy.
All right, speaking of signing, Kyle Bradish got extended. Shane Baz got extended. Trevor Rogers is about to hit free agency, who's been pitching really well since the start of June after a rough April and rough May. You can't sign them all, Steve Molesky, as you know. As we talk about extensions and the rotation has been one of the keys for the Orioles getting back to respectability, where does Trevor Rogers fit in to the pecking order of things to do for Mike Elias and David Rubenstein?
Been confusing to me, that one. I asked him about a week ago, have there been talks? There haven't. That's what he told me. And so he also told me you can't help but think about trade possibilities this time of year. It's hard to block it out. He's trying to, and he'd love to stay an Oriole. He said that repeatedly. So what's keeping this from happening? Does this mean the team is not sold on him? I don't know, Bob. They don't even hint to us that they're thinking. I mean, there was a time we had more access to information like this, and this isn't it. And I think this is the way sports is going. They just don't give their local media any clues as to what they're thinking. We didn't have any sense of Bradish, and boom, first inning of a game, and he announced he's got a contract. So this is how it happens now. Out of nowhere, the Orioles are one major league team, and maybe they're the best at this, that their thoughts don't get out in the industry. You don't even hear the Passons of the world have much insight on the Orioles, or Buster Olney, those guys, Tim Kirkjian, who do it all the time and have a lot of connections. They keep it close to the vest. That's how they like it and prefer it.
Steve Molesky.
So we don't know.
Yeah, Steve.
We don't know what they're. Go ahead.
Steve Molesky, so we don't know what's going on with Trevor Rogers, as you said, and he's been addressed a couple of times about a possible extension. All quiet there. Let's get to the defense. Or Monday night, rather, not an ideal situation. During the 7-game winning streak, Steve, they were doing some things where they weren't beating themselves, but to lead the major leagues in unearned runs allowed was that stretch where they were playing fundamentally sound. Was that the outlier? I mean, 4 errors a game that you're, I don't want to say bad news Bears, because the bad news Bears actually got better. But is that more indicative of the real Orioles defensively, what we saw Monday at Fenway, as opposed to the more fundamentally sound team we saw, for instance, in Houston, making plays that helped them win games?
No, I think the outlier was Monday night, because they haven't had a 4-error game all year. And their defense is not good. No one would sell that. But it's been improved. And so I guess, Bob, at times in the last month, it's been average-ish. We almost never see them go 4 or 5 games in a row clean where something doesn't happen. But that was kind of a comedy of errors. I mean, they're throwing the ball all over the diamond. And so have they done that this year? Not really, not in an individual game like they did. They picked a terrible time to have that happen, because they could have won that game, probably should have won that game, if they could just maybe cut that in half. But the Jeremiah error was the big one, because that led to Gunner's miscue and 2 runs, and they lost by 1. So pretty easy to do the math. So they got to clean that up in a hurry. Another meltdown on defense at Fenway Park today, and they're not going to win this series.
Now, Steve, Basayo's been called out before by Albie for not being, tough enough. And do you think that today, at some point, at least not in the lineup today, and they didn't put him on the IL, do you think he has a problem with pain tolerance? And it'll be interesting to see if he can pinch hit or play tonight.
I have never heard any such thing during his time on the farm. Covered him pretty heavily. And I would debate you that Albie has called out his toughness. I don't think he's used those exact words, but I think it's not a stretch to say he's questioning something there with the injury issues with this kid. But he hasn't directly said this kid's just not tough enough. But maybe that's his point. I don't know. I realize that another one that's been confusing. That whole chapter with Basayo is incredibly confusing to me. Why would you want to publicly irritate a player you signed through 2033? And that you've committed to with your future. So since then, it seems like their relationship is smooth. It feels to me like the manager goes out of his way to praise him. Maybe he's overcompensating, but they got to work with this kid. If there's something they can do to help him, or a point to be made, maybe making it through the media is not always the best. Although here I was in one breath complaining the Orioles don't tell us enough. And maybe that was one time they told us too much. I don't know.
What do you think it said when Albie put in Holiday at third base, and kept Jackson at second?
I have not lost my mind over Jackson at third as much as some of Birdland has. I actually think he can do it. Now, he told me he's not comfortable there yet, because after 20 innings, how could you be? So he's hardly played there. But Jackson Holiday is a talented infielder. He's not a Gold Glover. Second base is not where he's played all his life, so he's still adapting. And frankly, third base is easier. You don't have to turn a double play. You don't have to make plays. It's not a range position. It's a react position. You catch it or you don't. They hit some hot shots that way. And so I think he could handle it in a short term. But if he botches the ball there, we know everybody's going to lose their mind. So they just don't have a lot of good defensive third basemen right now to put over there. Is really the bottom line to this.
Steve Molesky, tell everybody what's happening in your world outside of being part of our family here on 105.7 The Fan.
You can check out my Substack, the Steve on Baseball Substack. I wrote about the Adley trade rumors last night and today. And of course, Birdland Territory, our YouTube show. with Brad Brock, Tim Barbalace, and myself. We have a great time doing that show. We've got some great guests coming up over the next few weeks, and we keep you updated on all things Birdland on Birdland territory.
Steve, appreciate the time as always. See you at Camden Yards this weekend.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
There's Steve Molesky, everyone. We'll come back, reset the program for you, give you the Orioles and Red Sox lineup heading into the first game of this day-night doubleheader. NFL lunch coming up at 1 o'clock. Vinny's going to break down the Ravens' rookie tight ends, 2 drafted this year. Which one has the most likely chance of contributing to Declan Doyle's offense? American League East report. Only one game in the division last night because Baltimore, Boston, Pittsburgh, and New York were rained out. But Daniel Fuse from ESPN, Baltimore guy, he'll be joining us at 1:30. Talk about Ethan Posick, what he brings to the Ravens, and how's things looking in Cleveland as everyone's got them buried at the bottom of the division. Is that appropriate?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on Game 1 of the Orioles doubleheader against the Red Sox and then preview Game 2. Also, we're 1 week away from training camp. What constitutes a successful season for the Ravens? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Arizona Cardinals reporting to training camp today, and there is not a lot of excitement around this team this season. Win total hovering around 3.5, a huge underdog to make the postseason. But all is not lost in Arizona because, yes, the team is going to be bad this year, a brutal schedule. But with the way things are going to shake out, Arizona will almost certainly get one of the draft's top quarterbacks next year, perhaps Arch Manning. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs.
Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, I got baseball coming up at 105. Yankees and Pirates. They were rained out like the Orioles and Red Sox were. Garrett Cole on the hill for New York. Later on today, Max Fried returns from the IL. He's been out for a couple of months, so Yankees getting one of their aces back as they try to stem the tide, minus a couple of big bats in that lineup, even though Jazz Chisholm been on fire lately. And, of course, we talked about Ben Rice, all-star, Mitch Keller on the hill for Pittsburgh. For the Orioles, just tuning in, you missed it. Here's game one. Dean Kramer 1-2 with a 4.15. He's on the hill. Taking on Jake Bennett, left-hander. He's 5-3 with a 2.35. 38 strikeout. Doesn't throw hard, but he's crafty. He's effective. He's one of them pain-in-the-ass left-handers. That tends to get the Orioles up there. Bugs Bunny swinging. Taylor Ward's leading off in left field. Pete Alonso, first base. Gunnar Henderson's at shortstop. Muscles O'Neal, who's been doing all right here in the month of July. And remember, he led the Red Sox in home runs 2 years ago when he was there. Kobe Mayo's your DH. Leody Tavares in center field. Christian Encarnacion Strand, who had a big night the other night before he got pinch hit for. He's at third base. Jackson Holliday, he's at second base. And Sam Huff is behind the dish. If they would have played last night, Trump would have been the catcher. But we're going back to Sam Huff, and who knows what Basayo's status will be for this afternoon. Do they rest him and wait for Atlanta coming back on Friday night to Oriole Park at Camden Yards? Who knows? For the Red Sox, who have won 14 consecutive games. I don't know if you follow baseball closely as some of our listeners, but 14-game winning streaks are rare. Yeah. Matter of fact, Boston hasn't won 15 in a row. I don't think ever. Or going back to like when Ted Williams was
1946.
46. Ted Williams times. Yoshida's the DH. Rafaela's in center. Abreu's in right. Contreras, first baseman. Expect him to be excitable because that's how he rolls. Durbin, who hit the game-winning homer on Monday, he's at third. Gonzalez at second. Duran's in left. Wong behind the plate, and Chang is at shortstop. So the Red Sox, they've been playing really good baseball, is an understatement. And as we've talked about, this goes to show you how bad they were. They won 14 straight games, and they're still only 3 games above 500. I mean, they were buried at the back end of the American League East standings. That now is a status that Toronto holds. The Orioles were there briefly before they got on this little heater of theirs, which was a 7-game winning streak, but trying to get themselves back into the win column today. And if they could sweep the doubleheader, they would trim the wild card deficit to just a game. Now, if they get swept, and and we talked about it yesterday. If the Orioles get swept, the 7-game winning streak is now, thanks for getting our hopes up, but now you're back to being 5 below in a quest to get to the wild card, and you're 5 below 500. Because I've maintained all along, and this isn't a hot take, you got to get to 500 before you start talking real terms in regards to the playoffs. Look, Boston, they're 3 over. And where are they residing right now? As one of the wild card teams. You have to get to 500 or above, or we can't start thinking about this as a realistic thing. So we'll see how this all unfolds starting today at 1:35, because the trade deadline will be impacted about the next 7 days and what goes on.
Now,
Here at
Bob,
Camden Yards, Detroit, and obviously at Fenway.
Would you say this, that Orioles win today, their chances of winning tonight are pretty damn good?
With Bradish on the hill?
Yep.
Now, is it Suarez for Boston, or they go with an opener? Because he was supposed to pitch today.
Right.
Coming off the IL with the groin. So I don't know what Chad Tracy and the Red Sox have in store for the Orioles. But even if it's Suarez coming back from missing a couple of weeks, Bradish, outside of 1 or 2 games recently where he wasn't all that great, he's been dominant. Orioles just got to play tight defense here. Yeah. And as Steve said, and of course 4 errors isn't a normal thing, but when you lead the major leagues in unearned runs allowed, you're a bad defensive team. So that was kind of my point. It's like, them making the catch and throw to get someone at the plate and, catching, guys in rundowns and hitting cutoff men and making spectacular plays. That's not been the norm for them. Booting routine ground balls, throwing it up the left field line. That's been more of the norm for the Orioles. And we saw, point is, the defense and the inconsistent offense is still very concerning. And now with the injuries to the bullpen, red flags abound. Because waiting for Felix Bautista to come back maybe in September to save the day? No. And Halsey coming back at all?
No.
We've
seen that movie.
Aiken's gone because he had Tommy John. And is Wells going to be the closer? Can you go closer by committee? I don't know. And if the Orioles do fade, some of these guys we're talking about, Cano, Kittredge, they might get traded at the trade deadline. So we'll see. This is a big couple of days for the Orioles. They got themselves back into relevancy, got our hopes up. Nolan pumped the brakes on saying they're back. We'll see what happens starting at 1:35 and through the weekend against Atlanta. When we come back, NFL lunch. Let's get to these rookie tight ends. We've talked about the rookie receivers draft picks. But we'll talk about Cuevas and who's the other, Hibner, and all these guys. I mean, with all due respect to Smythe, he's been around the league. We're talking more about the rookies and how they can impact the team, because they'll be reporting the one winning drive in just a couple of days.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, Inside Access, live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Support, assist, care, own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Enroll now for August classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You could do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Tonight's keys to the game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Muse brings their The Wow Signal Tour to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 28th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles have been searching for answers at third base all season, but things only became more complicated when Blaze Alexander suffered a broken hand right before the All-Star break. Their most recent attempt to find an answer was calling up Christian Encarnacion Strand, who they acquired back in the spring through a trade with Cincinnati. Things never quite took off for him in 3 seasons with the Reds, and last summer he was significantly limited by injuries to the point where he only played in 100 games between the minors and MLB. He recently spoke about moving on from that setback and finding a new home.
Yeah, I feel like getting healthy again at the end of last season, it wasn't the place I wanted to be in AAA and wasn't playing the best, but getting those at-bats and getting those reps were huge. And this year I've been able to get all the at-bats and get the reps, so we're just rolling along.
While he's only appeared in 2 games with the O's so far, he's making the most of the opportunity with 3 hits and 8 plate appearances, including a homer on Monday night at Fenway Park. And as the wait for LeBron James to make up his mind continues, everyone is looking for any little clue or hint as to where he might be heading. Last night, Miami added more fuel to that speculation fire by posting a live stream link to their YouTube page titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference. It was quickly deleted, and a team spokesperson told ESPN that it was a mistake made while preparing for the possibility of James signing. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with temps reaching the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Hope you ate turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
his role, I guess, as a young player at Michigan, he was played on all core special team player. Our offense was a tight end heavy offense there. And so there was a lot of inline blocking, a lot of pull blocking, those types of things. And I thought, to me, like the coolest thing was to go see him in a spread offense, flex out, make a bunch of plays catching the ball. He always had like really good straight line speed. He was obviously at Michigan. We had, maybe the craziest loaded tight end room in the history of college football with A.J. Barner and Colson Loveland. You know, I think he did a great job in his role there, but it was really cool to see him kind of go be a featured piece.
That's Jesse Minter, head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, who was at the University of Michigan when Matthew Hibner was there, then went to SMU and busted out, had a big year catching the football for the Mustangs, and the Ravens drafted him in the 2026 NFL Draft. It is NFL Lunch. Vinny Haynie, Nolan McGraw. And Vinny, let's talk about Matthew Hibner, and we'll get to Josh Cuevas here in a second, but brought in to help supplement a tight end room that lost Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kohler in the offseason.
And, Bob, the thing with both tight ends is both seniors. They're both older guys. I mean, Hibner, Bob, came out in 2020. As he redshirted in 2020. So he was 6 years in college. You know, so like Jesse was saying, at Michigan, 4 years at Michigan, redshirt year, and then he never started a game. He was always, as Jesse said, core special teamer, but he played in 8 games in 21, 13 games in 22, 7 games in 23. And then in 24 and 25, he had 14 games in 12, and he had 24 catches and 31 catches at SMU. Now, his athletic numbers, Bob, off the charts. 6'4" and 2 ace, 251, ran 4.57. 28 benches at 2 1/4. Awesome. 37 vertical jump. Great. You know, so all that stuff is great. Now his strengths, like I said, he's got size, he's got athleticism, speed, show speed to get down the middle. He'll go up and get the ball, can adjust to high and behind, competitive, good hands, smart, good line awareness, good adjust to behind, position blocker. He lines up everywhere, good on teams. Weakness, needs more strength, not much yak. He'll need work running routes, creating separation, 1 speed, 6-year college career. Now, in summary, I said Matthew will contribute early on teams. He has good athletic numbers, but will need work on route tree and not explosive or quick in and out of breaks. Not much of a yak guy. He lines up all over the field. Will need to work on blocking consistency. He lunges too much. So, Bob, like kind of what I saw, you know, at OTAs and minicamp too. The thing, I never saw him on the line of scrimmage. That is not his cup of tea at all. He's a narrow hip guy. So when you look at him, it's not like, 28 reps at 2 1/4 is awesome. So I'm guessing with his shirt off and Bob stuff, his upper body probably looks pretty good. But he's narrow hip and like he doesn't look like he's got big, thick thighs or a big ass kind of thing. So the quickness in and out of breaks wasn't really there. And like Jesse said, kind of a build-up speed guy down the field. A build-up speed guy, they have a hard time getting in and out of cuts. So I'm kind of anxious to see how they're going to use him, Bob, because he cannot block.
Okay.
He is not a blocker whatsoever. He's 251 pounds, and he doesn't play big. So I've got some concerns, could not play at all at Michigan, and then he goes to SMU and he's a route running, pass catching kind of guy. So he's a very good athlete, but does he play athletic? That's what I think, learning a new offense and everything, he's learning a lot. So I don't want to get too down on him because he's not playing fast yet because he's got to think so much. So was I fired up on him like instant evaluation from OTAs and minicamp? No. I want to see him with the pads on. And like when I go up to watch the first preseason game, Bob, Philly, it's going to be huge for him. And then after that, we'll see how many reps he's going to get when they play the Vikings, for practice.
But you didn't look at him and go, oh, God, they just totally whiffed on this guy.
No, I'm not there. But I don't see the 37-inch vertical jump. I don't see the, that kind of. You see the 4.57 when he just goes straight down the field. Kind of like Wade was the same type of thing, you know. So that's, was he, like when I saw Likely, Bob, I liked Likely a lot. When I saw Likely on film in college, I liked him a lot because of his yak ability. Hibner gives nothing yak ability.
Now, Josh Cuevas was also drafted out of the University of Alabama. What are the strengths, weaknesses of this young man heading into camp, which starts a week from today?
Now, this is another guy, Bob, that is a senior, and he started out at Cal Poly as a redshirt in 21. And in 22, played Cal Poly 11 games. He had 5 starts. And he had 56 catches there. So then he went to Washington in 23. Played in all 15 games as a reserve. Had 4 catches for 164. So that tells me they had him blocking. Now in 24, he goes from Washington to Alabama because the coach went to Alabama. Yep. So he played in all 13 games as a reserve at Alabama, had 16 catches for 218. So he was a blocker for them. And then in his senior year, played in all 12 games, 11 starts. So he had 37 catches, average 11.1. And then he broke his foot, and he missed the rest of the season. So in summary, I said, he gets the ball north and south. He has strength as a runner. He's competitive, good hands. He can adjust to the low ball, catches the ball in his hands. He's got build-up speed. He ran 4.65. He's 6'3" and 3/8, 4.65. And Bob, he had 34-inch vertical, which is pretty good. 30 and 5/8 arms, so he's got shorter arms. 9 and 5/8 hands, decent. Like a good athlete. Lines up at fullback, which he'll do probably some, for the Ravens. Also will attack the linebacker on the ISO and catches a lot of short delay crossing routes. He can track a deep ball well, good line awareness, smart in zone coverage. Weakness. He's not a make-you-miss guy at all. Straight line. Not much burst. More of an H-back move guy than online. Not much of a blocker. Needs to work on route tree. Born in 01. Size hurts in blocking, length, short arms. In summary, I said, this is a tough, competitive kid that is an H or Y that can also play fullback. Will give effort to block, but size hurts in line. Will attack as a fullback, is straight line runner after the catch, has good hands, play on teams, can run, and will be a rotational tight end that can catch and get ball upfield, mostly crossing quick screens and vertical routes. So with Cuevas, that's kind of what you saw there. He lined up on the line of scrimmage a lot more for the Ravens than he did, but he can be like that Pat Ricard. Is he that, because he's 60 pounds smaller than Ricard. So he's not that big body guy. He's going to get tossed some on the line of scrimmage. So that's why, and Andrews is not a phenomenal blocker either. Smythe is the blocker. And then these two guys, we got to figure out a role for these guys, and none of them are Likely. There is not a guy on the team that is Isaiah Likely or as good as or has an upside of Likely. There's nobody. Now, Kolar, to me, they're all more like Kolar than they are Likely.
We'll break down more of this rookie class next couple of days. Talk about Zion Young. He's an intriguing prospect, second-round pick out of Missouri. And we'll talk about the punter because right now he's the number one dude as the top punter the Ravens had. He moved on and followed John Harbaugh like a lot of other people did to the Giants. When we come back, American League East report. Only one game in the division last night, but give you the Orioles lineup. Got the Yankees and Pirates underway up in the Bronx with Garrett Cole on the hill for the Pinstripers. Standings update as well. And then we'll talk about the Cleveland Browns, Daniel Oyefusi from ESPN.com, how they looking heading into training camp. Todd Monken begins his tenure there. And Ethan Posick signed with Baltimore. Is that a good thing for the Ravens?
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on Game 1 of the Orioles doubleheader against the Red Sox and then preview Game 2. Also, we're 1 week away from training camp. What constitutes a successful season for the Ravens? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Join us at the Mount Washington Tavern tonight from 5 to 7 for a summer tradition benefiting the kids at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Bring a toy or gift card for our summer toy drive, grab a drink, and celebrate a great cause with special guest Ed Norris.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
The weather is warming up and baseball season is here. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with Ceremony Coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Why do landscaping pros prefer Echo outdoor power equipment? In a word, power. Echo Power means extreme power, day in and day out, sun up to sundown. Professional-grade Echo blowers, string trimmers, and chainsaws maximize productivity, powering through the toughest jobs nature can throw their way. Experience Echo Power for yourself at Liberty Discount Lawn Equipment in Upper Co. or visit libertydiscount.com to learn more. That's libertydiscount.com. Echo. Power on and on.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Well, we have an update on Samuel Basayo, Nolan, and it's not good, not catastrophic, we don't think, but definitely not good news for him playing in Boston or against the Braves or against the Tigers.
Yeah, he's going on the IL, 10-day IL, same injury that we knew about, the shoulder issue. Jonathan Rodriguez, the outfielder, the corresponding move called up from AAA.
So we retro it back to, what, Sunday?
Oh, yeah, the Monday, the 20th.
Okay, so, well, I'm not even going to assume his return date, but he's going to be out for at least, another 7 days, and Adley went on the IL a couple of days ago. So right now, the Orioles, who had arguably the best catching duo in baseball, and Adley and Basayo, now have Sam Huff and Chadwick Tromp rocking and rolling here.
Bob, was it Bradis or Rogers that loves Basayo catching him?
Rogers has raved about him multiple times.
Okay.
I know that.
That's a moot point now. He won't be throwing to him. But unfortunate news, just as the Orioles get some traction going, not only do they lose both catchers, but both their assets to the lineup. So you go from two productive members of your team offensively to two guys who, what we had a caller a couple of days ago said it's like having pitchers hit.
Yeah, Huff.
For the Orioles.
Well, yeah, so he'll go Huff for one. I'd imagine Tromp for game 2. You wouldn't catch same guy 2 games of a doubleheader, I wouldn't think.
No, and Huff's not DHing.
No. Yeah, you're now. Well, we were hoping maybe, like at the very least, that Basayo could, pinch hit,
right?
Maybe, and that would be an encouraging sign that he could get back out there tonight, or at least be ready by Friday. I still don't hate them giving it a day to try to make it work. Right, because you still make it retroactive to Monday. It's not like you really lost too much time there. But yeah, the way they talked about it yesterday, it was like, oh, he's progressing. It's just not quite there yet. It made it sound like it was just days away. So I don't know what changed really.
Yeah, and we go back to Saturday. It's his right shoulder, correct?
Yes, right shoulder.
Because he made the tag. But that's his glove hand, so that's his left shoulder. Where did the right shoulder injury come from? And before the game, about an hour, Nolan, before they put him on the IL, Albie was asked about Basayo. And he said, we'd love to have him available. We're going to be smart about it. And I guess the smart play was to shut him down for 10 days.
He just said, Bob, on the pregame show right now that it was hurting coming out of the break.
Okay.
And it got worse, but he said now it's feeling better.
Oh, it'll feel real good as he is out of the Orioles lineup. So the Orioles without their 2 starting catchers for the foreseeable future as they get ready for the Boston Red Sox. Got washed out last night. Dean Kramer will pitch the opener. He's 1-2 with a .415. Jake Bennett, he's on the hill for the Boston Red Sox, who have won 14 in a row. 5-3 with a 2.35. Elsewhere in the division last night, while you got the Yankees and Pirates underway as we speak, we're through one. Top of the second inning there. Garrett Cole against Keller. That's your matchup at Yankee Stadium. Only one game because Boston and Baltimore got rained out. It was Tampa at Rogers Center taking on the Blue Jays. And right now, after getting swept by the Red Sox, Tampa's getting back into it, but for the Blue Jays, they might be in crisis mode.
In the air to left. Hit well. Way up there. Way back. And gone for a 3-run homer by Nick Fortes. And the Rays have an 8-0 lead. Driven in the air to deep center field. Varsho out of room. It's a 3-run homer. Yandy Diaz in his 1,000th career game. And it's 12-2 Rays in the 9th.
That was the final score there. That was Rays TV on the call. Fortes and Diaz with 3-run shots. Johnny DeLuca also drove in 3 runs for Tampa. Rasmussen gets the win. He improves to 8-5 on the year. Kevin Gausman took the L, and I was watching MLB Network before the game started, and they were talking that might be Gausman's last start as a Blue Jay because he's expected to be one of the more sought-after pitchers at the trade deadline. Keep in mind, he's in the walk year of his deal, too. So he's going to be a rental for whoever seems to want his services. Here in the division today, you got the Orioles in a Red Sox doubleheader, Yankees and Pirates doubleheader, and then coming up later tonight, Rays at the Toronto Ball Club, wrapping up that series. Standings update real quick in the American League East and beyond. Tampa's 2 games up on New York. Boston 6.5, Orioles 9.5. Orioles are 3 games ahead of Toronto now. 12.5 out are the Blue Jays. Chicago and Cleveland, for all intents and purposes, tied for first in the Central. Percentage points gives the White Sox the lead there. Yeah, the Rangers now in first place in the West, half game up on Texas, or Seattle rather. Braves 3 games up on the Phillies. Yeah, Brewers 6 games up on the Cubs. Dodgers 11.5 up on the Diamondbacks out west. Yankees, Guardians, Red Sox in regards to wild card. Seattle 1.5, Orioles 3, Twins 4.5 or 3.5. Houston's 4, Detroit's now 5. Chicago, Philly, Pirates, Diamondbacks are tied for that 3rd spot. Cardinals a half game back, as are the Marlins. Nationals game and a half back there. Longest winning streak in baseball belongs to Boston, of course, 14 in a row. Second longest now. Angels have won 3 straight games.
No way.
Go ahead, Brady Anderson and crew. Longest losing streak. Miami's now lost 8 straight. And Minnesota, St. Louis, and San Francisco have all lost 4 consecutive ball games. Those are your hot to nuts in regards to the hot streaks in Major League Baseball team-wise. When we come back, shift to the NFL, in particular, Ethan Posick coming to Baltimore from Cleveland. Daniel Oyefusi, ESPN.com. Also get his thoughts on Todd Monken's first training camp as Cleveland looks to prove the doubters wrong. Any way that they could surprise and stun the world in the AFC North.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Inside Access is brought to you by FanDuel. Listen up, guys. Think you know who's going yard today? Well, FanDuel is giving you a free chance to prove your baseball expertise with Daily Dingers. Here's how it works. Make your pick on who's hitting a home run, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a shot at extra winnings. Now, when your favorite superstar knocks it out of the park, it'll feel that much sweeter. Daily Dingers is free to play, and you can lock in a pick every day of the MLB season. That's why FanDuel is the home for home runs. So you ready to play your game? Make your first pick at FanDuel.com/local. That's FanDuel.com/local to play Daily Dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a home run today. This is your chance to call your shot on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Fellas, stop playing defense against your own energy. If your version of summer fever is just a regular fever or worse, you're too wiped out to even notice the season changed. Low testosterone might be turning you from a cleanup hitter into a bench warmer. Less energy, brain fog, zero motivation. That's not aging. That's fixable. Life Med Institute specializes in TRT designed to get you feeling like yourself again. It's game time. Call Life Med Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com today. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Tell them Vinny sent you.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $567 million. That's right, $567 million. Play today at any Maryland lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Rain washed away any chances of the Orioles and Red Sox battling it out last night, so the two teams will now meet in a split doubleheader today. Dean Kramer versus Jake Bennett is the prospective pitching matchup for Game 1 with a 1:35 start time. Baltimore intends to send Kyle Bradish out for Game 2 at 7:10, while Boston remains undecided. It's the third doubleheader of the season for the O's, but if they want to recover from Monday night's loss and take the series, they'll have to do something that's been very foreign to them in recent franchise history. They've swept a doubleheader just once since 2016. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, the Players Association has countered the owners' proposal for changes to the draft system with a set of rules of their own. The owners originally wanted to trim the draft down from 20 to 12 rounds while also blocking high school players from being eligible and slashing amateur signing bonuses by more than $150 million. As you would imagine, none of that sat well with the players, and they've now proposed a system that would not only keep high school players eligible, but also allow college sophomores to enter the mix regardless of age. The MLBPA also wants to maintain a system where signing bonus pools grow year over year. Their proposal would also reward designated small market teams with an additional $1 million in bonus pool money if they made the playoffs a year prior. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with temps reaching the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles Red Sox coming up here in a matter of minutes. Samuel Basayo placed on the 10-day IL, retroactive 2, this past Monday. So the Orioles, both catchers, starting catchers, on the IL. Sam Huff, Chadwick Tromp, going to get it done. Jonathan Rodriguez, right-handed Haiti outfielder, who was up here in April. He was recalled to fill that spot on the roster. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Training camp for the Ravens starts a week from today. Looks like they have a new center. Here to talk about that because the team he covers just employed this guy for the last couple of seasons, and also talk about the Cleveland Browns. Welcome back to the show, ESPN.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline, Baltimore's own Daniel Oyefusi. Daniel, good afternoon. Hope you had a great summer so far.
Yeah, I did. It was relaxing. Good to talk to you guys.
Now it's time to get unrelaxed. All right, Ethan Posick, Ravens signed him late last week. 1-year deal, could be worth up to $4.5 million. Was with Cleveland last couple of years, blew the Achilles last season. how was he thought of within the team last year as the center? And if he's healthy, what's he bringing to Baltimore here?
Yeah, well, as you know, the Browns had one of the worst offensive lines last year. So, it might be tough to evaluate any individual, player with, a lot of the turnover and the dysfunction that they had. But honestly, like in the midst of what was a struggling offensive line, there weren't a lot of times where, I was really looking at the film and maybe singling out Postic as being the one that maybe kind of made everything fall apart. Their tackle situation was particularly, pretty rough over the course of the past, 2 years, honestly. But I always thought of Postic as like a really serviceable center. I think maybe the biggest thing that stood out to me was him having to snap to a lot of young guys, a lot of rookie quarterbacks, second-year guys over the past couple years, and how much he helped them in terms of the pre-snap operation. Obviously the health of the Achilles is a big deal, and obviously for someone that's, I think it's going to be 31 by the time the year starts. But I think that there is a lot of carryover in terms of what Kevin Stefanski did kind of in the heyday of that offensive line when, guys like him, Joel Bitonio, and others were, really at their athletic peak and operating, that zone scheme and a lot of pin and pull. I think that there is some carryover. So, with the Ravens, lack of experience at the center position prior to signing Postic, I think he's definitely a guy that, can be serviceable. And I think that that's definitely what they need right now after losing Tyler Linderbaum.
Now, the thing is, Daniel, is Monken and them, I'm sure they watched the film and stuff, and they didn't want him back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as a whole, they were really just kind of looking for a clean slate. The GM Andrew Berry has talked about the strategic pivot, and they've let go of a lot of veteran guys. I think that Postic, if healthy, can still play quality football, but they definitely got to a point where they just kind of wanted a clean slate, and obviously the injury didn't help matters. It would have been interesting. I probably lean to say that if he had not torn his Achilles, I think they probably still would have went in another direction. But I think that's as much about them just kind of wanting a clean slate to revamp that entire offensive line, as opposed to him not being someone who can, play, starting caliber football at this point in his career.
Now, Daniel, what are the strengths of this team going into training camp, and what are, the questions that you've got going in?
For the Browns, I would say that despite, trading away Myles Garrett, a little over a month ago, I would say this is still a defense that has the talent and the pieces to be one of the better defenses in the NFL. There are some questions with them not only losing Myles Garrett, but their defensive coordinator and Jim Schwartz, and replacing him with the first-time DC and Mike Rutenberg. But they're going to keep the foundation of that scheme the same. And they were able to get Jared Verse back, who is still a 25-year-old two-time Pro Bowler. They think that he's going to be a really good fit in this scheme. You've got the reigning defensive rookie of the year in Carson Schlesinger. You still got a Pro Bowl cornerback in Denzel Ward, as well as some other some talent across that unit. So I think the defense is still going to be pretty formidable, pretty competitive, despite losing Myles Garrett. And then obviously, the big question, the big weakness, however you want to put it, is the state of this offense, and particularly the quarterback position. They really did revamp this offense in the offseason in terms of getting what's probably going to be 5 new Week 1 starters. They drafted 2 wide receivers, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston. But you still really don't know what's going to happen with the quarterback position. Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders are going to enter, the training camp competing for that spot, and Monken has spoke very highly of both of these guys, and he's really been impressed with Shedeur's progression in terms of going through the progressions and getting the ball out quicker. But you just really don't know until the games start, and that's part of the reason why this competition is still going on, because Monken wants to see these guys when the pads come on and when they do joint practices. And honestly, we're probably going to see both these guys in a preseason game or two to really get a sense of who's the best option for Week 1.
In your opinion, who do you think the locker room would prefer, Watson or Sanders?
I'll say, this is a really young team. It's going to be one of the youngest teams in the NFL, if not the youngest team in the NFL. And I will say, like last year when Shedeur took over Week 11, Week 12, I believe it was, guys galvanized, guys rallied around him. Like they really did. There was an energy shift. Like when he was out there in that first start against Las Vegas and he threw that 50-yard bomb to Isaiah Bond, like you saw the reaction on the sideline. Like Myles Garrett's mouth was wide open because he couldn't believe, like, he hasn't seen that a lot in Cleveland. So, with the young team, guys who have, played against Shedeur in college and are his age mates, you would think that maybe he would be the right option to go in terms of this youth movement. But, Deshaun still does have the respect of, a lot of these guys as a former Pro Bowl quarterback. And he's been working with a lot of these guys in the offseason.
Now, what are the players saying, and what's the media's impressions of, Monken and the new staff?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with the media. Like we love Monken because in terms of how much he says, he compared to Kevin Stefanski, the former head coach, like he lets us fill up the notebook. He'll drop F-bomb, he'll drop some expletives, he'll speak his mind almost to a fault maybe. So I'm not mad at it. When I get some nice stuff to tweet out and videos to put out and stuff like that, I'm not mad at it. And but I think on a real serious level, I appreciate how invested he is, how much he really cares about this opportunity. Like he knows that maybe he wasn't the fan favorite pick going through the coaching interview process, but it really means a lot to him, and he really cares, and he shows that with his intensity. And I think that is something that the players in turn also are really welcoming and open to. Like they know that they have a lot of work to be done. So to see someone that's so invested in the little things, from how they run a route in individual drills, and just holding people accountable, that's something that is definitely welcome for this young team.
Daniel Oyefusi covers the Browns in the NFL for ESPN.com. Daniel, last thing for you as we sit here on July 22nd, handicap the AFC North as you see it right now.
Yeah, right now, I put the Ravens at number one. I have some questions about, how this offense is going to come together under Declan Doyle and some of the new revamped offensive line and even some of the skill positions that Lamar is going to be thrown to. But, you get such a high floor with Lamar if healthy. And I think Jesse Leonard is really going to turn that defense back to the dominant defense that we saw with Mike McDonald. Two, I put the Cincinnati Bengals. I like what they've done in terms of getting, kind of revamping that defense. And it's like if you get an average defense for Joe Burrow, that can be a real team in the AFC. Three, I'll put the Steelers. Just not really sure if they're going to have enough talent, if Aaron Rodgers is going to have enough in the tank. And then four, I'll put the Browns right now with their unsettled quarterback situation.
Daniel, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the start of training camp, and obviously we'll be talking to you a lot over the next few months here.
Thanks, Daniel.
No problem. Y'all take care.
Yep. There's Daniel Oyefusi, everybody. We'll come back, give you an Oriole update as they get they and the Red Sox, matter of fact, underway at Fenway. Same with the Yankees and Pirates. Stick around, and then we'll go to the Funhouse, Nolan McGraw, before Inside Access takes over at 2.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
We'll keep you updated on Game 1 of the Orioles doubleheader against the Red Sox and then preview Game 2. Also, we're 1 week away from training camp. What constitutes a successful season for the Ravens? Find out at 2.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Football is back, at least for the Panthers and Cardinals, who report to training camp today ahead of the Hall of Fame game. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young's one of the most intriguing players heading into this season. The former #1 overall pick won his first division title last year, albeit with an 8-9 record. Can Young take the next step, solidifying himself as a franchise quarterback? The journey starts today. I'm Rod Sharon.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
What's up, Boost? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The Daily Boost make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Summer's here. Hey, it's Ed. That means longer days, cookouts, beach trips, and plenty of opportunities to keep the game at the top of its game. Whether you're looking to surprise somebody special or add a little bit of excitement to your summer lineup, Lions Den has you covered. From essentials to couples favorites, Lions Den has everything you need to make this season a winner. So turn up the heat at Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, multiple locations around Baltimore. But check them out at lionsden.com or walk into a store.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. On August 8th, it's the Icelandic rock stars Kaleo at the Anthem. Then don't miss an incredible triple header of shows at Merriweather Post Pavilion, starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, followed by The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, then closing it out with the legendary Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
What's up, Foos? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Things not going well for the Orioles. Bottom of the first at Fenway. Dean Kramer has given up 4 hits already. Down 2-zip. Got a bloop single. Yoshida. Then an infield hit. Rafaela. Abreu hits a laser. The hardest hit ball of the inning at Alonso. And then back-to-back hits, Contreras, our favorite player, Nolan. And now Chad Durbin, who's been on fire after a crappy beginning to the season, he singles to center. 2 runs, so it's 2-zip. Runners on first and second, 1 out for the Red Sox as the Orioles go scoreless in the first inning. So there we go. Orioles, after losing a tough one on Monday night, 7-game streak comes to an end. Now trailing out of the gate at Fenway. It is a doubleheader. Kyle Bradish on the hill in the nightcap. We'll see what's going on with Boston as far as the starting pitcher is concerned, but slow start for the Orioles here, trying to, not lose the series and definitely not get swept, which would take all of the positive momentum away, in my opinion, from that 7-game winning streak. Because if they get swept, then they're 5 games back of the wild card, 5 games below 500, basically back where they started. I mean, they chipped away a little bit in regards to overall record, but creeping further away as opposed to coming in here with a chance to maybe, if things went their way, maybe walking out of here in a wild card position, Nolan McGraw.
So a lot to not be happy about there in that first inning, but the one moment that stands out is, Jackson Holliday's play, not being able to make a throw from second to first. Earlier in the show, you asked Steve Molesky about a question that's been on a lot of Orioles fans' minds, why not consider moving Jackson Holliday to another infield spot? And is that because we're trying to come up with the best combination, or is it because we don't think he can handle second? We're supremely confident in him handling third. I understood what Steve was going for, and I don't necessarily disagree with his points about, well, you don't have to worry about turning 2 over there. You kind of simplify things. But my whole gripe with Holliday at second has been all about the arm. So he's struggled to make throws from second to first base. I don't see how it's going to be easier for him or better results going from the hot corner all the way across the diamond. Sure, it's the react position more than, the athletic position. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But the arm is a non-starter. He doesn't have it. So I don't know. Quite frankly, I don't know how he played shortstop his entire life. People just considered him good because of his last name when he was a kid. I don't know. But yeah, it's not happening at second. I don't think it'd be much better on the other side of the diamond, though.
And he, to me, still looks uncomfortable at second base. I mean, he looks extremely uncomfortable there. It's not 4-zip as double down the line. Right field puts Boston in a very productive first inning situation against the Birds of Baltimore here. So just tuning in, Samuel Basallo placed on the ILs retro to Monday. So he's going to be out for at least another 7 days. With Adley already on the shelf, Orioles up against it there behind the plate, and Dean Kramer right now getting kind of teed off on in the first game. That was a legitimate, there we go. Red Sox going for their 15th straight victory. When they were in last place, I was like, yeah, they suck. Now I'm back to hating them, as I have for most of my entirety of 61 years walking the face of this planet. All right, Nolan, we got time for a fun house.
Quick Draws Fun House.
Here. Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Texter here says something that recently occurred to me with the Orioles. They are so reluctant to play their left-handed hitters against left-handed pitching. Then why is every draft centered around nothing but left-handed hitters under the Mike Elias era? That's fine if you're going to use them.
Well, I guess that's the best player available when they're picking situation. That's more, I would think, more of a happenstance scenario, because Honeycutt, right-handed hitter, was first-round pick a couple years ago. He just can't hit. He struck out a lot at North Carolina, strikes out even more as he's made it to the majors. Now he's banged up. But, Jackson Holliday's in the lineup today as a lefty. Jeremiah Jackson, against a lefty, is not in the lineup. Colton Cowser, not in the lineup. Gunnar Henderson just doubled 3 times off lefty pitching on Monday. He's the only guy, and I guess if Basallo was healthy, he'd be starting. Mm-hmm. It's Gunnar and it's Basallo, the only left-handed sticks that seem to get regular ABs against left-handed pitching. I guess you got to earn your way into that scenario.
I would think.
It's a classic. It's like the job descriptions or those job listings that say that they want, 10 years of experience, but we're also simultaneously going to pay you nothing. You can't have it both ways.
Well, they're not getting it either way right now, down 4-0.
This one here from Ryan in Baltimore says, the Adley-Rutschman trade talk reminds me of chatter around Santander once upon a time. Thought that he could be on the trade block. Nothing ever came of it. Goes on to finish his Orioles career strong. I think if the Orioles plan to contend this year, you always plan to contend. You need to get just as much juice out of the Adley-Rutschman squeeze. If that is a trade, so be it. But keeping him is beneficial, just as keeping Santander was. I think the Orioles are in a good spot either way.
So if they keep him, you win. If you trade him, as long as it's a prudent trade, you win there too?
I had a little trouble following that one, but that seems to be the point, a win-win. I mean, that's fine. If you're on the doorstep of a wild card spot or you're in that third spot when the trade deadline rolls around, that's fine. But if you're out of it, there's only one choice.
Yeah, and as Steve Molesky said, the Orioles are listening to trade offers. They're not shopping Adley-Rutschman. There's a big difference there.
I'll say this about the passing stuff because that's what sparked this today.
Yeah.
He's been doing multiple editions of that kind of trade deadline preview for the past month, updates it roughly every week. Adley-Rutschman has not been included until yesterday or whatever, the one that came out this week. So that to me was a little telling. Put whatever stock you want into the 30% odds that he attached to it. It seems like a guess just for chatter's sake. But to not be included for a guy who's really tapped in passing, now all of a sudden he is included and he's about like halfway down the list. Maybe Passon's hearing, not from the Orioles, hey, we're shopping him, but he's hearing from other teams we've called about, or we want Adley-Rutschman. We really want him.
Hey, remember, going back to last offseason, Bob Nightingale, our friend, said that he expects Adley to be a guy that's most likely to get traded. Now, that was last offseason. Maybe this offseason will be more of a reality there. Orioles through 1, they're down 4-0. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 o'clock, hopefully talking about them coming back. And who knows, we'll let this all play out. Creep closer to training camp, talk about more of these rookies from the class of 2026 and everything else happening on your sports Wednesday. For Nolan McGraw, Betty Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. Inside Access coming up next. For now, class dismissed.
Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Speeding catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. There's not many more teams being slept on this year than the Atlanta Falcons. Despite all the injury issues last year and underwhelming QB play, their offense was top half in the NFL. An offense that boasts the best running back in the league, elite pass catchers in London and Pitts, and now Kevin Stefanski gets to prove once again how good of a head coach he is by getting the most out of Michael Penix. Falcons over 6.5 wins this year. I'm Pat Boyle, Bet Smarter and Beat the Books. Download the BetMGM app today.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Ed Norris here with Baltimore football legend Jonathan Ogden. J.O., we both know Dr. Learfield at the Smile Design Center. I know you've been there. How'd that work out for you?
We tell you what, Ed, man, the best decision I ever made. Look, if you've been avoiding the dentist, I get it, but they've got sedation options that change everything.
Absolutely. And about 36% of Americans have some fear of the dentist, so you're not alone. Look, Dr. Learfield completely transformed my smile in just a few visits. The technology they use now, it's just incredible.
You know what? And they work with you on payment plans, monthly payments, whatever works for you, whatever you got to get it done.
Yeah, and it's important because one thing people just don't know, and this is real, is that bad teeth can mess with your heart and your overall health. So it not just your oral health, it affects your whole body.
No, absolutely. So don't wait, Baltimore, please, because your smile does matter.
Absolutely does. And seriously, if you have fear of the dentist or if money's been an issue or time away from work, all these things, no more excuses. Just get there. The Smile Design Center, do it.
The Smile Design Center with Dr. Learfield. Call 410-321-1100 or visit smiledesignDoctor.com. That's smiledesignDoctor.com.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Football training camp is here. Make Green Valley Marketplace your grilling headquarters for every backyard kickoff. Our expert on-site butchers have the premium steaks, burgers, and ribs you crave. Enjoy our kitchen-fresh store-made deli salads, fried chicken, party subs, and famous steamed crabs. Visit our award-winning scratch-baked desserts from Lauer's Bakery. And now save even more with Valley Values. That's reduced everyday pricing on thousands of your favorite products. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today.
When it comes to our cars, those infotainment screens, turbos, advanced transmissions, and cameras are all great until they fail. And if your car is out of warranty, repairing them can cost thousands. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, make sure you're covered for auto repair bills with an auto protection plan from Endurance. They've paid out hundreds of millions in claims and helped drivers with plans that cover engine, drivetrain, electrical system, transmission, and more. Endurance gives you straightforward claims processing and direct payment to your certified mechanic. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. When your check engine light comes on, don't ignore it because you're worried about a big auto repair bill. Call Endurance and choose the plan that's right for you. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-689-1536. 800-689-1536. 800-689-1536.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science and Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science and Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles have been searching for answers at third base all season, but things only became more complicated when Blaze Alexander suffered a broken hand right before the All-Star break. Their most recent attempt to find an answer was calling up Christian Encarnacion Strand, who they acquired back in the spring through a trade with Cincinnati. Things never quite took off for him in 3 seasons with the Reds, and last summer he was significantly limited by injuries to the point where he only played in 100 games between the minors and MLB. He recently spoke about moving on from that setback and finding a new home.
Yeah, I feel like getting healthy again at the end of last season, it wasn't the place I wanted to be in AAA and wasn't playing the best, but getting those at-bats and getting those reps were huge. And this year I've been able to get all the at-bats and get the reps, so we're just rolling along.
While he's only appeared in 2 games with the O's so far, he's making the most of the opportunity with 3 hits and 8 plate appearances, including a homer on Monday night at Fenway Park. And as the wait for LeBron James to make up his mind continues, everyone is looking for any little clue or hint as to where he might be heading. Last night, Miami added more fuel to that speculation fire by posting a live stream link to their YouTube page titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference. It was quickly deleted, and a team spokesperson told ESPN that it was a mistake made while preparing for the possibility of James signing. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with temps reaching the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Thursday night at the Yard. Miscues and missed opportunities doom the O's.
Rutschman the runner at second. Alonso.
Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Orioles have been certain.
It's simple in a sense, like, you know, when you're not here, like, you own your career. You're the owner of your career. And everything that you do, you know, it puts you in position when you come back to be in position, you know. The whole offseason program is designed to put the guys in position to compete in camp. Now there's these 5 weeks on their own, whatever it is, that they got to take ownership of that. And these guys are pros. They work really hard. They understand that. You know, it's like, think about, like Mr. Bisciotti just said, think about what Derrick Henry's doing the next 5 weeks and just maybe think about doing that. Think about what Calais Campbell's doing. So just always having the team mentality when you're on your own and realizing what our goals are, and really just putting yourself in position so that when you return, you're able to, you know, we're able to kind of roll into this thing instead of starting back from ground zero.
So that's Jesse Minter after, that's from minicamp, his message to the team. And, Bone, I'll warn you, I'm a little salty. I'm watching the Oriole game, but we'll get to that in a little bit. But speaking of Jesse Minter, so he's entering his first year as a head coach in the National Football League. So what would constitute a successful season for one Jesse Minter in year one?
Well, Ken, we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of John Harbaugh on the Lounge podcast where he was poo-pooing Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, those guys never played.
You guys have never played.
Yeah.
That's loser mentality, blah, blah, blah. You don't know what it takes to win a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And make no mistake about it, last year was Super Bowl or bust for the Ravens.
It was bust.
And for me, that's why it's the most disappointing season in franchise history because they end up finishing with a losing record. This year, for me, I just think expectations need to be adjusted somewhat. I don't know if, for me, it's Super Bowl or bust, just based on history.
Yeah.
There's been 2 rookie head coaches in the Super Bowl era to win a Super Bowl in their first season. One was the Baltimore Colts, Don McCaffrey. And George Seifert won it with Vinny, 1995.
With Bill Walsh's players.
Correct. But rookie head coach and fills that void. Then you look at Mike McDonald, who won a Super Bowl in his second season.
Yeah.
He became just the 6th head coach in the last 40 years to win a Super Bowl in his first 2 seasons. Obviously, Seifert counts. Barry Switzer, who won it with Jimmy Johnson's
players, yes.
Brian Billick, another Baltimore connection.
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin and Doug Peterson. So I'm saying all of this just to, I know in Baltimore it's Super Bowl or bust, it's Super Bowl or bust with Lamar Jackson. I don't know if that's the case for me. I want to see progress in terms of, you missed the playoffs last year, and we know that playoff success has been elusive for this franchise since the last Super Bowl in 2012. They've won 4 playoff games since 2013. I would like to see them make the playoffs and win a playoff game. And to me, that would be a fine season for Jesse Minter's rookie year.
Yeah, make the playoffs, win one playoff game. I want more.
Yeah, totally. But you want them to win the Super Bowl every year.
But I think if that's the way this goes, year one of being a head coach in the National Football League, I think you'd have to consider that a success, especially coming off the disaster that was last season. But yes, win a playoff game in year one as an NFL head coach, I think that's a successful first year.
Now, when you look at various sports books, and we're going to use your friends at FanDuel here, Ken.
What about Book of Bone?
Well, Book of the Bone, I'm waiting on that endorsement. I'm not paid by Book of the Bone, even though it's my baby. I'm not paid
your
by
side
them.
hustle,
But
Bun.
I'm giving your shout out for FanDuel. Ravens are tied with the Bills for the second shortest odds to win the Super Bowl at 11-1. The Rams are by far and away. They're this year's Ravens at plus 550. So Ravens and Bills double those odds. Ravens, the Bills are favored to win the AFC at 5-1. Ravens are plus 250. Ravens are tied with the Bills for the best odds to make the playoffs at minus 320. Now, we would joke a lot last year, Ken, even when the Ravens started 1-5.
Oh, the odds.
Vegas loves the Ravens.
Yes, they do.
And Vegas, in particular, loves Lamar Jackson for good reason. Because when Lamar Jackson's healthy, they win a hell of a lot of games. But again, I just think having those type of expectations that were on this team last year of Super Bowl or bust, I just think based on history, you're setting yourself up for failure.
You're right, though, about Vegas and their love for Lamar, but it's with good reason because as we documented, if Lamar's healthy and upright in December, the Ravens are competing for a 1 seed. Like, not just the playoffs, they're competing for the 1 seed. So that's history. Like, the only thing that derails that is him getting hurt, and that's what happened last year.
And look, go back to history, 2008, the last time the Ravens had a different head coach and was a rookie, of course. John Harbaugh took the Ravens to an AFC championship.
He did.
Now, that season was completely out of nowhere, where the prior season they went 5-11, fired Brian Billick. You had a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback, and you still went to the AFC championship. So that was a hell of a run by John, and John won a playoff game in each of his first 5 seasons. So what Jesse Minter has in his favor compared to that year, 2008, John Harbaugh, first off, you have Lamar Jackson, which that's a hell of a leg up over a rookie Joe Flacco. And also, Ken, I think the AFC North is much weaker now compared to then. Yeah, the Steelers in their heyday, Steelers ended up winning the Super Bowl that year in 2008. Ben Roethlisberger in his prime. That defense was great. Carson Palmer was with the Bengals. Hell, even the Browns were coming off a 10-6 year in 2007 with Derek Anderson. So I think the AFC North is a lot softer now. And you could probably say you could definitely say the AFC is much weaker because you got to remember that was the Colts with Peyton Manning. Now, to be fair, Tom Brady blew out his knee week 1 that year in 2008, so it wasn't really the Patriots.
Bernard Pollard.
Yeah, Bernard Pollard. It wasn't really the Patriots that year, but the Chargers were a power back then. It's a lot more wide open, the AFC playing field that Jesse Minter's walking into.
By the way, 2008, Joe Flacco's rookie year, I never bought it in real time, but the Ravens were selling the fact that they didn't want Joe starting week 1. Remember, it was going to be Kyle Bowler or Troy Smith, and one was sick and one was hurt, so they had to settle for Joe.
Absolutely, you're 100% right. Bowler blew out his shoulder, I think, and Troy Smith.
I think Troy Smith was sick,
flu or something.
He was sick.
Joe ended up starting, I think, the last preseason game, and then just let it roll from there. That was seen as a transition year. That was certainly one of those seasons out of nowhere, one of the more fun Ravens seasons, because say it all the time, when your team overachieves like that, it's always, more sentimental, more fun in the meantime.
Ravens were fun in 2008. The Orioles aren't fun today. We'll keep you updated on that as it goes. The Orioles are playing game 1 of a doubleheader against the Red Sox. Dean Kramer gave up 4 in the first. It's 4-0 Red Sox. As we head to the top of the 3rd inning, Orioles got 2 base runners on in the 2nd, and then Sam Huff had a 3-pitch strikeout, which I think that's 4 consecutive strikeouts for Sam Huff dating back till Monday night, so that's fun. Big show today. We'll talk with our friend PJ Glasser, Westwood One Sports, get his best bets and get his thoughts on how he did gambling-wise in the World Cup and what's going on in baseball, maybe some futures in the world of football. Definitely. PJ joins us at 3:30. Sunshine himself, Jimmy Patsos, in studio at 5. What do you think of A.J. DeBonsa in Summer League? What's he think of this whole LeBron James nonsense as he still has not made a decision? And Farrell Payne finally became official. We'll get his thoughts on Maryland. That's going to be around the corner, Maryland basketball. Jimmy's in studio from 5 to 5:30. And then we'll talk to our friend Ryan Ripken, part of our Baltimore Baseball Tonight crew, at 5:30.
Yeah, plenty of Orioles talk. We'll keep you up to date on the game. We'll recap game 1 right when it's over, preview game 2. But it's official, Ken. We're 1 week away from the first full squad training camp practice for the Ravens. So got a lot of Ravens talk in the first half of the show.
1 week from today, Bum. They're on the field.
Finally here.
They're on the field. Coming up next, though, our friend Jeff Zrebeck talks. I wrote a piece recently, said Roquan Smith is the player with most at stake coming into this season on the Ravens. Do we agree? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Join us at the Mount Washington Tavern tonight from 5 to 7 for a summer tradition benefiting the kids at Mount Washington Pediatric Hospital. Bring a toy or gift card for our summer toy drive. Grab a drink and celebrate a great cause with special guest Ed Norris.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology, and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets even better with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace. Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Personally, my season, it wasn't the season that I wanted to have, regardless of the circumstances, because you can't control circumstances regardless of what circumstances you're put in, so you control your response. And so no excuses at all, but wasn't the season of my standard, nor was it from a defensive perspective as well. So I feel like you got to first start with yourself prior to going anywhere else.
The closing credits song from the American Pie movie, His Bed Is on Fire. I like this song. Anyway, as soon as the credits come up in American Pie, it's the song. Anyway, that's Roquan Smith. He was not happy with his season, but we were not happy with his season last year. And he, for the first time, we thought he'd been trending in the wrong direction for a couple of years, but I think it took All-Pro voters a year to realize it, because he did not make the All-Pro team this past year. Our friend Jeff Zrebeck from The Athletic says he's the Ravens player with the most at stake this season. Do you agree, or is it someone else for you, Bone?
Well, here's Jeff's blurb. He says the obvious answer is quarterback Lamar Jackson, but enough has already been said or written about his contract situation. Let's talk more about Smith. He's coming off a season where the defense he leads struggled mightily, and he finished without a sack or interception for the first time in his career. His 130 tackles represented his lowest total since 2019, when he played just 12 games. Smith turns 30 in April. Cutting him next offseason would create $20 million in salary cap savings. He needs a big year to silence the talk that he's on the decline. I think you can go with, quite frankly, a handful of guys in this spot. Now, Roquan is playing for the final year of his deal. That is 100%, because $20 million for an inside linebacker is a lot of money, and he was not a $20 million linebacker last year, not even close. You heard those numbers. It was the first time he wasn't an All-Pro since 2019, worst season since 2019. I view Roquan. Marlon is definitely in there for me.
By the way, the fact that they have not adjusted his salary is amazing to me.
Crazy. He's still...
He was a bad football player last year.
He had a $4 million roster bonus that he already got paid, and he's due $15.25 million in base. So over $19 million from Marlon Humphrey. And Rashad Bateman. Those are the big three for me. Now, it's all varying things. Roquan, he's playing to make the $20 million. Marlon Humphrey's set to be a free agent. He's playing for, quite frankly, his future in the league.
Because if he has another bad year, Bones, he's going to be one of those guys that's signing one-year deals.
Exactly. And then Rashad Bateman, he's playing to remain on his contract, Ken. It's a team-friendly deal, absolutely, but it doesn't become as team friendly when you finish with 19 catches, Ken. You know, if he was producing, if he's producing at the level that he was in 2024, it's a steal of a contract. But if it's more like last season, then it's a big overpay.
Those are the guys. Is it fair to throw Tyler Loop in this thing too? If he has another, I don't think he had a bad year last year, but the season ended with a sour taste in our mouths about him, and they obviously are telling you they're confident in him because they're not bringing any competition. But if he gets off to a rough start, life comes at you fast for kickers in the National Football League. I think if he misses a couple kicks early, all of a sudden you're looking at veterans coming in during the week for tryouts.
I do wonder how long his leash is. Clearly there's a jump-off point. If he misses another game-winning kick, week 3, I'm just throwing out there, are you on watch alert? He certainly has a ton at stake, Ken. If he ends up getting off to a slow start and gets cut loose from this team, is that his career? Does he bounce around at that point? There's certainly a ton of pressure on Loop.
I do feel like, though, Roquan is playing for his... do I want to say his football immortality, so to speak? He was once considered one of the elite inside linebackers in this league. And I think it's fair to wonder if he can get, I don't know that he can get back to that. And I think this year is where we see if he can get back to that.
It's not like he's old, though. That's the thing that I keep scratching my head at is... He's 29 years old. This isn't a 34-year-old linebacker near the end. He's still in his 20s. So can he get back to 2022, 2023? Probably not. I'm with you. That type of force multiplier that he was. But can he get back to even 2024, Ken? Like, that's sort of what I'm looking at. Now, he was a first-team All-Pro that year. We didn't think that he was a first-team All-Pro.
No.
But he was still much better than he was last year. And he admitted it in that clip. He was not playing anywhere close to his standards. And that's where, okay, what can Jesse Minter do with Roquan? What can Jesse Minter do with Marlon Humphrey? And, heck, I'll even throw one under the radar guy, Nate Wiggins. Yeah. I think Nate Wiggins, because here's why this year is so important for him, Ken. Eric DeCosta is going to have to make a decision on his fifth-year option next offseason. If he has a season like he did last year, he's not going to pick up that fifth-year option.
No way.
So he's playing for that fifth-year option. He's also playing for the possibility of, hey, next year's the first time he could negotiate a contract extension. We saw them get a deal done with Kyle Hamilton after year 3. We're hoping, maybe expecting them to get a contract done with Zay Flowers after year 3. So maybe Wiggins could get back in that territory if he has a good year.
Would you put Mark Andrews in this conversation?
So when we were initially doing this exercise, I said yes, and then I looked at his contract and I say no.
Because next
year, he already has $5 million fully guaranteed going his way. So would they cut him and eat $5 million? Probably not. So not nearly much at stake compared to the rest of the guys on that list. But
if he has a worse year, and I'm not saying he will, but if he has a worse year this year than last, $5 million is not a lot of football money.
It's going to be a hell of a lot of money next year when they have a terrible cap situation.
You got to figure out your quarterback.
Yeah. Their cap situations right now is the worst in football in 2027. So what was it? Lamar who said this? EDC, every dollar counts.
Yes,
every dollar counts. That's $5 million, man. They're gonna need every penny there. So look, for this year's club in this year's offense, yeah. Mark Andrews needs to bounce back in a big way just for this offense to get back on track.
Coming up next, let's continue talking Ravens as we are a week away from the start of training. And by the way, the Orioles did get a run in the bottom of the third inning. 2 out, Tyler O'Neill double. Full disclosure, Rafaela lost it in the sun. It should have been the third out of the inning, but it dropped and it scored Pete Alonso, so the Orioles trail 4-1. Turnovers were supposedly a point of emphasis heading into last year. It didn't happen. They did not create turnovers. Will the Ravens be able to force more turnovers this year? Will they be better at creating turnovers? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any 2-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Powerball is always big fun. Right now, it's really big fun. The Powerball jackpot is estimated at $567 million. That's right, $567 million. Play today at any Maryland Lottery retailer, and please play responsibly.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles are currently trailing the Red Sox 4-1. Dean Kramer gave up all of that damage on 5 hits in the first inning before Tyler O'Neill cut into the lead with an RBI double in the third. The Orioles and Red Sox round out their series later tonight. Kyle Bradish is scheduled to pitch in that one. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, the Players Association has countered the owners' proposal for changes to the draft system with a set of rules of their own. The owners originally wanted to trim the draft down from 20 to 12 rounds while also blocking high school players from being eligible and slashing amateur signing bonuses by more than $150 million. As you would imagine, none of that sat well with the players, and they've now proposed a system that would not only keep high school players eligible, but also allow college sophomores to enter the mix regardless of age. The MLBPA also wants to maintain a system where signing bonus pools grow year over year. Their proposal would also reward designated small market teams with an additional $1 million in bonus pool money if they made the playoffs a year prior. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Green Valley Marketplace. Football training camp is almost here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They have your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with temps reaching the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Broken, kind of stumbles, and he's intercepted. Picked off by Van Noy. Then the handoff, it's Gilman. And Gilman is going to score as the Ravens look for the knockout punch. 95 yards.
Audio courtesy of CBS is Joe Burrow intercepted by Kyle Van Noy, who hands it to Alohi Gilman. Maybe Alohi Gilman's highlight as a Raven as he took it the rest of the way, 85-yard touchdown for the Ravens. They win that game in Cincinnati. It's funny, you hear that highlight. That was a weird game because Joe Burrow didn't seem into it at all, and he had some weird quotes during the week. He seemed like he was checked out that week as the Ravens went in there and put it to the Bengals a little bit. It's the one week where the Ravens defense, one of the few weeks the Ravens defense looked good last year. They get that turnover. They didn't get a lot of turnovers last year, and it was supposedly a point of emphasis. Can Jesse Minter, Anthony Weaver, and company change that this season?
They got to, man. They got to. They got to get more turnovers this year. And you go back to 2023 when they led the NFL in takeaways. They had 31. Then 2024, they were tied for 20th with 17 takeaways. And then last year, slightly above average, 20 takeaways, 15th overall. But I'm almost looking at this a step further, Ken.
Oh.
The Ravens, despite years in which they were great turning teams over, it hasn't translated in January. No. You look at the playoff games since 2018, Lamar's rookie year.
Yeah.
They forced 3 turnovers in 9 playoff games.
Yeah, they don't get turnovers in the playoffs.
One of the 3 turnovers they forced was in the Bengals wildcard game, a game that Lamar Jackson didn't even start. That was Tyler Huntley with the debacle, the quarterback sneak at the 5-yard line.
And he almost hit Prochet at the end of the game. Yeah.
So 2 takeaways in 8 Lamar Jackson playoff games. So that has certainly played a significant factor in why this team comes up short in January. But focusing on the regular season, you bring in Jalen Hawkins, and he had 4 interceptions last year for the Patriots. That would have tied Marlon Humphrey for the team lead. You bring in Trey Hendrickson, and Hendrickson, whether it's strip sacks, whether it's just pressure that leads to interceptions, that should help. I keep saying Kyle Hamilton, that's his next step for me this year that I'm looking forward to seeing. He's got to force more turnovers where it just hasn't happened thus far throughout his career outside of 2023. And then you get to Nate Wiggins, where Wiggins, he was on whatever the heck that podcast was recently.
Yeah, I love that podcast.
This is the first time he's fully healthy. 100%. And he
promote that pod again. I love that one.
Whatever the heck the podcast was. I've never heard of it before that.
Yeah.
He had 3 interceptions last year. So can that number go up? So I would expect this team, when you're looking for this defense as a whole to get back in the top 10 among major categories, turnovers has to be atop that list.
So again, this is on paper, and nothing happens on paper. But to me, they have vastly improved the pass rush, adding Hendrickson, drafting Zion Young, hopefully Calais Campbell. Hopefully Nnamdi Madubuike is back, and year 2 of Mike Green. I think the pass rush is vastly improved, which rushes the quarterback, which creates mistakes. I also think year 2 of Malachi Starks is a huge factor because Malachi Starks has been a ball hawk throughout college, and we really didn't see that in year 1. I expect him to relax a little, and those should go up in year 2. So, yes, I do think the formula is there to get more turnovers. But, again, to your point, they need to start doing this in January as well.
Yeah, but it starts in the regular season because these past 2 seasons, it hasn't been nearly good enough in the takeaway department. And I'll also continue to say this. Early on in the season, especially, when this offense, I'm not expecting them to be the greatest show on turf week 1 in Indianapolis. So maybe this defense has to force a couple turnovers, give them a short field while they find their footing.
Yeah. You've said on numerous occasions, Bone, you think it's going to be a defensive-led team early. Like, no disrespect to Lamar Jackson, but it might be a ground and pound kind of thing early, and hopefully the defense is helping you out early in the season.
And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. Ultimately, you're going to find your identity as a football team through the first month and a half of the season. And while everyone's pointing out, oh, it's such a soft schedule to start the season, and yes, it certainly is compared to last year where you faced 6 playoff teams in the first 6 weeks, but there's a lot of new on the offensive side of the football. You have 3 new offensive linemen. You have a rookie play caller.
Yes.
You have a ton of inexperience in your wide receiver room. You have a lot of
experience in your tight end room.
Yeah, a lot of inexperience in your tight end room. And maybe Lamar is able to overcome all of it and hits the ground running week 1. And look, Lamar elevates everybody. And I fully expect him to have a very good season this year. I just think coming out of the gate, it might be a little tough. We're not expecting this offense to play at all during the preseason, right? I mean, the rookies like Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt, yes. But Lamar Jackson, Zay Flowers, Bateman, Derrick Henry,
Ronnie Stanley,
like they're not playing in August. And why would you chance that at all? So their first time with this new playbook in live action is going to be week 1 in Indianapolis.
Is it fair to say it's possible that the offense looks a little hinky week 1 and 2 because the guys, as we've seen recently the last couple of years, like the first couple of weeks of the season, it almost looks like preseason football because guys don't play at all in the preseason anymore.
Ken, they've been a bad starting team for a while
now. The Buffalo game, the offense looked good last year until it didn't.
You were 0-2 in 2024. You were 1-1 last year. Even in 2023, I believe, you were 2-0 and then lost week 3.
Yeah.
So it's been a shaky start to the season. And even 2023, Ken, that was when the Texans came to town. Remember, the offense did nothing in the first half against that Texans team. And then, you won an ugly game against C.J. Stroud in his first NFL game. But, yeah, the offense, even in those great years of 2023, Lamar MVP, 2024, one of the better offenses in football ever. They were 0-2. So I think it heightens with a brand new offense with so many new pieces.
We're going to have a little fun coming up next, Bone. In honor of what happened allegedly at the Morgan Wallen concert the other night, where a family said that a man urinated on them during the show. What is the worst experience you've ever had at a concert? Are we soliciting calls on this,
Yeah,
Bone? 410-583-1057. The worst experience you've ever had at a concert. We'll give you ours, and we want to hear from you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
The whole crew's back together in studio as Rob Long, late flight back from Boston. He will join us. We'll talk about the doubleheader and preview some stuff going on with the Ravens as training camp gets closer.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The World Cup ended on Sunday with Spain beating Argentina 1-0. The final match had record viewership in the United States. Time will tell if people will continue to watch soccer outside of the World Cup competitions. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Your Baltimore weather this afternoon, sunny 86, tonight cloudy 70s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain, world champions once again. This is a golden generation announcing itself on the sport's biggest stage. Spain's next wave has already delivered a title, and there may be more to come. World champions, Spain reigns over the globe once again.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm wondering if there's a Blues Traveler story with Brian Levy, because the hook here, because her worst concert experience is obviously TMZ reporting that a family was urinated on at the Morgan Wallen concert Saturday night, which then brings up the question, what is your worst concert experience? 410-583-1057. So, Brian, did you have a bad Blues Travelers experience?
No, to be quite honest, I was trying to pull up Springsteen 74 through 80, the box set, the live one,
nice.
and I couldn't find a good track where he doesn't talk for 5 minutes beforehand. So I had to rush and pick up Blues Traveler hook.
Okay. Yeah, Bruce did talk a lot back in the day.
Did he not at this past concert?
He did. Yes, he did. Not all. There were points in time where he spoke, yes.
I gotcha.
They were kind of pointed.
To touch on the story at first.
It's crazy.
Before we get to it, it's nuts. Because how bleeped up do you have to be to pee on a family?
Yes.
And this included...
Unless you thought there was a fire.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
You do, at that point, you're saving a life.
Yes, exactly.
You're doing what you can do.
Yes.
But... this family was not on fire.
No.
Now, maybe
not.
he was so drunk that he thought that they were on fire.
I think that's fair.
But I don't want to give him that out. This included an 8-year-old girl.
Yes,
and there was
disgusting.
a video of it, and there's over 1 million views. And Morgan Wallen's tour is titled Still the Problem. Well, that guy was definitely the problem that night. And I haven't had anything near that type of incident.
Well, that's not even the only video I've seen from a Morgan Wallen concert this tour. I've seen multiple fistfights that are happening at Morgan Wallen.
You see, I don't know Morgan Wallen like that. I know one
song. I know Whiskey Glasses. It's the only Morgan Wallen song I know.
I know the one with Post Malone.
What's that one called?
Yes, I know that one.
I Had Some Help.
Yes, I Had Some Help. I know that. You know that song.
Yeah,
you 100% know that
I think
song.
Avery has changed the channel.
You
when that
definitely
song
know
comes
that
out.
song.
Yes, I've seen that.
But I guess this is just the crowd that he attracts, Brian? Is that his fan base?
I think they like to have a good time.
And having a good time is peeing on families?
I mean, listen, it's awful. The only I can think I told you some stories off the air. I'm not going to repeat, but I've had some Preaknesses, but there were never kids around. I mean, people peed willy-nilly in the infield, but never at a concert.
No.
And I've never been peed on. Hope I can keep that streak going.
Yeah, fingers crossed there, bro.
No, there was one concert. I think it was Fall Out Boy.
Oh,
but
I like them.
But this isn't anything out of the ordinary. There was someone in the row in front of me that got so belligerent that they were throwing up, and then they had to carry this girl out, and it was a whole thing. But I wasn't totally inconvenienced or anything. It didn't ruin my experience at Fall Out Boy.
I hate to be vanilla, but my worst concert experience in the early 2000s, I saw the Bare Naked Ladies in Vegas, and we were there for March Madness, a bunch of friends and I. And so we took our significant others at the time to the concert, but we wanted to get back to watching basketball.
Yeah.
And we felt like the concert went on forever. I think the Bare Naked Ladies played every song in their catalog that night, and we just wanted to go watch the Kansas game. So we were starting to get, and I think we had been drinking all day.
Sure.
So we were starting to get a little upset with the fact that the concert wouldn't end. But that's my worst concert experience. Other than the summer I worked security in Meriwether.
I remember hearing that story.
Yeah. There's a couple of stories there, but but that I wasn't a patron. So.
Sure. And then I guess the first Tiger Fest I attended, one of my buddies got kicked out because he was too drunk. And
I got kicked out of a couple of Tiger Fests.
Tiger Fest. I have a couple of
Tiger Fests. What is Tiger Fest?
It's basically Towson's big concert that they do.
Who would be the
spring.
headliner?
Well, that one in particular was Steve Aoki and Juicy J, and that was a damn good concert.
In my day, it was The Roots.
Okay,
The Roots.
All right.
And I think Ocean Avenue. Yellow Card.
Yellow Card, hell yeah.
Yellow Card played one.
I know Wiz Khalifa went to the Tiger Fest one year, in his heyday. They got some pretty good acts.
That's
to be honest.
interesting name, guys.
I was thinking because I go to a lot of concerts. I think the worst concert was in high school. My dad picked me up from a Dave Matthews and
you had a bad experience.
That was a bad day.
At RFK, and I had a little too much devil's lettuce.
Oh, very
and
nice.
It was an awkward car ride home.
A little sticky icky.
Yeah.
Now, were you just too anxious, or he knew, or you were trying to play it cool, or how
No, I was just like super stoned in his car. It was no fun at all.
So I've never dabbled in that. I will say I did see the Dave Matthews Band once with my girlfriend at the time. I saw them at Nats Park. It was July. It was about 153 degrees.
Nice.
And I knew one song they played the whole night. They just jam banded the whole night.
Was it Ants Marching?
Ants Marching during the encore.
Is that
so I had to wait for the encore to know a song that they did.
And honestly, with David, they might have just played one song the entire concert, and it just took 90 minutes.
It was awful.
Yeah, my uncle loves Dave Matthews Band, but I think that's the only song that I probably know a couple more.
I know, like, what's there's Crash Into You, I think, and a couple others. Like, I know some Dave Matthews Band songs. They didn't do any of those at the concert. They were just like, they were jamming.
I'm thinking about, not that I have a great desire to see them, but I hear that it's a fun concert.
What's that?
Zach Brown Band.
So they opened for Dave Matthews.
Oh, they
that
did?
night. Yes, yeah. That was pretty good.
Yeah, apparently they're going to Merriweather sometime soon, and a lot of my family's going, and I'm thinking about going because apparently it sounds fun.
Last year I went to Counting Crows with a bunch of friends.
Cool.
Well, I've heard stories that they changed their songs.
They never play a song the same way twice. So I went in knowing what to expect. Like, oh yeah, we're going to hear a 20-minute round here. It's going to be awesome.
And I do love round here.
And my friends were not into it.
Yeah. Like the problem is Adam Duritz, I think is his name, the lead singer. He changes the arrangements of the songs so they don't sound like they're supposed to sound. At least that's
bizarre.
That's what I've heard. And so that when I go to a concert, I'm going to see the band because I like the songs. So now you're not doing the songs the way I like them.
So Brian, it's like a complete 180 from the original. Is it like can still tell?
So like, a song like Mr. Jones, which is like Mr. Jones will be like Mr. Jones.
Oh, I love this.
And me. Like,
okay. You nailed
really,
it,
trust me, I really did.
Yeah, that was a good rendition. So like, and I like the song Round Here, so if he changed it, it would kind of ruin it for me.
Yeah, that would be pretty odd to me. I remember when I saw